Author's Introduction to the 2011 English edition. The saga of oil and political power have been at the center of world politics and well-nigh every major war fought since 1914. Since mankind made the rational decision around a century ago to create what has become an economic global system based on petroleum as the driving energy, the world has been led by a fraud. The fraud is the carefully cultivated notion that oil is a finite and non-renewable resource, and that already in the end of the first decade of the 21st century that oil was nearing what was termed by some as an absolute peak. Not surprisingly, the myth of oil scarcity, sometimes referred to as peak oil, has been carefully nurtured by the industry which stands to gain most from higher oil and gas prices, the oil industry and its bankers. No force in that industry has done more to shape the myths of scarcity, the myth of CO2 global warming danger from combustion of petroleum and coal than the family Rockefeller, the founders more than a century ago of what became a global Anglo-American world oil cartel. As I write this brief introduction to the 2011 edition of my book, I reflect on the fact that since the book first appeared in an earlier edition in English almost 2 decades back, so little fundamentally has changed in the way the powers behind big oil, as it is known, ExxonMobil, Chevron, and their English sisters, BP and Shell, operate. Their influence over the decisions of their respective governments to wage wars, whether in Iraq or Afghanistan, to send troops to oil-rich Darfur or to build a U.S. military threat against Chavez Venezuela, is greater than the power of any American president. Their interlinkage with the awesome might of the Pentagon war machine is almost seamless today. Where big oil goes, whether the Middle East or Central Asia, the U.S. military-industrial complex is certain to follow. That military power has grown today into just the ghastly power center that President Dwight Eisenhower warned the nation against more than half a century ago in his farewell speech of January 1961. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. No person incorporates that abuse of the democratic process and suppression of individual liberties and of power than the former vice president under George W. Bush, the former CEO of Halliburton Corporation, Dick Cheney. Cheney, a prime mover for the U.S. war against Iraq, the world's second largest known oil nation, also ensured that his former company, Halliburton, the world's largest oil intelligence company and the world's largest military construction contractor, would reap billions of dollars profits in allegedly fraudulent billings of U.S. taxpayers for building a permanent U.S. military presence in occupied Iraq. This present book traces the emergence of the immense power of a handful of private companies over petroleum, the driving source for the economic development of our modern world. It is not a book about the romance of the world of oil. It is above all a book about abuse of power, a staggering power over war or peace, over life and death, wielded by a tiny elite standing behind Anglo-American big oil. The present new edition is in all respects the same as an earlier 2004 edition, with one important alteration. At the time of updating this book for the 2004 edition with the events that had transpired since the initial 1991 printing, I had come to the view that the only plausible explanation for why Washington would risk alienating its European allies, Russia, China, and the world community to unilaterally wage war in Iraq, might be that they feared a coming absolute scarcity of oil, something certain media at the time proclaimed as the onset of peak oil. Since 2004, as I began to see more and more evidence that the world was not running out of oil but, as the respected oil expert from Holland's Erasmus University, Peter O'Dell, put it, the world is running into oil, I began a serious investigation into the fundamental origins of petroleum. The results of that are briefly suggested in the final chapter. As with all my writings, I ask the observant and critical reader to test and question what I write and to find for themselves if it reflects reality or fiction. If I succeeded to provoke such a response, I will be content. F. William Engdahl, Wiesbaden, February 2011. Preface to 2004 edition. The fall of the Berlin Wall at the end of the 1980s and the collapse of the Soviet Union were hailed by many as the dawn of a new era of peace and prosperity. Some authors such as Francis Fukuyama proclaimed it as the beginning of the end of history. The entire world seemed to open to economic cooperation, to investment, to democratic ideas. Trade barriers fell, doors opened. Little more than a decade later, the optimism was long forgotten as the outlines of a very different world were emerging. As this preface was written, the world was mired in a bloody series of wars, the most serious being the war in Iraq. It soon became clear to the world that the decision of President George W. Bush to go to war against Iraq had little to do with the threat of weapons of mass destruction. It was also increasingly clear that the U.S. agenda in Iraq had little to do with the proclaimed effort to bring democracy to a once despotic Iraq. That naturally raised in many minds the question of why the United States put so much of its credibility, of its reputation, of what some call its soft power, at risk, for apparently so little. The answer to the question was the short one: it was about oil. But not about oil in the simple sense many believed. This war was not an issue of corporate greed. It was about power, and geopolitical power above all. War in Iraq was about the very basis of America's national security, of future American power. America's role as the sole hegemon was the unspoken reason for the war, and for this reason neither of the major presidential candidates offered an alternative to American military occupation of the vast oilfields of Mesopotamia. Iraq, as hawkish Pentagon strategists put it, was part of the American post-Cold War agenda, U.S. pursuit of full-spectrum dominance. The role of oil in the war, and the role of oil in most of the wars of the past century or more, forms the heart of the study of power and geography. It is the thread running through the chapters of this book. In 1904, a British geographer, Sir Halford Mackinder, presented a series of theses to the Royal Geographic Society in London under the title The Geographical Pivot of History. Almost a century later, American security advisor and strategist Zbigniew Brzezinski spoke in admiration of the work of Mackinder and his theory of Eurasian geopolitics. It quietly but clearly guided American global strategy. The occupation of the oilfields of Iraq, the war in Kosovo and the Balkans, endless civil wars in Africa, financial crises across Asia, the dramatic collapse of the Soviet Union and the subsequent emergence of a Russian oligarchy, blessed by the International Monetary Fund and by Washington, all assumed coherence in a world where geopolitics, power, and control dictated relations. This book is no ordinary history of oil. The bare facts can be found elsewhere. The causal force driving the events is rarely spoken of. Here we present a sometimes controversial description of power and war, finance and economic warfare, and the relation of oil and finance to that power. 1 year after the U.S. occupation of Baghdad, the goals and aims of the world's only superpower were being questioned as they had not been since the Vietnam War. Degrading scenes of Iraqis being tortured filled the pages of world media. Allegations of corruption and collusion reaching up to the highest levels of Washington officialdom were commonplace. Outrage across the Islamic world was growing against a Washington foreign policy that had little in common with the policies of the U.S. founding fathers. Yet too much of the debate failed to take into account the fundamentals of American national security or its power. In 1945, the sun finally set on the British Empire. A year later in Fulton, Missouri, Winston Churchill helped light the spark of what came to be 4 decades of Cold War. It was the emergence of the system which Henry Luce termed the American century. The American century, stripped of the rhetoric of freedom, peace, and democracy, was based on clear U.S. hegemony among nations. It rested on 2 pillars. The one pillar was the uncontested role of U.S. military power, a dominance which no combination of powers had been able to challenge since the end of World War II in 1945. The Soviet Union ultimately collapsed amid ruin in the effort to challenge that hegemony. In 1979 China decided to cooperate with that hegemony and realized, perhaps too late, that it had been a double-edged sword. The second pillar of American power was the uncontested role of the dollar as world reserve currency. The United States created the Bretton Woods system in 1944, in order to establish this unique role. The dollar served as reserve currency long after it had not 1 ounce of gold to back it. The combined power of its military dominance and monetary dominance allowed the United States the enviable luxury of printing endless paper certificates, its dollars, and giving them to the rest of the world in exchange for well-engineered cars, machinery, textiles and every imaginable product. It was the greatest confidence game the world had ever seen. Americans bought the imports with more dollar debt, creating an edifice of dollar debt on which the entire world was dependent. This special hegemony also allowed the United States to become the world's largest debtor, to run endless trade imbalances, to inflate its currency beyond imagination, to create a buildup of private and public debt unprecedented in world history. So long as other nations depended on American markets for their trade, and on American military protection for their national security, the game appeared endless. Japan's role as lender of last resort to the U.S. was supplemented at the turn of the century by China. Hundreds of billions of dollars in Japanese, Chinese and other foreign purchases of U.S. Treasury debt, U.S. real estate debt, and other assets, propped up the economy of the U.S. long after it made any economic sense. The power of the dollar and the power of the U.S. military had been uniquely intertwined with one commodity, the basis of the world economic growth engine, since before the First World War. That commodity was petroleum, and in its service British, American, German, French, Italian, and other nations called their soldiers to war. Henry Kissinger once expressed this importance of oil control: control energy and you control the nations. Oil played a decisive role in the collapse of the Soviet Union. Oil defined American foreign policy in much of the world during the Cold War. And oil defines American military actions since the end of the Cold War as never before. The how and why of that process define our theme here. In 1919 Mackinder termed the winning of a British mandate over Palestine the most important geopolitical outcome of World War I. In the first decade of the second millennium, Palestine and Israel and Middle East geopolitics were still at the heart of world power politics, even if the players in the power complex had changed. How the destiny of the American century was tied to the destiny of this small part of the world was a question of heated debate and discussion at the beginning of the millennium. A group of ultra-conservative ideologues largely around the Republican Party of George Bush were been accused of turning American foreign policy into a unilateral pursuit of military empire. Some defenders boasted of being democratic imperialists. Other Republicans and Democrats called for a return to traditional American foreign policy, a hegemony in which consensus among its allies was essential. Both sides of this debate were misleading. Both factions accepted the underlying assumptions of an economic and political power which was no longer sustainable nor healthy for the United States nor for the rest of the world. This book seeks to shed light on some less known aspects of our history, in an effort to provoke thinking beyond the moment, beyond embedded journalist impressions of reality, or major media soundbite versions of reality, to encourage ordinary citizens to reflect on longer-term consequences of what our governments do with our mandate. If it leads to some critical questions being asked, its aim will have been met. F. William Engdahl, Hockheim am Main, June 2004. Contents. Title page. Copyright page. Author's Introduction to the 2011 English edition. Preface to 2004 edition. 1. The Three Pillars of the British Empire. Free trade and the sinews of British power. Britain's informal empire. The Great Depression of 1873. 2. The lines are drawn, Germany and the geopolitics of the Great War. Germany's Wirtschaftswunder. A Berlin bank panic. The necessity of ship and rail infrastructure. 3. A global fight for control of petroleum begins. A British admiral sees beyond lamp oil. Darcy captures the secret of the burning rocks. By rail from Berlin to Baghdad. The new dreadnoughts. Earl Grey's fateful Paris trip. Fashoda, wit, great projects, and great mistakes. 4. Oil becomes the weapon, the Near East the battleground. A bankrupt Britain goes to war. Oil in the Great War. The Secret Eastern War. Selling the same horse twice. Arthur Balfour's fateful letter to Lord Rothschild. Balfour backs the new concept of empire. 5. Combined and conflicting goals, U.S. rivals Britain. Morgan finances the British war. New York bankers challenge the City of London. England moves for oil supremacy. Churchill and the Arab Bureau. A battle for control of Mexico. The secret of British oil control. 6. The Anglo-Americans close ranks. A conference in Genoa. Sinclair and the American bid. Germany tries to outflank the British. Military occupation of the Ruhr. The real origins of the Weimar hyperinflation. An Anglo-American red line. Deterring, Montague Norman and Jacques Hitler project. 7. Oil and a new world order of Bretton Woods. A new empire rises from the ashes of war. The dollar standard, big oil and New York banks. Marshall Plan forms post-war oil hegemony. The power of New York banks tied to U.S. oil. Mohammad Mossadegh takes on Anglo-American oil. Italy attempts independence in oil and development. Mattei's bold development initiative. 8. A sterling crisis and the Adenauer de Gaulle threat. Continental Europe emerges from the rubble of war. Anglo-American grand design against Europe. 1957, America at the turning point. That 58 Chevy. The dollar wars of the 1960s. The Vietnam option is taken. The beginnings of America's internal rot. Sterling, the weak link, breaks. De Gaulle is toppled. 9. Running the world economy in reverse. Who made the 1970s oil shocks? Nixon pulls the plug. An unusual meeting in Salt's Joe Biden. Kissinger's Yom Kippur oil shock. The economic impact of the oil shock. Taking the bloom off the nuclear rose. Developing the Anglo-American Green Agenda. Population control becomes U.S. national security. 10. Europe, Japan, and a response to the oil shock. Petrodollar monetary order devastates the developing world. From Colombo comes a political earthquake. Atoms for peace becomes a casus belli. Gold, dollar crises, and dangerous new potentials from Europe. The crash of 1979, Iran and Volcker. 11. Imposing the New World Order. Paul Volcker borrows a British model. Gunboat diplomacy, and a Mexican initiative. Wall Street replays the 1920s, IMF style. Reagan's chickens come home to roost. We'll get by with a little help from our friends. The fall of a wall panics some circles. Saddam, Operation Desert Storm and a New World Order. The target, an independent Europe and Japan. 12. From evil empire to the axis of evil. Finding the new bogeyman. Japan, wounding the lead goose. Phase 2, hunting Asian tigers. Washington revisits Halford Mackinder. Russia gets IMF third world cure. Yugoslavia gets the shock therapy. U.S. oil geopolitics in the Balkans. 13. A new millennium for oil geopolitics. Bush brings big oil back to Washington. Where the prize ultimately lies. The new American century. From Kabul to Baghdad, war on terror or war on oil. You've got to go where the oil is. Putin's energy trump card. Controlling Russia and its energy. Oil and bases controlling the spigots. Full spectrum dominance. Appendix I. Founding members of Trilateral Commission in 1973. Appendix II. Some participants at Salt's Joe Biden, Sweden. Meeting of Bilderberg Group on May 11 to 13, 1973. Chapter 1. The Three Pillars of the British Empire. The empire needs a new strategy. No other element has shaped the history of the past 100 years so much as the fight to secure and control the world's reserves of petroleum. Too little is understood of how political and economic power around the raw material, petroleum, has been shaped by interests principally under the control of two governments, England and, later, the United States of America. Britain, approaching the end of the 1890s, was in all respects, the preeminent political, military, and economic power in the world. British gold, under the jealous, guarding eye of the Bank of England, was the basis for the role of the pound sterling as the source spring of world credit, since 1815. Prussian military superiority was the actual key to the defeat of Napoleon's army at Waterloo. But Wellington and the British took the credit, and with it, the lion's share of world gold reserves which subsequently flowed into London. As good as sterling was the truism of that day. After a law of June 22, 1816, gold was declared the sole measure of value in the British Empire. British foreign policy over the next 75 years or more, would be increasingly preoccupied with securing for British coffers the vaults of the Bank of England, the newly mined reserves of world gold, whether in Australia, California, or in South Africa. The corollary of this minerals policy was a policy of strategic denial of those same identified gold reserves from competitor nations whenever possible. After 1815, British naval superiority was unchallenged on the world's seas. British ships carried British steel, coal, and exports of the Manchester textile industry. English manufactures had led the world for decades. But behind her apparent status as the world's preeminent power, Britain was rotting internally. The more that British merchant houses extended credit for world trade, and City of London banks funneled loan capital to build railways in Argentina, the United States and Russia, the more the domestic economic basis of the English nation-state deteriorated. Few understood how ruthlessly lawful was the connection between the two parallel processes at the time. Since the 1814-15 Congress of Vienna, which carved up post-Napoleonic Europe, with the diplomatic maneuvering of British Foreign Minister Lord Castlereagh, the British Empire had exacted rights to dominate the seas, in return for the self-serving concessions granted to Habsburg Austria and the rest of continental European powers, which concessions served to keep central continental Europe divided, and too weak to rival British global expansion. British control of the seas, and, with it, control of world shipping trade, was thus to emerge after Waterloo as one of the three pillars of a new British Empire. The manufactures of continental Europe, as well as much of the rest of the world, were forced to respond to terms of trade set in London, by the Lloyd's shipping insurance and banking syndicates. While Her Royal Britannic Majesty's Navy, the world's largest in that day, policed the world's major sea lanes and provided cost-free insurance for British merchant shipping vessels, competitor fleets were forced to insure their ships against piracy, catastrophe, and acts of war, through London's large Lloyd's insurance syndicate. Credit and bills of exchange out of the banks of the City of London were necessary for most of the world's shipping trade finance. The private Bank of England, itself the creature of the preeminent houses of finance in London City as the financial district is called, houses such as Barings, Hambros, Rothschilds, manipulated the world's largest monetary gold supply, in calculated actions which could cause a flood of English exports to be dumped mercilessly onto any competitor market at will. Britain's unquestioned domination of international banking was the second pillar of English imperial power following 1815. The third pillar, more and more crucial as the century wore on, was British geopolitical domination of the world's major raw materials, cotton, metals, coffee, coal and, by the century's end, the new black gold, petroleum. Free trade and the sinews of British power. In 1820, Britain's Parliament passed a declaration of principle which was to usher in a series of changes that had as one consequence, outbreak almost a century later, of World War I and its tragic aftermath. Acting on the urgings of a powerful group of London shipping and banking interests centred around the Bank of England, and Alexander Baring of Baring Brothers Merchant Bankers, Parliament passed a statement of principle in support of the concept several decades earlier advocated by Scottish economist, Adam Smith, so-called absolute free trade. By 1846, this declaration of principle had become formalized in a parliamentary repeal of domestic English agriculture protection, the famous Corn Laws. The Corn Laws repeal was based on the calculation of powerful financial and trade interests of the City of London, that their world dominance gave them a decisive advantage, which they should push to the hilt. If they dominated world trade, free trade could only ensure their dominance grew at the expense of other less developed trading nations. Under the hegemony of free trade, British merchant banks reaped enormous profits on the India-Turkey-China opium trade, while the British Foreign Ministry furthered their banking interests by publicly demanding China open its ports to free trade, during the British Opium Wars. A new weekly propaganda journal of these powerful City of London merchant and finance interests, The Economist, was founded in 1843 with the explicit purpose of agitating for the repeal of the Corn Laws. The British Tory party of Sir Robert Peel pushed through the fateful Corn Law repeal in May 1846, a turning point not only in British but in world history, for the worse. Repeal opened the door for a flood of cheap products in agriculture, which created ruin among not only English but also other nations' farmers. The merchant's simple dictum, buy cheap, sell dear, was raised to the level of national economic strategy. Consumption was deemed the sole purpose of production. Britain's domestic agriculture and farmers were ruined by the loss of the Corn Laws protectionism. Irish farmers were enmiserated, as their largest export market suddenly lowered food prices drastically, as a result of Corn Law repeal. The mass starvation and outmigration of Irish peasants and their families in the late 1840s, the tragic Irish potato famine of 1845-6 and its aftermath, was a direct consequence of this free trade policy of Britain. England's prior policy toward Ireland prohibited development of a strong self-sufficient manufacture, demanding it remain the economically captive breadbasket to supply England's needs. Now that breadbasket itself was destroyed in pursuit of the fictional free trade. After 1846, Hindu peasants from Britain's Indian colony competed, with their dirt-poor wage cost, against British and Irish farmers, for the market of the British consumer. Wage levels inside Britain began falling with the price of bread. The English Poor Laws granted compensation for workers earning below human subsistence wage, with income supplement payment pegged to the price of a loaf of wheat bread. Thus, as bread prices plunged, so did living standards in England. In effect, repeal of Corn Laws protectionism opened the floodgates throughout the British Empire to a cheap labour policy. The only ones to benefit, following an initial surge of cheap food prices in England, were the giant international London trading houses, and the merchant banks which financed them. The class separations of British society were aggravated by a growing separation of a tiny number of very wealthy from the growing masses of very poor, as a lawful consequence of free trade. 1. E. Peshine Smith, an American economist and fierce opponent of British free trade, writing at the time, summarized the effect of the British Empire's free trade hegemony over the world economy of the 1850s, such has been the policy which still controls the legislation of Great Britain. It has, in practice, regarded the nation collectively as a gigantic trader, with the rest of the world, possessing a great stock of goods, not for use, but for sale, endeavoring to produce them cheaply, so that it might undersell rival shopkeepers, and looking upon the wages paid to its own people as so much lost to the profits of the establishment. 2. Peshine Smith contrasted this nation as giant shopkeeper doctrine of the Britain of Adam Smith and Company, to the growing national economic thinking emerging on the continent of Europe in the 1850s, especially under the German Zollverein and other national economic policies of Friedrich List III. Their policy, Smith notes, will be dictated by the instincts of producers, and not that of shopkeepers. They will look to the aggregate of production, not to the rate of profits in trade, as the test of national prosperity. Accordingly, the great continental nations, France, Russia, and the German states united in the Zollverein or customs union, have practically repudiated the idea which has so long controlled the commercial policy of England. What England has gained by that policy is thus described by one of her own learned and respected writers, Joseph K., who speaks of that nation as the one where the aristocracy is richer and more powerful than any other country in the world, the poor are more oppressed, more pauperized, more numerous in comparison to the other classes, more irreligious and very much worse educated than the poor of any other European nation, solely excepting uncivilized Russia and Turkey, enslaved Italy, misgoverned Portugal and revolutionized Spain. 4. So a campaign began to shape ruling English ideology in 1851, using a viciously false Malthusian argument of overpopulation, rather than admit the reality of a deliberate policy of forced underinvestment in new productive technologies. The name given the political doctrine which rationalized the brutal economic policy, was English liberalism. In essence, English liberalism, as it was defined towards the end of the 19th century, justified development of an ever more powerful imperial elite class, ruling on behalf of the vulgar ignorant masses, who could not be entrusted to rule on their own behalf. But the underlying purpose of the liberal elites of 19th century British government and public life was to preserve and serve the interests of an exclusive private power. In the last part of the 19th century, that private power was concentrated in the hands of a tiny number of bankers and institutions of the City of London. Britain's informal empire. Such free trade manipulation has been the essence of British economic strategy for the past 150 years. Britain's genius has been a chameleon-like ability to adapt that policy to a shifting international economic reality. But the core policy has remained, Adam Smith's absolute free trade, as a weapon against sovereign national economic policy of rival powers. By the end of the 19th century, the British establishment began an intense debate over how to maintain its global empire. Amid slogans about a new era of anti-imperialism, beginning the last quarter of the 19th century, Britain embarked on a more sophisticated and far more effective form for maintaining its dominant world role, through what came to be called, informal empire. While maintaining core imperial possessions in India and the Far East, British capital flowed in prodigious amounts into especially Argentina, Brazil, and the United States, to form bonds of financial dependence in many ways more effective than formal colonial titles. The notion of special economic relationships with client states, the concept of spheres of influence as well as of balance of power diplomacy, all came out of this complex weave of British informal empire towards the end of the last century. Since the English defeat of Spain's Armada in 1588, Britain had used the special circumstance that it was an island apart from continental Europe. It was saved the costs of having to raise a large standing army to defend its interests, leaving her free to concentrate on mastery of the seas. Britain's looting of the wealth of the vast reaches of the world allowed her to maintain, as well, a balance of power on the continent, creating or financing coalitions against whichever nation seemed on the verge at a given time of dominating the European landmass stretching from Russia to Spain. In the aftermath of the 1815 Congress of Vienna, in the reorganized Europe following the defeat of Napoleon, England had perfected the cynical diplomatic strategy known as balance of power. Never was it admitted by Her Majesty's Foreign Office establishment that, as on a scale, with weights added to equalize opposite sides of a center balance point, British balance of power diplomacy was rigorously defined, always, from the fulcrum or center point of London, that is, how England could play off rival economic powers to unique English advantage. After 1815, the peculiar genius of English foreign policy lay in its skill, abruptly if necessary, in shifting alliance relations as their perception of strategic power in Europe or globally shifted. English diplomacy cultivated this cynical doctrine, which dictated that England never held sentimental or moral relations with other nations as sovereign respected partners, but rather, England developed her interests. English alliance strategies were dictated strictly by what England determined at any given period might best serve the definition of English interest. The shift from hostile relations with France in Africe to England's entente cordiale after the Fashoda showdown in 1898, or the shift from decades-long English backing for Ottoman Turkey to block the expansion of Russia, in what was known in Britain and India, as the Great Game, were indicative of such dramatic alliance shifts. Increasingly during the last decades of the 19th century, English capital flowed into select capital deficit countries such as Argentina, during the last decades of the 19th century, in order to finance, build, then run their national rail and transport infrastructure, a role usually encouraged by generous concessions from the host government. English capital also went to develop the local country's steamship lines and their ports. So were the economies of Argentina and other English client states effectively made into an economic captive, with terms of trade and finance dictated from the City of London, by British merchant houses and trade finance banks. These client states of England thereby found that they had surrendered control over their essential economic sovereignty far more efficiently than had British troops occupied Buenos Aires to enforce tax collection in support of the British Empire. During the 1880s, Argentina's new railroads brought her goods, especially beef and wheat, to its ports for export. Exports doubled and her external debts, mainly to London banks, increased 700%. The country was a debt vassal of the British Empire, imperialism on the cheap as one commentator dubbed it. It was manifestly not the intent of British policy to develop strong sovereign industrial economies from these client-state relationships. Rather, it was to make the minimum investment necessary to control, while ensuring other rival powers not gain coveted raw materials or other treasures of economic power. During this time, in order first to safeguard her sea lanes to India, British troops occupied Egypt in 1882. The Suez Canal must not be allowed to fall into rival French hands, she reasoned. The British military occupation so destroyed any structure of Egyptian rule that British soldiers remained a permanent presence after 1882, in this nodal point to the spinal cord of empire between London and India. Similarly, British presence in South Africa initially was in order to safeguard the southern route to India, preventing foreign rival powers from securing bases there which could flank British shipping trade. British control in the 1840s and 1850s over South Africa was not formal. Instead, Britain shut the Boer republics from access to the Indian Ocean in stages, beginning their annexation of Natal in 1843, keeping the Boers out of Delagoa Bay and intervening to block the union of the Boer republics under Pretorius in 1869. The goal was to ensure, by least means necessary, British supremacy in the entire southern African region. Secure monopoly for Britain's control of trade was primary in this 19th century era of British imperialism. British secret intelligence services in this time also evolved in an unusual manner. Unlike the empires of France or other nations, Britain modeled its post-Waterloo empire on an extremely sophisticated marriage between top bankers and financiers of the City of London, government cabinet ministers, heads of key industrial companies deemed strategic to the national interest, and the heads of the espionage services. Representative of this arrangement was City of London merchant banking scion, Sir Charles Jocelyn Hambro, who sat as a director of the Bank of England from 1928 until his death in 1963. During the Second World War, Hambro was executive chief of British Secret Intelligence's Special Operations Executive, inside the government's Ministry of Economic Warfare, which ran wartime economic warfare against Germany, and trained the entire leadership of what was to become the post-war American Central Intelligence Agency and intelligence elite, including William Casey, Charles Kindleberger, Walt Rostow, Robert Russa, later Kennedy Treasury Deputy Secretary and partner of Wall Street's elite Brown Brothers, Harriman. Rather than traditional service to provide data from agents of espionage in foreign capitals, Britain's Secret Intelligence Service head himself was part of a secret Masonic-like network which wove together the immense powers of British banking, shipping, large industry and government. Because secret, it wielded immense power over credulous or unsuspecting foreign economies. This covert marriage of private commercial power with government, in the free trade era after 1846, was the secret of British hegemony. British foreign policy was based on the cultivation, not of good neighborly relations with allies, but rather of calculated interests, which could dictate shifting alliances or national allies, abruptly, if required. The Great Depression of 1873. However, As a direct consequence of this British free trade transformation, a deep economic depression began by the early 1870s in England following a financial panic. The free trade doctrine had been premised on the assumption that British influence could ensure that same dogma became economic policy in all the world's major trading nations. That homogeneity was not to be won. Following a severe London banking panic in 1857, the City of London banking establishment, including the directors of the Bank of England, resolved on a novel device intended to prevent future outflows of gold from London banks. The Panic of 1857 resulted from a foreign run on the international gold reserves held by the Bank of England. The run collapsed bank credit in the city and across the country. In response to the crisis, the English authorities devised a policy which resulted in a simple if dangerous evolution of central bank practice. The Bank of England, a private holding controlled not by the government at the time but rather by the financial interests of the city, realized that if it merely raised its central bank discount or interest rate to a sufficiently high level relative to rates in competing trading countries which at any time might be draining Britain's gold reserves, then the drain would cease and eventually, if rates were driven sufficiently high, gold would again flow back into the banks of the City of London. From Berlin, or New York or Paris or Moscow. This interest rate policy was a powerful weapon in central banking which gave the Bank of England a decisive advantage over rivals. No matter that the usurious high interest rates created devastating depressions in British manufacture or agriculture, the dominant faction in British economic policy, increasingly after the 1846 Corn Laws repeal, was not industry or agriculture, but finance and international trade. In order to ensure the supremacy of British international banking, those bankers were willing to sacrifice domestic industry and investment, much as in the United States after the Kennedy assassination in the 1960s. But the consequences for British industry of this new Bank of England interest rate policy came home with a vengeance with the Great Depression which hit Britain in 1873 and lasted until 1896. Beginning with a financial crisis in the English banking world, as the pyramid of foreign lending to the Americas, North and South, for railway construction collapsed, the British Empire entered what was called then the Great Depression. Reflecting the rising unemployment and industrial bankruptcies of that depression, British prices collapsed in an unbroken fall from 1873 to 1896 by almost 50% in nominal terms. Unemployment became widespread. The lack of capital investment into British manufactures was evident already at the International Exhibition of 1867, where products from entirely new manufactures of machinery, even textiles from Germany and elsewhere, clearly overshadowed the stagnant technological levels of British manufacture, only 2 decades before the world leader. Export of British iron and steel, coal, and other products declined in this period. It was a turning point in British history which signaled that the onset of free trade some 3 decades earlier, with repeal of the Corn Laws, had doomed English industrial technology to decadence in order that finance assume supremacy in the affairs of the empire. The period of Britain's easy leadership among the world's industrial nations, by the 1890s was clearly over. The free trade dogma of 19th-century British Empire, and its Malthusian rationalizations, were doomed to eventual failure. Its foundations were based on cannibalizing the economies of increasing parts of the globe in order to survive. It was only a quarter century after the repeal of the Corn Laws when the British Empire sank into the worst and longest economic depression of its history as a consequence. After 1873, British efforts to spread the virus of the English disease, Adam Smith's cosmopolitan economic model of absolute free trade, became markedly less successful, as nations of continental Europe, led by Germany, initiated a series of national economic protectionist measures which allowed them to unleash the most dramatic rates of industrial growth seen in the past 200 years. This all set the stage for a new debate within the British elite over how to maintain empire and power in a rapidly changing world. Into this debate the geopolitics of petroleum was introduced in 1882, in the realm of a debate on how to maintain British naval supremacy. Endnotes. One commenting on the British free trade policy in 1851, American economist Henry C. Carey, architect of the national economic strategy of Abraham Lincoln, noted, "We have thus here a system that is unsound and unnatural, and second, a theory invented for the purpose of accounting for the poverty and wretchedness which are its necessary results. The miseries of Ireland are charged to overpopulation, although millions of acres of the richest soils of the kingdom are waiting drainage to take their place among the most productive in the world, and although the people of Ireland are compelled to waste more labor than would pay, many times over, for all the cloth and iron they consume, overpopulation is the ready excuse for all the evils of a vicious system, and so will it continue to be until that system shall see its end. To maintain it, the price of labor in England must be kept steadily at a point so low as to enable her to underwrite the Hindu, the German, and the American, with all the disadvantage of freight and duties." Carey continues, "England had monopolized machinery for so long a time that she had acquired skill that could not readily be rivaled, while she had, by this improper division of her population, kept the price of labor and capital at a lower point than among her neighbors. Her establishments were gigantic, and always ready to sink those who might undertake competition, while the unceasing changes in her monetary arrangements, the necessary consequences of the colonial system, were of themselves sufficient to spread ruin among all the nations connected with her." Carey cites the experience of America, with bank panics and an economic depression beginning 1837. American credit had shifted more and more into the control of the banks of the City of London after the 1820s, and away from List's notion of national economy. In Britain, under the free trade effects on labor, he notes, women have been substituted for men, and children of the most immature years for women, and the hours of labor have been so far extended as to render parliamentary interference absolutely necessary. He rails at the awful consequences that have resulted from this effort to tax the world by monopolizing machinery. The moral effects are as bad as the physical ones. Frauds of every kind have become almost universal. Flour is substituted for cotton, the quality of iron and of all other commodities is uniformly reduced to the point required for preventing other nations from producing such commodities for themselves. Carey cites the 1846 Corn Law repeal as the watershed of policy. Let us now look to the results as exhibited in the immediate dependencies of England. With this vast increase in the importation of food from abroad has come the ruin of the people of Ireland. Deprived of manufacture and commerce, her people were driven to live by agriculture alone, and she was enabled to drag on a miserable existence, so long as her neighbor was content to make some compensation for the loss of labor by paying her for her products higher prices than those at which they might have been elsewhere purchased. With the repeal of the Corn Laws, that resource has failed, Carey continues, and the result is a state of poverty, wretchedness, and famine, that has obliged the landowner to maintain the people, whether they work or not, and thus is one of the conditions of slavery re-established in that unhappy country. From being a great exporter of food, she has now become a large importer. The great market for Indian corn is Ireland, a country in which the production of food is almost the sole occupation of the people. The whole system has for its object an increase in the number of persons that intervene between the producer and the consumer. Thus it is that Ireland is compelled to waste more labor annually than would be required to produce, thrice over, all the iron, and convert into cloth all the cotton and wool manufactured in England. Carey, Henry C. The Harmony of Interests, Agricultural, Manufacturing and Commercial. 1851. Philadelphia. J.S. Skinner. Pages 60 to 65. 2 Smith, E. Peshine. A Manual of Political Economy. 1853. New York. George P. Putnam and Co. pages 149 to 152. 3 List, Friedrich. The National System of Political Economy. 1885 edition. London. Longmans, Green & Co. reprinted by Augustus M. Kelly, New York, 1966. 4 Smith, Op. CIT. Chapter 2. The lines are drawn, Germany and the geopolitics of the Great War. Germany's Wirtschaftswunder. Growing divergence after 1873 between the depressed economy of the British Empire, and the emerging industrial economies of continental Europe, above all the German Reich, created the background to the outbreak in 1914 of the Great World War. The role of petroleum in this conflict already had become central, though few outside a tiny elite of London and New York bankers and financiers realized fully how central until years after. Towards the final decade of the 19th century, British banking and political elites had begun to express first signs of alarm over two specific aspects of the impressive industrial development in Germany. The first was emergence of an independent, modern German merchant and military naval fleet. Since 1815 and the Vienna Congress, the English navy had been unchallenged lord of the seas. The second strategic alarm was sounded over an ambitious German project to construct a railway linking Berlin with, ultimately, Baghdad, then part of the Ottoman Empire. In both areas, naval challenge and building a rail infrastructure linking Berlin to the Persian Gulf, oil figured as a decisive, if still hidden, motive force for both the British and the German side. We will see why these two developments were regarded as virtual casus belli by the Anglo-Saxon establishment at the turn of the century. By the 1890s, British industry had been surpassed in both rates and quality of technological development by an astonishing emergence of industrial and agricultural development within Germany. With the United States concentrated largely on its internal expansion after its Civil War, the industrial emergence of Germany was seen increasingly as the largest threat to Britain's global hegemony during the last decade of the century. By the 1870s, decades of piecemeal German adoption of the economic reforms of Friedrich List, in creation of a national modern rail transport infrastructure and tariff protection for emerging domestic industries, began to bring notable results, more so in the context of the political unity of the German Reich after 1871. Until approximately the 1850s, imitation of the apparently successful British economic model was the dominant policy followed in Germany, and the free trade economics of such British economists as Adam Smith or David Ricardo, were regarded as holy gospel in German universities. But increasingly, after England went into prolonged depression in the 1870s, which hit Germany and Austria as well, Germany began to realize the serious flaws in continuing faithfully to follow the British model. As Germany turned increasingly to a form of national economic strategy, and away from British free trade adherence, in building a national industry and agriculture production, the results were remarkable. As one indication of this shift away from the English model, from 1850 to the eve of the First World War in 1913, German total domestic output increased fivefold. Per capita output increased in the same period by 250%. The population began to experience a steady increase in its living standard, as real industrial wages doubled between 1871 and 1913. But the heart of the German Industrial Revolution was the explosion of technological progress. Germany established a national system of technological schools and colleges, modeled on the French École Polytechnique, for the education of scientific and engineering cadre for industry, and a system of Handelsschulen, organized with support from the various chambers of commerce and industry, for education of business cadre. As well, German universities placed emphasis on natural sciences in its university curriculum. German engineering and science began to blossom. This was paralleled by a nationwide system of Fachschulen for training of skilled tradesmen. The net result of it all was a dramatic increase in the technological competence of the German working population after the 1870s. As late as 1870, British large industrial companies dwarfed their young German rivals. But that was to change drastically over the next 3 to 4 decades. In the decades before 1914, in terms of fueling world industry and transportation, coal was king. In 1890, Germany produced 88 million tons of coal while Britain produced more than double as much at 182 million tons. But by 1910, the German output of coal had climbed impressively to 219 million tons, while Britain had only a slight lead at 264 million tons. Steel was at the center of Germany's growth, with the rapidly emerging electrical power and chemicals industries close behind. Using the innovation of the Gilchrist-Thomas steel-making process, which capitalized on the high phosphorus ores of Lorraine, German steel output increased 1,000% in the 20 years from 1880 to 1900, leaving British steel output far behind. As late as 1890, Britain still led Germany in production of pig iron, with 7.9 million tons versus 4.6 million tons for Germany. But by 1910, German pig iron output was 50% greater than Britain's at 14.6 million tons to 10 million tons. At the same time, the cost of making Germany's steel dropped to 1/10 the cost of the 1860s. By 1913, Germany was smelting almost 2 times the amount of pig iron as British foundries. 1. The rail infrastructure to transport this rapidly expanding flow of industrial goods was the initial locomotive for Germany's first Wirtschaftswunder. While the initial expansion of the German railway system began in the 1840s and 1850s, under the initial influence of Liszt's Zollverein and his National Railway Plan, state-backed rail infrastructure fully doubled the kilometers of track from 1870 to 1913. Following the development of centralized electric power generation and long-distance transmission under the impulse of Oskar von Miller and others, the German electrical industry grew from an infant industry employing 26,000 in 1895 to dominate fully half of all international trade in electrical goods by 1913. German chemical industry, under the impulse of great researchers such as Justus von Liebig and others, grew from one vastly inferior to both French and British industry, to become the world's leader in aniline dye production, pharmaceuticals, and chemical fertilizers. Introduction of scientific agriculture chemistry by von Liebig and others, led to astonishing rates of productivity increase during this period also for German agriculture. Going from a situation in the early decades of the 1800s which was literally desperate, with outbreaks of famine and harvest failure, when it seemed more economical to import grain from Russia or even Argentina, Germany reimposed a protective tariff blocking imports of cheap grain in the 1890s. The mechanization of farming began to show progress, going from 20,000 harvesting machines in 1882 to some 300,000 by 1907. Despite often inferior and sandy soils, German chemical fertilizer development led to improving harvest yields. Grain harvest yields had improved as a result, by 80% at the time of the World War, compared with the period before 1887 when fertilizers were first introduced on a significant scale. By contrast, Russia, at the outbreak of the war, with 3 million acres more under grain cultivation, produced 19 million tons less grain than Germany. By 1913 Germany was 95% self-sufficient in meat production, despite per capita meat consumption having doubled since 1870, while Britain in 1913 imported 45% of its meat requirements. Paralleling the expansion of its industry and agriculture, Germany went from a net emigration country in the early 1800s, to a country with strong population growth by the end of the century. Between 1870 and 1914 Germany's population increased almost 75% from 40 million to more than 67 million people. Large industry grew in a symbiosis after the 1880s together with large banks such as Deutsche Bank, under what became known as the Grossbanken model, or simply the German model of interlocking ownership between major banks and key industrial companies. 2. Germany's Wirtschaftswunder arose in this period after 1870. The much proclaimed industrial recovery beginning the late 1950s from the devastation of war and world depression represented, to a very significant degree, the recovery of those foundations laid during the 1880s up to 1914. A Berlin bank panic. The development of an independent national economic policy in Germany took its second impetus from the consequences, ironically, of a banking panic. In 1890, as a result of the near failure of the prestigious London Merchant Bank, Baring Brothers, arising from their huge losses in Argentine bond speculation and investment, and the ties of German banking to this Argentine speculation, a Berlin bank panic ensued, as the dominoes of an international financial pyramid began to topple. Berlin, and German investors generally, had been caught up in international railroad speculation mania in the 1880s. With the crash of the elite Baring brothers, with some $75 million invested into various Argentine bonds, down came the illusions of many Germans about the marvels of financial speculation. In the wake of the financial collapse of Argentina, a large wheat exporter to Europe, Berlin grain traders, Ritter and Blumenthal, had foolishly attempted a corner on the entire German wheat market, planning to capitalize on the consequences of the financial troubles in Argentina. This only aggravated the financial panic in Germany as their scheme collapsed, bankrupting in its wake the esteemed private banking house of Hirschfeld and Wolff, and causing huge losses at the Rheinische Bank, further triggering a general run on German banks and a collapse of the Berlin stock market, lasting into the autumn of 1891. Responding to the crisis, the Chancellor named a commission of inquiry of 28 eminent persons, under the chair of Reichsbank President, Dr. Richard Koch, to look into the causes and to propose legislative measures to prevent further such panics from occurring. The Koch Commission was composed of a broad and representative cross-section of German economic society, including representatives from industry, agriculture, universities, political parties, as well as banking and finance. The result of the Commission's work, most of it voted into law by the Reichstag in the Exchange Act in June 1896, and the deposits of that July, was the most severe legislation restricting financial speculation of any industrial country of the time. Futures positions in grain were prohibited. Stock market speculation possibilities were severely constrained, one result of which has been the relative absence of stock market speculation since then, as a major factor affecting German economic life. The German Exchange Act of 1896 established definitively a different form of organization of finance and banking in Germany, from that of England or America, Anglo-Saxon banking. Not only this, but many London financial houses reduced their activity in the restrictive German financial market after the 1890s, as a result of these restrictions, lessening the influence of City of London finance over German economic policy. Significantly, to the present day, these fundamental differences between Anglo-Saxon banking and finance, and a German model as largely practiced in Germany, Holland, Switzerland, and Japan, are still somewhat visible. Point 3. The necessity of ship and rail infrastructure. Thus, while England's national industrial and finance policy, especially after 1873, fostered industrial retardation of technological progress, that of Germany fostered quite the opposite. By 1900 the trends of divergence between the two countries were evident to all. But a growing friction between Germany and England in the years before 1914 was centered on two special aspects of Germany's impressive overall economic development. First and foremost was the dramatic emergence of Germany as a preeminent modern shipping nation, ultimately threatening the decades-long English domination of the seas. So long as Germany did not control her own modern merchant ship fleet, and have a navy to defend it, Germany could never determine her own economic affairs. England was still the sovereign on the world's oceans, and intended so to remain. This was the heart of British geopolitical strategy. Under such conditions, argued an increasing majority in Germany, the nation's economic life would be ever subject to the manipulations of a foreign shipping power for the essential terms of its vital international trade. In 1870, the total merchant fleet of the German Reich barely totaled 640,000 tons. The German merchant fleet at the time was the fifth largest in the world, behind the British, American, French and Norwegian. By 1914, the German fleet had risen to number 2, just behind England and gaining rapidly. German export goods in 1870 were subject to both the rates and ships of other nations, above all England. By 1914, this had changed dramatically. Already, By 1901, 9 million tons from 52,000 various ships left German ports sailing under German flag. By 1909 these figures had increased to 65,000 vessels totaling 13 million tons under German flag. In this time fully 70% of all German trade was dependent on the sea. Control of the terms of this trade was clearly vital for the economic security of Germany. But few in London finance and shipping circles viewed it as welcome. The parallel developments in German steel and engineering were directly applied to construction of a modern merchant shipping fleet. Replacement of sailing ships with steam propulsion and of wood hulls with first iron reinforcing and later with steel hulls, allowed Germany's merchant fleet to become larger and more efficient. In 1891, the German fleet could count 3 steamers of size over 7,000 bwt. By 1914, the German flag carried 5 steamers above 20,000 bwt, 9 between 15 to 20,000 bwt, and 66 between 7,000 and 10,000 bwt. During this time German sea transport developed with extraordinary rapidity and efficiency. By 1914 2 large companies, the Hamburg American and the North German Lloyd, held some 40% of all Germany's commercial marine organization. Economies of scale and emphasis on construction of the most efficient and modern ships was the secret of the spectacular growth in this period. A French observer of the day, commenting on the extraordinary success of German marine transport in this period, noted, "It is this concentration which makes possible the rapid amortization of capital and, in consequence, the scrapping of ships which have become old, the perpetual rejuvenation of the floating machinery. You do not find in the German mercantile marine old vessels of 30 or 40 years. What the German industries, properly speaking metallurgy, electrotechnique, etc., secure by standardized production, the German merchant service obtains by the frequency and regularity of sailings." He adds, "In the case of the Germans, the creation of shipping lines does not follow trade, it precedes it, and in preceding it, it brings it into existence for." Following the final incorporation of Hamburg into the German Reich in 1888, Hamburg and later Bremen-Bremerhaven became the centers for construction of the most modern and efficient port facilities in all Europe, drawing the rail freight of much of Central Europe north, to be shipped out to world markets. Through establishment of a national infrastructure policy which encouraged cheapest possible transport communications, Germany in the decade and a half before 1914, expanded its shipping presence throughout the world, as well into traditional market monopolies of English shipping in British colonies or traditional British spheres of influence such as Egypt, or even the Americas. In 1897, little more than 1 year after the Reichstag passed the restrictive financial speculation controls, Grand Admiral von Tirpitz announced the first German naval construction program, which the Reichstag approved in 1898, followed in 1900 by a second law doubling the number of naval ships to be built. By 1906, England had launched a superior new, all-big gun battleship class, with the Dreadnought, which was swifter and carried more firepower than any existing battleship. In response, Germany in 1906 passed a little publicized law mandating replacement of the German naval fleet every 20 years. By 1909, to the astonishment of the British, Germany launched its Nassau series with 4 ships superior to the Dreadnought-class ships were soon superseded by both British and German shipbuilders, by an even more advanced Super Dreadnought series. Britain never imagined that Germany could develop such a modern fleet in its own naval yards, and in such a short time. Reviewing the background of the 1914 Great War in an Oxford University lecture in 1951, Sir Llewellyn Woodward tersely stated, "Germany, like every other power, was free to build for herself as large a fleet as she might wish. The question was one of expediency and of realist calculation. A German battle fleet could not be other than a challenge to Great Britain, the dominant sea power." 5. It was becoming clear to some in England by about 1910 that dramatic remedies would be required to deal with the awesome German economic emergence. For the first time, as we shall now see, petroleum emerged as well as a significant factor in the geopolitical calculus of war. End notes. 1 Born, Karl Erich. Wirtschafts- und Sozialgeschichte des Kaiserreichs. Steiner Verlag. Stuttgart, 1985. 2 Borchardt, Knud. Deutsche Wirtschaft seit 1870. German Economy, 1870 to the present. London. Weidenfeld and Nicholson. 1967. 3 Loeb, Ernst. The German Exchange Act of 1896 in the Quarterly Journal of Economics. Volume 11. 1897. Boston. Forhauser, Henry. Germany's Commercial Grip on the World. Translated from the French. 1918. New York. Ches. Scribners and Sons. Pages 106-8. 5 Woodward, Sir Llewellyn. In Prelude to Modern Europe. Norfolk, Methuen and Co. 1971. p. 135. Chapter 3. A global fight for control of petroleum begins. A British admiral sees beyond lamp oil. In 1882, the black heavy sludge we today know as petroleum, had little commercial interest other than for fuel to light new mineral oil lamps, a technique developed in Berlin in 1853 by a German lamp manufacturer named Stowasser. The fuel was then known as rock oil because it seeped through rocks in certain oil areas such as Titusville, Pennsylvania, or Baku in Russia, or in Galicia, now part of Poland. In 1870 John D. Rockefeller created the Standard Oil Co. to exploit this market for lamp oil and various oil medicine cures in the United States. The development of the internal combustion engine had not yet revolutionized world industry. But at least one man understood the military strategic implications of petroleum for future control of the world seas. Beginning with a public address in September 1882, Britain's Admiral Lord Fisher, then Captain Fisher, argued to anyone in the British establishment who would listen, that Britain must convert its naval fleet from bulky coal-fired propulsion to the new oil fuel. Since 1870 Russian steamers on the Caspian Sea had burned a heavy fuel oil the Russians called mazut. Fisher and a few other far-sighted individuals began to argue for adoption of the new fuel. He insisted that oil power would allow Britain to maintain decisive strategic advantage in future control of the seas. Fisher had done his homework on the qualitative superiority of petroleum over coal as a fuel, and knew his footing was sound. A battleship powered by diesel motor burning petroleum issued no telltale smoke, while a coal ship's emission was visible up to 10 kilometers away. Where it required some 4 to 9 hours for a coal-fired ship's motor to reach full power, an oil motor required a mere 30 minutes and could reach peak power within 5 minutes. To provide oil fuel for a battleship required the work of 12 men for 12 hours. The same equivalent of energy for a coal ship required the work of 500 men and 5 days. For equal horsepower propulsion, the oil-fired ship required 1/3 the engine weight, and almost 1/4 the daily tonnage of fuel, a critical factor for a fleet whether commercial or military. The radius of action of an oil-powered fleet was up to 4 times as great as that of the comparable coal ship. 1. But at the time, Fisher was regarded by his English peers as an eccentric dreamer. Meantime, by 1885 a German engineer, Gottlieb Daimler, developed the world's first workable petroleum motor to drive a road vehicle. Although until the turn of the century, automobiles were regarded as playthings of the ultra-rich, the economic potentials of the petroleum era were beginning to be more broadly realized by many beyond Admiral Fisher and his circle. Darcy captures the secret of the burning rocks. By 1905, British secret services and the British government had finally realized the strategic importance of the new fuel. Britain's problem was that it had no known oil of its own. It must rely on America, Russia, or Mexico to supply it, an unacceptable condition in time of peace, an impossible condition in the event of a major war. A year before, in 1904, Captain Fisher had been promoted to Britain's First Sea Lord, the Supreme Commander of British Naval Affairs. Fisher promptly established a committee to consider and make recommendations as to how the British Navy shall secure its oil supplies. Britain's presence in Persia and the Arabian Gulf, the latter still part of the Ottoman Empire, was in this time quite limited. Persia was not part of the formal British Empire. For some years Britain had maintained consulates at Bushehr and Bandar Abbas, and kept British naval ships in the Gulf as a deterrent to other powers from designs on strategic waters so close to Britain's most vital colonial source of looting, India. In 1892, Lord Curzon, later Viceroy of India, writing on Persia stated, "I should regard the concession of a port upon the Persian Gulf to Russia, by any power, as a deliberate insult to Great Britain and as a wanton rupture of the status quo, and as an international provocation to war, too." But in 1905 Her Majesty's government, through the agency of the notorious British ace of spies, Sidney Reilly, secured an extraordinarily significant exclusive right over what were then believed to be vast untapped petroleum deposits in the Middle East. In early 1905, Her Majesty's Secret Service sent Reilly, born Sigmund Georgievich Rosenblum in Odessa, Russia, with the mission to extract from an eccentric Australian amateur geologist and engineer named William Knox D'Arcy, rights to exploit the mineral resources of Persia. D'Arcy, a devout Christian who had studied history deeply, became convinced that accounts of pillars of fire in the holy sites of ancient Persian god of fire, Ormuzd, derived from the practice of the priests of Zoroaster lighting naphtha oil seeping from the rocks in those select sites. He spent years wandering the areas where these ancient Persian temples existed, searching for oil. He made numerous visits to London to secure financial support for his quest, with diminishing support from British bankers. Sometime in the 1890s, the new Persian monarch, Shah Muzaffar al-Din, a man committed to modernizing what today is Iran, called on D'Arcy as an engineer who knew Iran thoroughly, asking him to aid Persia in development of railways and beginnings of industry. In 1901, in exchange for a significant sum of cash up front, the Shah awarded to D'Arcy a firman, or royal concession, giving D'Arcy full powers and unlimited liberty, for a period of 60 years, to probe, pierce and drill at their will the depths of Persian soil, in consequence of which all the subsoil products sought by him without exception will remain his inalienable property. D'Arcy paid the equivalent of $20,000 cash and agreed to pay the Shah a 16% royalty from sales of whatever petroleum was discovered. Thus the eccentric Australian secured one of the most valuable legal documents of the day, granting him and all his heirs and assigns and friends exclusive rights to tap the oil potential of Persia until 1961. D'Arcy's first successful oil discovery came in the region of Shushtar north of the Persian Gulf. 3. Sidney Reilly managed to track down D'Arcy in 1905, just as the latter was on the verge of signing a joint oil exploration partnership with the French through the Paris Rothschild banking group, before retiring back to his native Australia. Reilly, disguised as a priest, and skillfully playing on D'Arcy's strong religious inclinations, persuaded D'Arcy instead, to sign over his exclusive rights to Persian oil resources in an agreement with a British company which he claimed to be a good Christian enterprise, the Anglo-Persian Oil Company. Scottish financier Lord Strathcona was brought in by the British government as a key shareholder of Anglo-Persian, while the government's actual role in Anglo-Persian was kept secret. Reilly had thus secured Britain's first major petroleum source. By rail from Berlin to Baghdad. In 1889, a group of German industrialists and bankers, led by Deutsche Bank, secured a concession from the Ottoman government to build a railway through Anatolia from the capital, Constantinople. This accord was expanded 10 years later, in 1899, when the Ottoman government gave the German group approval for the next stage of what became known as the Berlin-Baghdad Railway project. The second agreement was one consequence of the 1898 visit to Constantinople by German Kaiser Wilhelm II. German-Turkish relations had become of high importance over those 10 years. Germany had decided to build a strong economic alliance with Turkey beginning the 1890s, as a way to develop potentially vast new markets to the east for export of German industrial goods. The Berlin-Baghdad Railway project was to be the centerpiece of a brilliant and quite workable economic strategy. Potential supplies of oil lurked in the background and Britain stood opposed. The seeds of animosities tragically being acted out in the Middle East in the 1990s trace directly back to this period. Figure 1, the text of a remarkable agreement secured on behalf of Her Majesty's British government from Sheikh Mubarak al-Sabah in January 1899, which made Kuwait a special British sphere of interest in the Arabian Gulf. For more than 2 decades, the question of construction of a modern railway linking continental Europe with Baghdad was at the center of German-English relations as a point of friction. By the estimation of Deutsche Bank director, Karl Helfferich, the person responsible at the time for the Baghdad rail project negotiations, no other issue led to greater tensions between London and Berlin in the decade and a half before 1914, with the possible exception of the issue of Germany's growing naval fleet. 4. In 1888, under the leadership of Deutsche Bank, a consortium secured a concession for construction and maintenance of a railway connecting Hyderpaska outside Constantinople, with Angora. The company was named the Anatolian Railway Company, and included Austrian and Italian shareholders as well as a small English shareholding. Work on the railway proceeded so well that the section was completed ahead of schedule and construction was further extended south to Konya. By 1896 a rail line was open which could go from Berlin to Konya deep in the Turkish interior of the Anatolian highlands, a stretch of some 1,000 kilometers of new rail in a space of less than 8 years in an economically desolate area. It was a true engineering and construction accomplishment. The ancient rich valley of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers was coming into sight of modern transportation infrastructure. Hitherto, the only rail infrastructure built in the Middle East had been British or French, all of it extremely short stretches in Syria or elsewhere to link key port cities, but never to open up large expanses of interior to modern industrialization. The railway gave Constantinople and the Ottoman Empire vital modern economic linkage for the first time with its entire Asiatic interior. The rail link, once extended to Baghdad and a short distance further to Kuwait, would provide the cheapest and fastest link between Europe and the entire Indian subcontinent, a world rail link of the first order. From the English side, this was exactly the point. If Berlin-Baghdad were achieved, a huge block of territory producing every kind of economic wealth, and unassailable by sea power would be united under German authority, warned RGD. Laffan, at that time a senior British military advisor attached to the Serbian army. Russia would be cut off by this barrier from her western friends, Great Britain and France, Laffan added. German and Turkish armies would be within easy striking distance of our Egyptian interests, and from the Persian Gulf, our Indian Empire would be threatened. The port of Alexandretta and the control of the Dardanelles would soon give Germany enormous naval power in the Mediterranean. Laffan hinted at the British strategy to sabotage the Berlin-Baghdad link. A glance at the map of the world will show how the chain of states stretched from Berlin to Baghdad. The German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Bulgaria, Turkey. One little strip of territory alone blocked the way and prevented the two ends of the chain from being linked together. That little strip was Serbia. Serbia stood small but defiant between Germany and the great ports of Constantinople and Salonika, holding the gate of the east. Serbia was really the first line of defense of our eastern possessions. If she were crushed or enticed into the Berlin-Baghdad system, then our vast but slightly defended empire would soon have felt the shock of Germany's eastward thrust. 5. Thus it is not surprising to find enormous unrest and wars throughout the Balkans in the decade before 1914, including the Turkish War, the Bulgarian War and continuous unrest in the region. Conveniently enough, the conflict and wars helped weaken the Berlin-Constantinople alliance, and especially the completion of the Berlin-Baghdad rail link, just as Laffan urged. But it would be a mistake to view the construction of the Berlin-Baghdad railway project as a unilateral German move against England. Germany repeatedly sought English cooperation in the project. Countless times since the 1890s, when agreement with the Turkish government to complete a final 2,500-kilometer stretch of rail which would complete the line down to what is today Kuwait, Deutsche Bank and the Berlin government made attempts to secure English participation and co-financing of the enormous project. Figure 2, The London Times October 3, 1899 and Financial News of October 6, 1899 reveal the strong geopolitical views in leading London foreign policy circles towards Germany's Baghdad Railway project. In November, 1899, following his visit to Constantinople, Germany's Kaiser Wilhelm II went to meet with Britain's Queen Victoria in Windsor Castle, to personally intercede in favor of soliciting a significant British participation in the Baghdad project. Germany knew well that Britain asserted interests in the Persian Gulf and Suez in defense of her India Passage as it was known. Without positive English backing, it was clear that the project would face great difficulties, not the least political and financial. The size of the final leg of the railway was beyond the resources of German banks, even one so large as Deutsche Bank, to finance alone. From its side, however, for the next 15 years, England sought with every device known to delay and obstruct progress of the railway, while always holding out the hope of ultimate agreement to keep the German side off balance. This game lasted literally until the outbreak of war in August, 1914. But the trump card which Her Royal Britannic Majesty played in the final phase of the negotiations around the Baghdad Railway, was her ties with the Sheikh of Kuwait. In 1901, English warships off the Kuwait coast dictated to the Turkish government that henceforth they must consider the Gulf port located just below the Shatt al-Arab, controlled by the Anaza tribe of Sheikh Mubarak al-Sabah, to be a British protectorate. Turkey was at that point too economically and militarily weak to do other than feebly protest the British de facto occupation of this distant part of the Ottoman Empire. Kuwait in British hands blocked successful completion of the Berlin-Baghdad rail from important eventual access to the Persian Gulf waters and beyond. In 1907, Sheikh Mubarak al-Sabah, a ruthless sort who reportedly seized power in the region in 1896 by murdering his two half-brothers as they slept in his palace, was convinced to sign over, in the form of a lease in perpetuity, the land of Bandar Shwaik to the precious Imperial English government. The document was co-signed by Major C.G. Knox, political agent of the Imperial English government in Kuwait. There were reportedly generous portions of English gold and rifles to make the signing more palatable to the Sheikh. By October, 1913, Light Colonel Sir Percy Cox had secured from the ever-obliging Sheikh a letter wherein the Sheikh agreed not to grant any concession for development of oil in the land to anyone other than a person nominated and recommended by the British government. 6. By 1902 it was known that the region of the Ottoman Empire known as Mesopotamia, today Iraq and Kuwait, contained resources of petroleum. How much and how accessible was still a matter for speculation. And this discovery shaped the gigantic battle for global economic and military control which continues to the end of the 20th century. In 1912, Deutsche Bank, in the course of its financing of Baghdad rail connection, negotiated a concession from the Ottoman Emperor giving the Baghdad Railco full right-of-way rights to all oil and minerals on a parallel 20 kilometers either side of the rail line. The line had reached as far as Mosul in what today is Iraq. By 1912, German industry and government realized that oil was the fuel of its economic future, not only for land transport but for naval vessels. At that time, Germany was itself in the lock grip of the large American Rockefeller Standard Oil Company Trust. Standard Oil's Deutsche Petroleumsverkaufsgesellschaft controlled 91% of all German oil sales. Deutsche Bank held a minority 9% share of Deutsche Petroleumsverkaufsgesellschaft, hardly a decisive interest. Germany in 1912 had no independent, secure supply of oil. But geologists had discovered oil in that part of Mesopotamia today called Iraq, between Mosul and Baghdad. The projected line of the last part of the Berlin-Baghdad rail link would go right through the area believed to hold large oil reserves. Efforts to pass legislation in the Berlin Reichstag in 1912-13 to establish a German state-owned company to develop and run the newfound oil resources, independent of the American Rockefeller combine, were stalled and delayed until the outbreak of World War in August 1914 pushed it from the agenda. The Deutsche Bank plan was to have the Baghdad rail link transport Mesopotamian oil over land, free from possible naval blockade by the British and thereby, make Germany independent in its petroleum requirements. The new dreadnoughts. But it was not until 1909 that Admiral Fisher's plans for Britain's oil-fired navy began to be implemented. Germany had just launched the first of its advanced improvement on the English dreadnought series. The German von der Tann carried 80,000 horsepower engines, which, while still coal-fired, were capable of a then astounding 28 knots speed. Only 2 British ships could meet that speed. Britain's coal-fired fleet was at its technological limit, and British naval supremacy was decisively threatened by the rapidly expanding German economic marvel. By 1911, a young Winston Churchill had succeeded Lord Fisher as First Lord of the Admiralty. Churchill immediately began a campaign to implement Fisher's demand for an oil-fired navy. Using Fisher's arguments, Churchill pointed out that with ships of equal size, oil gives far greater speed, and per equal weight gives a decisive advantage in domain of action without refueling. In 1912, the United States produced more than 63% of the world's petroleum, Russia's Baku 19% and Mexico about 5%. Britain's Anglo-Persian Exploration Co. was not yet producing major supplies of petroleum, but even then British government strategy had determined that British presence in the Persian Gulf was essential national interest. As we have seen, Germany's relentless extension of the Berlin-Baghdad railway line had a significant role in this determination. By July 1912, Prime Minister Asquith's government, on Churchill's urging, appointed a Royal Commission on Oil and the Oil Engine. Named to chair it was the retired Lord Fisher. By early 1913, acting secretly, again at Churchill's urging, the British government bought up majority share ownership of Anglo-Persian oil. From this point, oil was at the core of British strategic interest. Point 7. If she could not only secure her own direct petroleum needs for the transport and energy technology of the future, but perhaps more decisive, if England could deny to economic rivals their access to secure petroleum reserves in the world, the dominant role of Britain might be maintained into the next decades. In short, if England's stagnating industry could not compete with Germany's emerging Daimler Motors, it would control the raw material on which the Daimler Motors must run. Just what this policy of British petroleum control implied for the course of world history will become more clear. Earl Grey's fateful Paris trip. Why would England risk a world war in order to stop the development of Germany's industrial economy in 1914? The ultimate reason England declared war in August 1914 lay fundamentally in the old tradition of British policy, through which England grew to great power status, and through which she sought to remain a great power, stated German banker, Karl Helffrich, in 1918. England's policy was always constructed against the politically and economically strongest continental power, he stressed. Ever since Germany became the politically and economically strongest continental power, did England feel threatened from Germany more than from any other land in its global economic position and its naval supremacy. Since that point, the English-German differences were unbridgeable, and susceptible to no agreement in any one single question. Helffrich sadly notes the accuracy of the Declaration of Bismarck from 1897, the only condition which could lead to improvement of German-English relations would be if we bridled our economic development, and this is not possible. 8. In April 1914, George, King of England, and his foreign minister, Edward Grey, made an extraordinary visit to meet French President Poincaré in Paris. It was one of the few times Sir Edward Grey left the British Isles. Russia's ambassador to France, Izwolski, joined, and the three powers firmed up a secret military alliance against the German Austro-Hungarian powers. Grey deliberately did not warn Germany beforehand of its secret alliance policy, whereby England would enter a war which engaged any one of the carefully constructed web of alliance partners England had built up against Germany. 9. Many in the British establishment had determined well before 1914 that war was the only course suitable to bring the European situation under control. British interests dictated, according to their balance of power logic, a shift from her traditional pro-Ottoman and anti-Russian alliance strategy of the 19th century, to a pro-Russian and anti-German alliance strategy as early as the late 1890s, when the emerging alliance between France's Gabriel Hanotaux and Russia's Serge Witte, together with an emerging industrial Germany, seemed imminent. Fischotte, Witte, great projects and great mistakes. Indeed, fear of the emerging German economic challenge towards the end of the 1890s was so extreme among the leading circles of the British establishment, that Britain made a drastic change in its decades-long continental alliance strategy, in a bold effort to tilt European events back to England's advantage. A seminal event which crystallized this alliance shift was, oddly enough, an eyeball-to-eyeball military confrontation over Egypt, where historically both England and France had major interests through the Suez Canal Company. In 1898, French troops marching across the Sahara to the east under Colonel Jean Marchand, encountered British forces under command of General Kitchener at Fischotte on the Nile. A tense military showdown ensued, with each ordering the other side to withdraw until finally, after consultation with Paris, Marchand withdrew. The Fischotte crisis, as it became known, ended in a de facto Anglo-French balance of power alliance against Germany, in which France foolishly ceded major possibilities to industrialize Africa. The decision to send the French expeditionary force under Marchand to Fischotte for a head-on military confrontation with England in Africa, came from Colonial Minister Théophile Delcas. Britain had steadily moved to what became a de facto military occupation of Egypt and the Suez Canal despite French claims to the area going back to Napoleon. Since 1882, British troops had temporarily occupied Egypt, and British civil servants ran the government in order to protect French and British interests in the Suez Canal Company. England was stealing Egypt out from under France. Delcas acted against the better interests of France and against the explicit policy design of French Foreign Minister Gabriel Hanotaux. Hanotaux, who was absent from government for a critical 6 months when the Fischotte folly was decided, had a conception of development and industrialization of France's African colonies. A Republican who was known as an Anglophobe, Hanotaux had a conception of an economically unified French Africa centered around development of Lake Chad, with a railroad linking the interior from Dakar in French Senegal to French Djibouti on the Red Sea. The idea was referred to in France as the Trans-Sahara Railway Project. It would have transformed the entirety of Saharan Africa from west to east. It would also have blocked major British strategic objectives to control the entire region from Africa, across Egypt, and into India. Hanotaux had carefully pursued a policy of normalizing relations between France and Germany, a most threatening development to British balance of power machinations. In early 1896, the German Foreign Secretary asked the French ambassador in Berlin if France would consider joint action in Africa for limiting the insatiable appetite of England, is necessary to show England that she can no longer take advantage of the Franco-German antagonism to seize whatever she wants. Then within France, the infamous Dreyfus affair erupted in the press. Its direct aim was to rupture the delicate efforts of Hanotaux to stabilize relations with Germany. A French army captain named Dreyfus was prosecuted on charges of spying for the Germans. Hanotaux intervened into the initial process in 1894, correctly warning that the Dreyfus affair would lead to a diplomatic rupture with Germany, even war. Dreyfus was years later exonerated, and it was revealed that Count Ferdinand Valsin-Esterhazy, in the pay of the Rothschild banking family, had manufactured the evidence against Dreyfus. By 1898, Hanotaux was out of office, and succeeded by the malleable Anglophile, Théophile Delcas. After Fischotte in 1898, Britain had skillfully enticed France, under Foreign Minister Delcas, to give up fundamental colonial and economic interests in Egypt and concentrate on a French policy against Germany, in which Britain secretly agreed to back French claims on Alsace-Lorraine, as well as British support for French ambitions in other areas not vital to British designs. Describing these British diplomatic machinations around Fischotte some years later, in 1909, Hanotaux remarked, "It is an historical, proven fact that any colonial expansion of France has been seen with fear and concern in England. For a long time, England has thought that, in the domination of the seas, she has no other rival to consider than that power endowed by nature with the triple coastline of the Channel, the Atlantic, and the Mediterranean Sea. And when, after 1880, France, induced by the circumstances and stimulated by the genius of Jules Ferry, began to reconstitute her dismembered colonial domain, she came up against the same resistance. In Egypt, in Tunisia, Madagascar, Indochina, even the Congo and Oceania, it is always England she confronts. After Fashoda, the Entente Cordiale was fashioned, and ultimately formalized in a secret agreement between France and Britain, signed by Delcas, Hanotaux's successor, in 1904. Germany's economic threat was the glue binding the two unlikely allies. Commenting on this sad turn of events afterwards, Hanotaux noted the success with which Britain had imposed a new foreign policy on France, a marvelous invention of English diplomatic genius to divide its adversaries. Over the next 8 years, Britain reversed its geopolitical alliance policy in another profound manner as well, and shifted developments in Russia to British advantage. Beginning 1891, Russia had embarked on an ambitious industrialization program with the passage of a stringent protective tariff and railroad infrastructure program. In 1892, the man responsible for the railroad plan, Count Sergei Witte, became Minister of Finance. Witte had enjoyed close relations with France's Hanotaux, and a positive basis for Franco-Russian relations developed around the construction of the railway system of Russia. The most ambitious project initiated in Russia at that time had been construction of a railroad linking Russia in the west to Vladivostok in the far east, the Trans-Siberian Railway project, a 5,400-mile-long undertaking, which would transform the entire economy of Russia. This was the most ambitious rail project in the world. Witte himself was a profound student of the German economic model of Friedrich List, having translated into Russian List's national system of political economy, which Witte termed the solution for Russia. Witte spoke of the rail project's effect on uplifting the culturally backward regions of the interior. The railroad is like a leaven which creates a cultural fermentation among the population. Even if it is passed through an absolutely wild people along the way, it would raise them in a short time to the level requisite for its operation, he said in 1890. A central part of Witte's plan was to develop peaceful and productive relations with China, independent of British control of China's ports and sea lanes, through the overland openings which the Siberian rail line would facilitate. As finance minister from 1892 until he was deposed during the suspiciously timed Russian 1905 revolution, Witte transformed Russia's prospects dramatically from its former role as breadbasket to British grain trading houses, into a potential modern industrial nation. Railroads became the largest industry in the country and were inducing transformation of the entire range of related steel and other sectors. As well, Witte's friend and close collaborator, the scientist Dmitry Mendeleev, who had founded Russian agrochemistry based on the ideas of the German Justus von Liebig, was appointed by Witte to head a new office of standard weights and measures, in which he introduced the metric system to further facilitate trade with the continent of Europe. Britain energetically opposed the economic policies of Witte and the Trans-Siberian Railway project with every means at its disposal, including attempts to influence reactionary Russian landed nobility linked to English grain trade. Shortly after the inception of the Trans-Siberian Rail project, a British commentator, A. Calcom, expressed the dominant view of the British Foreign Office and City of London. Referring to the new Russian rail project, undertaken with French financing and which would ultimately link Paris to Moscow to Vladivostok by rail, Calcom declared, "This line will not only be one of the greatest trade routes that the world has ever known, but it will also become a political weapon in the hands of the Russians whose power and significance it is difficult to estimate. It will make a single nation out of Russia, for whom it will no longer be necessary to pass through the Dardanelles or through the Suez Canal. It will give her an economic independence, through which she will become stronger than she has ever been or ever dreamed of becoming." For decades, British balance of power alliance strategy in Europe had been built around support of Ottoman Turkey's empire as part of what British strategists called the Great Game, blocking the emergence of a strong and industrialized Russia. Support of Turkey, which controlled the vital Dardanelles. Access to warm waters for Russia had been a vital part of British geopolitics until that time. But as German economic links with the Ottoman Empire grew stronger at the end of the century and into the early 1900s, so did British overtures to Russia, and against Turkey and Germany grow. It took a series of wars and crises, but following unsuccessful British attempts to block Russia's Trans-Siberian Railway to Vladivostok, which the Russians largely completed in 1903, Russia was badly humiliated in a Russo-Japanese War in 1905, in which Britain had allied with Japan against Russia. After 1905, Witt was forced to resign his position as chairman of the Council of Ministers under Tsar Nicholas II. His successor argued that Russia must come to terms with British power, and proceeded to sign over rights to Afghanistan and large parts of Persia to the British, and agreed to curtail Russian ambitions in Asia significantly. Thus, an Anglo-French-Russian Triple Entente in effect had been fully established by 1907. Britain had created a secret alliance web encircling Germany, and had laid the foundations for its coming military showdown with the Kaiser's Reich. The next 7 years were ones of preparation for the final elimination of the German threat. 10. Following British firming of its new Triple Entente strategy of encirclement of Germany and Allies, a series of continuous crises and regional wars were unleashed in the soft underbelly of Central Europe, the Balkans. In the so-called First Balkan War in 1912, Serbia, Bulgaria and Greece, backed secretly by England, declare war against the weak Ottoman Turkey, resulting in stripping Turkey of most of her European possessions, followed by a second 1913 Balkan War over the spoils of the first, in which Romania joined to help crush Bulgaria. The stage was being set for Britain's Great European War. 3 months after Edward Grey's Paris talks, on July 28, 1914, Archduke Francis Ferdinand, heir to the Austrian throne, was assassinated in Sarajevo by a Serb, setting off a predictably tragic chain of events which detonated the Great War. Endnotes. 1 more, Anton. The Oil War. New York, 1926. Harcourt Brace & Co. 2 Ibid p. 124. 3 Hanayan, Frank C. The Secret War. The John Day & Co., New York. 1934. 4 Helfferich, Karl. Der Weltkrieg, Vorgeschichte des Weltkriegs. 1919. Ullstein & Co. Berlin. Pages 120-165. 5 Laffin, RGD, The Serbs, The Guardians of the Gate, 1917. Reprinted by Dorset Press. New York. 1989, pages 163-4. 6 Abu Hakama, Ahmed Mustafa. The Modern History of Kuwait. Lozak & Co. Ltd. London. 1983, pages 188-197. 7 Hanijan. OPCIT, pages 22-3. 8 Helfferich. OPCIT, pages 165-6. 9 Wells, H.G. Experiment in Autobiography. The Macmillan Co. New York, 1934. Pages 658-9. 10 Hanitas, Gabriel, Fashota, The African Negotiation. La Revue des Deux Mondes. Février 1909. Paris. Von Law, Th. Sergei Witt and the Industrialization of Russia. Athenaeum, New York. 1974. Chapter 4. Oil becomes the weapon, the Near East the battleground. A bankrupt Britain goes to war. One of the better-kept secrets of the 1914-18 World War was that on the eve of August 1914, when Britain declared war against the German Reich, the British Treasury and the finances of the British Empire were in effect bankrupt. An examination of the actual financial relations of the principal parties to the war reveals an extraordinary background of secret credits, coupled with detailed plans to recarve raw material and physical wealth of the entire world after the war, especially areas believed to hold significant petroleum reserves in the Ottoman Empire. By most accounts, the trigger detonating the Great War was pulled by a Serbian assassin on June 28, 1914, at the Bosnian capital Sarajevo, when he murdered Archduke Francis Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne. Following a month of frenzied negotiations, Austria declared war on July 28 against the tiny state of Serbia, holding her responsible for the assassination. Austria had been assured of German support should Russia back Serbia. The following day, July 29, Russia ordered mobilization of her army in the event war became necessary. That same day, the German Kaiser sent a telegram to Tsar Nicholas begging the Tsar not to mobilize, and causing the Tsar momentarily to rescind his order. On July 30, the Russian High Command persuaded the hesitant Tsar to resume the mobilization. On July 31, the German ambassador to St. Petersburg handed the Tsar a German declaration of war against Russia, then reportedly burst into tears and ran from the room. The German General Staff, having been prepared for possible war on both eastern and western fronts, implemented its Schlieffen Plan. As France and Russia had mutual defense commitments, Germany decided that France must be defeated swiftly, correctly calculating that Russia would be slower to mobilize. On August 3, 1914, Germany declared war on France, and German troops entered Belgium en route to attack France. Then, on August 4, only 8 days following Austria's declaration of war against tiny Serbia, Britain announced it had declared war against Germany. The nominal reason given was Britain's prior commitment to protect Belgian neutrality. The actual reasons were far from any spirit of neighbourly charity. Britain's decision in August 1914 to go to war against Germany on the continent was remarkable to say the least, given that the British Treasury and the pound sterling system, the then dominant currency system of world trade and finance, were de facto bankrupt. Recently declassified internal memoranda from the British Treasury staff of then Chancellor of the Exchequer Lloyd George, raise further questions. In January 1914, a full 6 months before the nominal casus belli at Sarajevo, Sir George Paysh, senior British Treasury official, was asked by the Chancellor to make a definitive study of the state of the all-important British gold reserves. In 1914 the sterling gold standard was the prop of the world monetary system. In fact, sterling had become so accepted in international commerce and finance for more than 75 years, that sterling itself was considered as good as gold. Sterling in 1914 played a role comparable to that of the US dollar before August 15, 1971. Sir George's confidential memorandum reveals thinking in the highest levels of the City of London at the time. Another influence fanning the agitation for banking reform has been the growing commercial and banking power of Germany, and the growth of uneasiness lest the gold reserves of London should be raided just before or at the beginning of a great conflict between the two countries. This confidential report was written more than 6 months before the heir to the Austrian throne was assassinated in Sarajevo. Paysh then discussed his concern over the growing sophistication of the large German trade banks following the 1911-12 Balkan crisis, which had led the German banks greatly to add to their gold reserves. Sir George warned his Chancellor Lloyd George that any future run on the banks of London, under prevailing conditions, might seriously hamper a nation in raising money to conduct a Great War I. On May 22, 1914 a senior British Treasury official, Basil Blackett, drafted another confidential memorandum for Chancellor Lloyd George. This memo dealt with the effect of war on our gold reserves. Blackett writes, "It is of course impossible clearly to forecast what would be the effect of a general European war in which most of the continental countries as well as Great Britain were engaged, leaving only New York among the big money markets of the world available from which gold could be attracted to the seats of war too. Equally astonishing, in light of Britain's decision to go to war that fateful August 4, was a letter from Sir George Paysh to Lloyd George dated 2 a.m. Saturday morning, August 1, 1914, Dear Mr. Chancellor, the credit system upon which the business of this country is formed, has completely broken down, and it is of supreme importance that steps should be taken to repair the mischief without delay, otherwise, we cannot hope to finance a great war if, at its very commencement, our greatest houses are forced into bankruptcy. 3. Specie payments were promptly suspended by the Bank of England, along with the Bank Act of 1844. This decision placed large sums of gold into the hands of the Bank of England, in order that Britain's government could finance food and war materiel purchases for the newly declared war against Germany. British citizens were given instead of gold, Bank of England notes, as legal tender for the duration of the emergency. By August 4, the British financial establishment was ready for war. But the secret weapon was to emerge later as the special relationship of His Majesty's Treasury with the New York banking syndicate of Morgan, as we shall soon see. Oil in the Great War. Between 1914, when fighting began, and 1918, when it ended, petroleum had definitively emerged as the recognized key to success of a revolution in military strategy. The age of air warfare, mobile tank warfare and swifter naval warfare all depended on abundant and secure supplies of the new fuel. England, under the foreign policy guidance of Sir Edward Grey, precipitated what became the bloodiest, most destructive war in modern history, in the months leading to August, 1914. According to official statistics, deaths directly due to the war or indirectly inflicted by it, numbered between 16 million and 20 million, with the great majority, 10 million or more, being civilian deaths. The British Empire itself incurred more than 500,000 dead and total casualties of almost 2,500,000 in the 4-year-long World War to end all wars. Rarely discussed, however, is the fact that the strategic geopolitical objectives of England, well before 1914, included not merely the crushing of its greatest industrial rival, Germany, but, through the conquest of war, the securing of unchallenged British control over the precious resource which, by 1919, had proven itself as the strategic raw material of future economic development: petroleum. This was part of what some English establishment strategists then termed the Great Game, creation of a new global British Empire, whose hegemony would be unchallenged for the rest of the century, a British-led New World Order. A study of the major theaters of the 1914 to 1918 Great War reveals the extent to which securing petroleum supplies was already at the center of military planning. Oil had opened the door for a terrifying new mobility in modern warfare during the course of the war. The German campaign into Romania under Field Marshal von Mackensen had the priority of reorganizing into a single combine, Stoa Romana, the previously English, Dutch, French and Romanian oil refining, production and pipeline capacities. Romania during the course of the war was the only secure German petroleum supply for her entire air force, tank forces and U-boats. The British campaign in the Dardanelles, the disastrous defeat of Gallipoli, was undertaken to secure to the Anglo-French war effort, the oil supplies of the Russian Baku. The Ottoman Sultan had embargoed shipments of Russian oil out through the Dardanelles. By 1918, the rich Russian oil fields of Baku on the Caspian Sea were the object of intense military and political effort from the side of Germany, and also Britain, which preemptively occupied them for a critical matter of weeks, denying the German General Staff vital oil supplies in the August 1918 period. Denial of Baku was a decisive last blow against Germany, which sued for peace some weeks after, only months after it seemed Germany had defeated the Allied forces. Oil had proven it was at the center of geopolitics. By the end of the First World War, no major power was unaware of the vital strategic importance of the new fuel, petroleum, for future military and economic security. At the end of the Great War, fully 40% of the British naval fleet was oil-fired. In 1914, at the onset of the war, the French army had a mere 110 trucks, 60 tractors, and 132 airplanes. By 1918, 4 years later, France had increased to 70,000 trucks and 12,000 airplanes, while the British and at the final months the Americans put 105,000 trucks and over 4,000 airplanes into combat service. The final Anglo-French-American offensives of the war consumed what was a staggering 12,000 barrels of oil, daily, on the Western Front. By December 1917, French supplies of oil had become so low that General Foch pressed President Clemenceau to send an urgent appeal to President Woodrow Wilson. A failure in the supply of petrol would cause the immediate paralysis of our armies, and might compel us to a peace unfavorable to the Allies, Clemenceau wrote to Wilson. The safety of the Allies is in the balance. If the Allies do not wish to lose the war, then, at the moment of the great German offensive, they must not let France lack the petrol which is as necessary as blood in the battles of tomorrow. Rockefeller's Standard Oil Group answered Clemenceau's appeal, giving Marshal Foch's forces vital petrol. Lacking sufficient Romanian oil supply, as well as access to the Baku, despite a Russian-German Brest-Litovsk agreement to cease hostilities, German forces were unable to successfully mount a final offensive in 1918, as trucks necessary to bring sufficient reserves were unable to secure petrol. Britain's Foreign Minister, Lord Curzon, commented, quite accurately, the Allies were carried to victory on a flood of oil. With the commencement of the war, oil and its products began to rank as among the principal agents by which they would conduct, and by which they could win it. Without oil, how could they have procured the mobility of the fleet, the transport of their troops, or the manufacture of several explosives? The occasion was a November 21, 1918 victory dinner, 10 days after the armistice ending the war. France's Senator Henry Beringer, director of France's wartime Comité Général du Pétrole, added, that oil was the blood of victory. Germany had boasted too much of its superiority in iron and coal, but it had not taken sufficient account of our superiority of oil. 4. With this emerging role of petroleum in the war, we should now follow the thread of the post-war Versailles reorganization, with a special eye to British objectives. Britain's creation of the League of Nations through the Versailles Peace Conference in 1919, became a vehicle to give a facade of international legitimacy to a naked imperial territory seizure. For the financial establishment of the City of London, the expenditure of hundreds of thousands of British lives in order to dominate future world economic development through raw materials control, especially of the new resource oil, was a seemingly small price to pay. The secret Eastern War, if anything, demonstrated the hidden agenda of the British Allied powers in the 1914-18 war against the Central Powers grouped around Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Ottoman Turkey. It was a secret diplomatic accord signed in 1916, during the heat of battle. The signatories were Britain, France, and later Italy and Tsarist Russia. Named after the two officials, English and French, who drafted the paper, the Sykes-Picot Agreement spelled out betrayal, and England's intent to grab commanding control of the undeveloped petroleum potentials of the Arabian Gulf after the war. While France was occupied with Germany, in a bloody and fruitless slaughter along the French Maginot Line, Britain moved an astonishingly large number of its own soldiers, more than 1,400,000 troops, into the Eastern Theater. Figure 3, copy of a detailed map of the oilfields of Mesopotamia, from the London Petroleum Review dated May 23, 1914, before the outbreak of the First World War. Those oilfields became British as a result of the war. England's public explanation for this extraordinary commitment of preciously scarce men and materiel to the eastern reaches of the Mediterranean and Persian Gulf, was that this would ensure the more effective fighting capacity of Russia against the Central Powers, as well as to allow Russian grain out through the Dardanelles into Western Europe where it was badly in need. This was not quite the reality, however. Following 1918, England continued to maintain almost 1 million soldiers stationed throughout the Middle East. The Persian Gulf had become an English lake by 1919. The angry French feebly protested that while millions of their forces bled on the Western Front, Britain took advantage of the stalemate to win victories against the weaker Turkish Empire. France had lost almost 1,500,000 soldiers and another 2,600,000 badly wounded. In November 1917, following the Bolshevik seizure of power in Russia, Lenin's communists discovered among the documents of the Tsarist Foreign Ministry a secret document which they quickly made public. It was a great power's plan to carve up the entire Ottoman Empire after the war, and parcel out relevant parts to the victorious powers. The details had been worked out in February 1916, and were secretly ratified by the relevant governments in May 1916. The world at large knew nothing of this secret wartime diplomacy. From the British side, Sir Mark Sykes, an advisor on Eastern affairs to Lord Kitchener of Khartoum, Secretary of State for War, drafted the document. The document was designed to secure French acquiescence to a huge diversion of British manpower from the European theatre into the Middle East. To get that French concession, Sykes was authorized to offer French negotiator Georges Picot, former consul general in Beirut, valuable post-war concessions in the Arab portion of the Ottoman Empire. France was to get effective control over what was called Area A, encompassing Greater Syria, including the major inland towns of Aleppo, Hama, Homs, and Damascus, as well as the oil-rich Mosul to the northeast, including the oil concessions then held by Deutsche Bank in the Turkish Petroleum Gesellschaft. This French control paid nominal lip service to recognition of Arab independence from Turkey, under a French protectorate. Under the Sykes-Picot Accord, Britain would control Area B in the region to the southeast of the French region, from what today is Jordan, east to most of Iraq and Kuwait, including Basra and Baghdad. Further, Britain was to get the ports of Haifa and Acre, and rights to build a railway from Haifa through the French zone to Baghdad, with rights to use it for troop transport. Italy had been promised a huge section of the mountainous coastline of Turkish Anatolia and the Dodecanese Islands, while Tsarist Russia was to receive the areas of Ottoman Armenia and Kurdistan, southwest of Jerevan. 5. Out of these secret Sykes-Picot paragraphs, the British created the arbitrary divisions which largely exist through the present day, including creation of Syria, Lebanon as French protectorates, and Transjordan, Palestine, and Iraq and Kuwait as English entities. Persia, as we have seen, had been in effective British control since 1905, and Saudi Arabia was considered at that point unimportant to British strategic interests, one of the few major blunders they were to later realize, to their great dismay. Britain had been forced, through its relative weakness following the disastrous failure of its Gallipoli expedition in 1915, to grant France the oil concessions of the Mosul, in addition to recognition of previous French claims over the Levant. But Britain's loss of the Mosul oil riches was only a temporary tactical expedient, in its long-term designs to dominate world petroleum supplies, as we shall see. Selling the same horse twice. The major embarrassment for Britain, when details of the secret Sykes-Picot agreement became public, was the simultaneous and directly contradictory assurances England had given Arab leaders, in order to secure Arab revolt against Turkish rule during the war. Britain had gained the invaluable military assistance of Arab forces under Sharif Hussain ibn Ali, the Hashemite emir of Mecca, and guardian of the Muslim holy places of Mecca and Medina. Britain had assured the Arab forces who served under the command of T.E. Lawrence, that the reward for their help in defeating the Turks would be English assurance of full post-war sovereignty and Arab independence. The assurances were contained in a series of letters between Sir Henry McMahon, England's High Commissioner in Egypt, to Sharif Hussain of Mecca, then self-proclaimed leader of the Arabs. Lawrence was fully witting in the British fraud to the Arabs at the time. "I risked the fraud," he admitted some years later in his memoirs, "on my conviction that Arab help was necessary to our cheap and speedy victory in the East, and that better we win and break our word, than lose. The Arab inspiration was our main tool for winning the Eastern War. So I assured them that England kept her word in letter and spirit. In this comfort they performed their fine things, but of course, instead of being proud of what we did together, I was continually and bitterly ashamed." 6. Loss of 100,000 Arab lives were part of this cheap and speedy victory. But Britain quickly betrayed those promises in a move to secure to its own, the vast oil and political riches of the Arab Middle East. To add insult to injury, once publication of Sykes-Picot revealed a contrary commitment to France in the Middle East, Great Britain and France issued a new Anglo-French declaration on November 7, 1918, 4 days before the European armistice ending the war with Germany. The new declaration insisted that Britain and France were fighting for the complete and definite emancipation of the peoples so long oppressed by the Turks, and the establishment of national governments and administrations deriving their authority from the initiative and free choice of the indigenous populations. 7. That noble result was not to happen. Once the solemn pledges of Versailles had been signed, Britain, with its approximately 1 million strong military force in the region, established its military supremacy over the French area of the Middle East as well. By September 30, 1918, France had agreed to British terms for creating what were called zones of temporary military occupation. Under this agreement, the British would occupy Turkish Palestine, under what was called Occupied Enemy Territory Administration, along with the other parts of the British sphere. Knowing French inability to significantly deploy troops into the designated French areas, after the exhaustion of war in Europe, Britain generously offered to act as the overall supreme military and administrative guardian, with General Sir Edmund Allenby, Commander-in-Chief Egyptian Expeditionary Force, as the de facto military dictator over the entire Arab Middle East after 1918, including the French sphere. In a private discussion in London in December 1918, British Prime Minister Lloyd George told France's Clemenceau that Britain wanted France to attach the Mosul to Iraq, and Palestine from Dan to Beersheba under British control. In return, France was said to have been assured of the remaining claims to Greater Syria, as well as a half share in the exploitation of Mosul oil, and a guarantee of British support in the post-war period in Europe, should France ever have to respond to German action on the Rhine. 8. This private understanding set the stage for later events in a profoundly tragic manner, as we shall see. Arthur Balfour's fateful letter to Lord Rothschild. But post-war British designs for redrawing the military and economic map of the Ottoman Empire included an extraordinary new element, for its completion. More extraordinary, in that many of the most influential advocates of the creation of a Jewish homeland in Palestine were English Gentile Zionists for the most part, including Lloyd George. 9. On November 2, 1917, in the darkest days of the Great War, with Russia's war effort on behalf of the Anglo-French alliance collapsing under economic chaos and the Bolshevik seizure of power, and with the might of America not yet fully engaged in Europe as a combatant on the side of Britain, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, sent the following letter to Walter Lord Rothschild, representative of the English Federation of Zionists. Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations which has been submitted to, and approved by, the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors for the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours sincerely, Arthur James Balfour. 10. The letter formed the basis on which a post-1919 British League of Nations mandate over Palestine was established, and under whose guiding hand, territorial changes of global consequences were to be wrought. The almost casual reference to existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine by Balfour and the Cabinet, was a reference to the more than 85% of the then existing population which was Palestinian Arabs. In 1917 less than 1% of the inhabitants of Palestine were of Jewish background. It is also notable that the letter was an exchange between two close friends. Both Balfour and Walter Lord Rothschild were members of an emerging imperialist faction in Britain, which sought to create an enduring global empire, one based on more sophisticated methods of social control. Also notable, is the fact that Lord Rothschild spoke, not as head of any international organization of Jewry, but rather as a member of the English Federation of Zionists, whose president at the time was Chaim Weizmann. Rothschild money had essentially created that organization, and had subsidized emigration to Palestine of hundreds of Jews fleeing Poland and Russia since 1900, through his Jewish Colonization Association, of which England's Lord Rothschild was president for life. England was generous in offering lands far away from her shores, while in the same period she was far from open arms, to welcome persecuted Jewish refugees to her own shores. But more relevant than the evident hypocrisy in the Balfour-Rothschild exchange, was the British great game which lay behind the Balfour Note. It is not insignificant that the geographical location for the new British-sponsored Jewish homeland lay in one of the most strategic areas along the main artery of the enlarged post-1914 British Empire, in a sensitive position along the route to India as well as in relation to the newly won Arab petroleum lands of Ottoman Turkey. A minority settlement under British protectorate in Palestine, argued Balfour and others in London, would give London strategic possibilities of enormous importance. It was, to say the least, a cynical ploy from the side of Balfour and his circle. Balfour backs the new concept of empire. Beginning approximately the early 1890s, a group of English policy elites, primarily from the privileged colleges of Oxford and Cambridge, formed what was to become the most influential policy network in Britain over the next half-century and more. The group denied its existence as a formal group, but its footprints can be found around the establishment of a new journal of empire, the Round Table, founded in 1910. The group argued that a more subtle and more efficient system of global empire was required to extend the effective hegemony of Anglo-Saxon culture into the next century. At the time of its inception, this Round Table group, as it was sometimes called, was explicitly anti-German and pro-empire. Writing in the Round Table in August 1911, 3 years before England declared war against Germany, the influential Philip Kerr declared, "There are at present two codes of international morality, the British or Anglo-Saxon and the Continental or German. Both cannot prevail. If the British Empire is not strong enough to be a real influence for fair dealing between nations, the reactionary standards of the German bureaucracy will triumph, and it will then only be a question of time before the British Empire itself is victimized by an international hold-up on the lines of the Agadir incident. Unless the British people are strong enough to make it impossible for backward rivals to attack them with any prospect of success, they will have to accept the political standards of the aggressive military powers." 11. In place of costly military occupation of colonies of the British Empire, they argued for a more repressive tolerance, around creation of a British Commonwealth of Nations, which were to be given the illusion of independence, enabling England also to reduce the costs of expensive far-flung armies of occupation from India to Egypt, and now across Africa and the Middle East. The term informal empire was sometimes used to describe the shift. This emerging faction was grouped around the influential London Times, and included such voices as Foreign Secretary Albert Lord Grey, historian and member of British Secret Intelligence, Arnold Toynbee, as well as H.G. Wells, Alfred Lord Milner of the South Africa Project, and the proponent of a new field termed geopolitics, Halford J. Mackinder of the London School of Economics. Their principal think tank became the Royal Institute for International Affairs, formed in the corridors of Versailles in 1919. The idea of a Jewish-dominated Palestine, beholden to England for its tenuous survival, surrounded by a Balkanized group of squabbling Arab states, formed part of this group's concept of a new British Empire. Mackinder, commenting at the time of the Versailles Peace Conference, described his influential group's vision of the role a British protectorate over Palestine would play, in the great game of British advance toward a post-1918 global empire, to be shaped around a British-defined and dominated League of Nations. Mackinder described how the more far-thinking of the British establishment viewed their Palestine project in 1919, if the world island be inevitably the principal seat of humanity on this globe, and if Arabia, as the passage land from Europe to the Indies and from the northern to the southern heartland, be central to the world island, then the hill citadel of Jerusalem has a strategical position with reference to world realities not differing essentially from its ideal position in the perspective of the Middle Ages, or its strategical position between ancient Babylon and Egypt. He noted that, the Suez Canal carries the rich traffic between the Indies and Europe to within striking distance of an army based on Palestine, and already the trunk railway is being built through the coastal plain by Jaffa, which will connect the southern with the northern heartland. Commenting on the special significance of the thinking behind his friend Balfour's 1917 proposal to Lord Rothschild, Mackinder noted, "The Jewish national seat in Palestine will be one of the most important outcomes of the war. That is a subject on which we can now afford to speak the truth. A national home at the physical and historical center of the world should make the Jew range himself. There are those who try to distinguish between the Jewish religion and the Hebrew race, but surely the popular view of their broad identity is not far wrong. 12. Their grand design was to link England's vast colonial possessions, from the gold and diamond mines of Cecil Rhodes and Rothschild's consolidated gold fields in South Africa, north to Egypt and the vital shipping route through the Suez Canal, and on through Mesopotamia, Kuwait, and Persia into India in the east. British conquest of the German colony of Tanganyika in Central Africa in 1916, was not a decisive battle in a war to bring Germany to the peace table, but rather, completion of a vital link in this chain of British imperial control, from the Cape of Good Hope to Cairo. The great power able to control this vast reach, would control the world's most valuable strategic raw materials from gold, basis of the international gold standard for world trade, to petroleum, emerging as the energy source of the modern industrial era in 1919. This has remained a geopolitical reality every bit as much in the 1990s as it was in 1919. With such control, every nation on earth would fall under the scepter of the Britannic Empire. Cecil Rhodes until his death in 1902, was the prime financial backer of this elite new informal empire group. The Boer War was a project of the group, financed and personally instigated by Rhodes, in order to secure firm English control of the vast mineral wealth of the Transvaal, at that time in control of a Dutch origin Boer minority. The war itself, in which Winston Churchill rose to public notice, was precipitated by Rhodes and Alfred Milner, and others of their circle, in order to bring what was believed to be the world's richest gold-producing region firmly under British control. The Transvaal held the world's largest gold discovery since the 1848 California gold rush, and its capture was essential to the continued role of London as the capital of the world's financial system and of its gold standard. Lord Milner, Jan Smuts, and Rhodes all were part of the new empire faction which defeated the independent Boers, and created a union of South Africa as part of their great game. 13. By 1920 Britain had succeeded in establishing her firm control over all of southern Africa, including former German Southwest Africa, as well as the newly discovered vast petroleum wealth of the former Ottoman Empire, through its military presence, conflicting promises, and its establishment of a British protectorate over Palestine as a new Jewish homeland. But all accounts were not quite in order in 1920. The British Empire had come out of the war as bankrupt as she entered, if not more so. Endnotes. 1 Payish, Sir George. Memorandum on British Gold Reserves sent to Chancellor. January 1914. Treasury, Files of British Public Record Office. T 171-53. 2 Payish, Sir George, Letter to the Chancellor Lloyd George, dated, 2 a.m. Saturday, August 1, 1914. Public Record Office. T 170-14. 3 Ibid. 4 Hannigan, Frank C. The Secret War. New York. 1934, The John Dacre pages 82-3. 5 Documents on British Foreign Policy, 1919-1939. First Series. Volume 4, pages 245-47. 6 Lawrence, T.E. 7 Pillars of Wisdom. London, Cape. 1935 p. 24. 7 Nevakivi, J. Britain, France, and the Arab Middle East, 1914-1956. London, 1969. p. 264. 8 Zion, Z.N. The Struggle for Arab Independence, Western Diplomacy and the Rise and Fall of Faisal's Kingdom in Syria. Beirut. 1960 p. 59. 9 Rose, N.A. The Gentile Zionists, A Study in Anglo-Zionist Diplomacy, 1929-39. London, Frank Cass. 1973. 10 Wilson, Derek. Rothschild, A Story of Wealth and Power. London. Mandarin. 1990 p. 341. 11 Kerr, Philip. The Round Table. August, 1911. Pages 422-3. 12 Mackinder, Halford J. Democratic Ideals and Reality. New York. 1969, W.W. Norton and Co. p. 89. 13 Quigley, Carol. The Anglo-American Establishment from Rhodes to Cliveden. New York. 1981, Books in Focus Incorporated, p. 5. Chapter 5. Combined and Conflicting Goals, U.S. Rivals Britain. Morgan finances the British War. The British Empire emerged from the deliberations of the 1919 Versailles Conference in most apparent respects the dominant superpower in the world. One small detail, pushed to the background during the actual conduct of war from 1914 to 1918, however, was that this victory was secured on borrowed money. American savings, billions worth, organized by the Wall Street house of J.P. Morgan and Co., were a decisive component of the British victory. At the time of the Versailles Peace Conference in 1919, England owed the United States the staggering sum of $4.70 billion in war debts, while its own domestic economy was in a deep post-war depression, its industry in shambles, and domestic price inflation 300% higher after the 4 years of war. The British national debt had increased more than ninefold, some 924% from 1913 to the end of the war in 1918, to a then enormous sum of £7.4 billion sterling. If the British Empire emerged as the territorial victor of Versailles, the United States, or at least certain powerful international banking and industrial interests, emerged with the clear idea they, no longer Britain, were now the most powerful world economic power in the early 1920s. For the next several years, a bitter and almost bloody power struggle took place between British and American international interests to settle this question. By the beginning of the 1920s, the three pillars of English imperial power, control of world sea lanes, control of world banking and finance, and control of strategic raw materials, were each under threat from a newly created American internationalist establishment. Trained for decades by London, this once Anglophile American grouping decided it need no longer remain the docile pupil. Over the following decade, a bitter struggle between the combined, but conflicting, goals of Britain and the United States was fought. The seeds of the Second World War were planted in this same conflict. The stakes were enormous. Would the United States emerge as the world's dominant political superpower by virtue of her economic status? Or would she remain a useful, but distinctly junior partner, in a British-dominated Anglo-American condominium after Versailles? Put in other words, would the capital of the New World Empire after Versailles remain London, or would it become Washington? The answer was not at all obvious in 1920. Indicative of the intensity of this Anglo-American economic and political rivalry was a dispatch in 1921 from the British ambassador to Washington, who told his Foreign Office in London, "The central ambition of the realist school of American politicians is to win for America the position of leading nation in the world, and also of leader among the English-speaking nations. To do this, they intend to have the strongest navy and the largest mercantile marine. They intend also to prevent us from paying our debt by sending goods to America, and they look for an opportunity to treat us as a vassal state so long as our debt remains unpaid." 1. Since the 1870s, Britain's most important foreign investment market had been the United States, in the form of railroad and other investments, through relations built up with select New York banking houses. Accordingly, in October 1914, the British War Office dispatched a special representative to neutral America, to arrange purchase of war materials and other vital supplies for what was then seen as a relatively short war. By January 1915, 4 months into the Great War, the British government had named a private New York banking house, J.P. Morgan & Co., to be its sole purchasing agent for all war supplies from the neutral United States. Morgan was designated Britain's exclusive financial agent for all British war lending from private U.S. banks as well. In a short time, Britain in turn became the guarantor for all such war purchases and loans by the French, Italians, and Russians in the war against the German-Austrian continental powers. It was a giant credit pyramid on top of which sat the influential American House of Morgan. Never had a single banking house gambled on such high and risky global stakes. The British Empire and Britain herself were virtually bankrupt on the outbreak of war in 1914, as we have noted. But British financial officials were confident of the backing from the United States, and the Anglophile circles of New York banking. The role of Morgan and the New York financial community was of supreme importance to the war efforts of the Entente powers. Under an exclusive arrangement, purchase of all American munitions, war materials, as well as necessary grains and food supplies for Britain, France, and the other Allied powers in Europe, was funneled through the House of Morgan. Morgan utilized as well its London affiliate, Morgan Grenfell & Co. Morgan Grenfell's senior partner, E.C. Grenfell, was a director of the Bank of England, and an intimate friend of Chancellor of the Exchequer Lloyd George. Morgan's Paris office, Morgan Harges & Co. completed the essential Entente circle. Such power in the hands of one single investment house, given the scale of British war requirements, was without precedent. Morgan, with its franchise as sole purchasing agent for the entire Entente group, became virtual arbiter over the future of U.S. industrial and agriculture export economy. Morgan decided who would, or would not, be favored with highly profitable and very sizable export orders to the European war effort against Germany. Firms such as DuPont Chemicals grew into multinational giants as a result of their privileged ties to Morgan. Remington and Winchester Arms Companies were also favored Morgan friends. Major grain trading companies grew up in the Midwest as well, to feed Morgan's European clients. The relations were incestuous, as most of the Morgan loans raised privately for the British and French were raised through the corporate resources of DuPont and Friends, in return for a guarantee of the huge European munitions market. The position of this private banking house was all the more remarkable, since Woodrow Wilson's White House at this time was professing strict neutrality. But that neutrality became a thinly veiled fraud, as billions of dollars of vital war supplies and credits flowed to the British side over the next years. As purchasing agent alone, Morgan took a 2% commission on the net price of all goods shipped. The business grew so large that Morgan took in E.R. Stettinius, later to become Secretary of State, as a senior Morgan partner to handle war purchases for what was becoming a colossal operation. All of this activity was in strict violation of international law regarding a neutral, which forbade allowing belligerents to build supply bases in neutral countries. Morgan himself was later charged in a U.S. Senate inquiry, of having made excess profits, and of having directed purchases to firms in which Morgan partners had an interest. By 1917, the British War Office had placed purchase orders totaling more than $20 billion through the House of Morgan. This is not to mention the direct loans raised by Britain, France, et al., through Morgan and this New York financial syndicate. In 1915, U.S. Treasury Secretary Mikado convinced a nervous President Wilson that such private American loans were necessary in order to maintain American exports. The flows continued. By 1915, American exports to Britain had increased 68% from the level of 1913. By the eve of American war entry in 1917 on the side of Britain, the Entente powers had raised some $1,250 million through the private efforts of Morgan, Citibank, and the other major New York investment houses, a staggering sum in that day. Morgan's relation to the financial powers of the newly created New York Federal Reserve Bank, under control of former J.P. Morgan banker, Governor Benjamin Strong, was essential to the success of the private financial mobilization. Even so, the risky enterprise several times threatened to break down. The threat in January 1917 of British and French collapse, after Russia fell back in exhaustion from the war effort, provided more than enough incentive for Morgan and this New York financial community to mobilize their combined propaganda and other resources. They did this with the careful assistance of the highest levels of British secret intelligence and friendly American press outlets, when it became clear nothing else but U.S. war entry would turn the looming disaster in Europe facing J.P. Morgan and Morgan's European clients. They organized that America would enter the European war on the right side, in support of British interests. Morgan & Co., and Britain as well, faced complete financial ruin by early 1917, had they not succeeded. Fortunately for Morgan and for London, German General Erich Ludendorff provided the basis for the Anglo-Morgan interests to avert financial ruin. In February 1917, Germany declared unrestricted submarine warfare, in an attempt to block supply of American oil tankers to the British Allied Europeans, among other things. The sinking of American ships was the excuse needed for Morgentide Press to demand an end to American neutrality. Point 2. Once the Congress of the United States, on April 2, 1917, declared war against Germany, the New York financial community, with the backing of the New York Federal Reserve's Governor Strong, launched the most ambitious financial operation in history. Had Woodrow Wilson not been persuaded to sign the Federal Reserve Act into law on December 23, 1913, there is serious question the United States would have ever committed the resources it did to a war in Europe. Without the new law, it is also doubtful whether Britain would have launched her bold designs against the rival empires of the continent in August 1914. The House of Morgan and the powerful international financial interests of the City of London, played the critical role in shaping a U.S. Federal Reserve System in the months just before outbreak of the European War. In stark contrast to the German experience when the Reichstag severely restricted financial speculation in the 1890s, the group of interests which shaped the Federal Reserve Act in 1913, were dominated by the elite circles of the House of Morgan, for the benefit of New York's emerging role as an international capital center. New York bankers were beginning to adopt the style of British imperial finance. In August 1917, the Federal Reserve mobilized sales of Liberty loans and bonds, to finance U.S. government war costs. Bonds of the U.S. Treasury sold to private investors in this great patriotic mobilization, were sold through Morgan and the other leading New York investment houses. The total of these Liberty loans and bonds was a breathtaking sum of more than $21,478 million by June 30, 1919. Such sums had never before in history been mobilized in so short a time. Morgan's commission on this business was handsome indeed. By 1920, Morgan partner, Thomas W. Lamont, noted with obvious satisfaction that, as a result of the 4 years of war and global devastation, the national debts of the world have increased by $210 billion or about 475% in the last 6 years, and as a natural consequence, the variety of government bonds and the number of investors in them have been greatly multiplied. Lamont added, these results have made themselves manifest in all the investment markets of the world, but nowhere, perhaps, in greater measure than in the United States. 3. Once the House of Morgan and the allied New York investment community had tasted the role of the world's leading financial power, they seemed willing to do anything to keep their grip on that power. Morgan's men, including Thomas Lamont, as well as fellow Wall Street crony Bernard Baruch, sat at the table during the closed-door Versailles sessions which drew up the bill for the Great War. They jointly established a special commission for reparations, to be permanently established in order to devise the precise amount and means for Germany to repay its war damages against the Entente powers. And, being good conservative bankers, Morgan and friends could not let the war loans of the British and Allied powers simply be forgotten in the euphoria of peace, despite assumptions of A.J. Balfour and others in the British government that such magnanimity would follow. Morgan & Co. had quietly shifted their private British government loans over to the general debt of the U.S. Treasury as soon as the U.S. officially entered the war, in effect making the British debts the burden of the American taxpayers after the war. Despite this, Morgan interests made sure they had a major stake in the post-war Versailles reparations financing. As U.S. war debt had grown beyond anything known before in U.S. history, the distinction between Morgan's interests and that of the government appeared to become blurred, though they never were in reality. The U.S. government had increasingly made itself simply a useful instrument for the extension of the new power of New York's international bankers. New York bankers challenged the City of London. During the course of the Versailles talks, a new institution of Anglo-American coordination in strategic affairs was formed. Lionel Curtis, a longtime member of the Secretive Round Table or New Empire's circle of Balfour, Milner, and others, proposed organizing a Royal Institute of International Affairs during a private gathering held in the midst of the Versailles deliberations, in the Hotel Majestic May 30, 1919. Philip Kerr, Lord Robert Cecil and other members of the Round Table Circle were in that formative meeting. The first nominal mission of the new institute would be to write the official history of the Versailles Peace Conference. The Royal Institute received an initial endowment of £2,000 from Thomas Lamont of J.P. Morgan. Historian Arnold J. Toynbee was the institute's first paid staff member. The same circle at Versailles also decided to establish an American branch of the London Institute, to be named the New York Council on Foreign Relations, so as to obscure its close British ties. The New York Council was initially composed almost entirely of the Morgan men, financed by Morgan money. It was hoped that this tie would serve to weld American interests into harmony with England's after Versailles. This was not to follow for some years, however. 4. It took the entirety of the 1920s in often bitter, almost military, conflicts over war debt repayment terms, rubber agreements, naval accords, the parity of a new gold standard and most significantly, of control of untapped oil regions of the world, before the Anglo-American condominium emerged in its present form, and before the policy harmony between the circles of Morgan's Council on Foreign Relations and London's Royal Institute could take hold. In 1922, a Wall St. lawyer, John Foster Dulles, a key participant at the Versailles talks, who had authored the treaty's Article 231, the infamous German War Guilt Clause, wrote in the Council on Foreign Affairs magazine, Foreign Affairs, the thinking of Morgan and his fellow New York bankers. It was quite simple, he stated, there cannot be a war without losses. The resulting losses are measured by debts. The debt assumes varying forms, internal, reparations, inter-allied, etc., and is generally represented by bonds or notes. Dulles calculated that Britain and the other Allied powers owed the US $12.5 billion at 5% interest. Britain, France, and the other Entente countries, in turn, were owed by Germany, according to the Versailles demands, the sum of $33 billion. The figures were beyond the scale of imagination at that time. The sum, 132 billion gold marks, was decided finally in May, 1921. Germany was offered a 6-day ultimatum to accept or, if she rejected, that the industrial Ruhr Valley would be militarily occupied. This latter issue was to re-emerge soon after, with a global fight for oil playing a crucial motivating role in the background. Germany, the main target of Versailles negotiators, had also lost valuable raw material resources, as all her colonial possessions were taken at Versailles. Her 25% share of the Turkish Petroleum Gesellschaft was seized, and ultimately given over to France by Britain. The American Congress refused to sign the Versailles Treaty and the included League of Nations apparatus to enforce it, but Morgan and New York Federal Reserve Axis proceeded to dominate the financial destiny of Europe in the post-war period. The combined burden of the Versailles German reparations debt, as well as the inter-allied debts of the respective victors, war debts of France, Italy, Belgium to Britain, and in turn, of Britain to the United States, overwhelmed all of world finance and monetary policy from 1919 through to the October 1929 crash of Wall Street. The entire pyramid of post-Versailles international finance was propped upon the edifice of the punitive war debt structure. Morgan and the newly powerful New York banks refused to compromise on the debt issue. The scale of the combined war debt burden of Europe was so large, that its annual debt service demands on the world financial system were greater than the entire annual foreign trade of the United States during the 1920s. New York's international banking community redirected world capital flows to the service of this staggering debt burden. The debt servicing was carried out at the expense of the desperately needed investment into rebuilding and modernizing the war-torn economies of Europe. J.P. Morgan & Co. enjoyed the competitive advantages of a devastated European economy in which New York credit could dictate the terms. The profits from the new European lending was for them vastly more profitable than investing in post-war U.S. economic growth and expansion. U.S. interest rates were deliberately kept low by New York financial interests centered around Morgan and the New York Federal Reserve under Morgan man Benjamin Strong. As a consequence, American loans flooded post-war Europe and the rest of the world where capital earned a higher risk premium than at home, while London and a new Bank of England governor, Montague Norman, looked on nervously at the American financial incursion into their traditional markets. This early post-war Anglo-American rivalry in the vital banking area reached an alarming level, when in 1924 the United States threatened to co-opt the gold and raw materials center of the British Empire, only 2 decades earlier secured through the Bloody Boer War. In late 1924, the South African government invited an international commission headed by American financial expert, Princeton professor Edwin W. Kemmerer, to advise if South Africa should return to an international gold standard, independent of whether Britain did or not. As late as 1924, the devastation of the war had still prevented Britain from being able to return to a gold standard without suffering severe economic hardship. At a time England still had an agonizing 1.5 million unemployed. Kemmerer told the South Africans they should establish direct financial ties to New York banks, and bypass their traditional dependence on London. As the powerful financial interests in the City of London well knew, this would open the door for the US to economically co-opt what England had militarily fought to secure, and with it, gain dominant US power over the world gold supply, and thereby power over world credit. London acted quickly to preempt this consequence, but the wound did not heal rapidly. 5. British interests benefited from the much-discussed retreat of the United States during Versailles, into a neo-isolationism. The U.S. Congress turned away from Wilson's support of the British League of Nations idea, as well as most features of the New World Order emerging out of the Carthaginian Versailles deliberations. With America in the background, Britain could move aggressively in Europe, Africa, and the Middle East to establish her vital long-term hegemony. But it became increasingly clear that powerful American banking and petroleum interests were anything but isolationist. British power must either defeat this threat, or effectively co-opt it into a new Atlantic Union. England moves for oil supremacy. With the ink barely dry from the Versailles Treaty, powerful American oil interests of the Rockefeller Standard Oil companies realized they had been skillfully cut out of the spoils of war by their British alliance partners. The newly carved Middle East boundaries, as well as the markets of post-war Europe, were dominated by British government interests through its covert ownership of Royal Dutch Shell and Anglo-Persian Oil Company. In April 1920, without American participation, ministers of the Allied Supreme Council met in San Remo, Italy to work out the details of which country got what oil interests in the former Ottoman Middle East. Britain's Prime Minister Lloyd George and French Premier Alexander Millerand formalized the San Remo Agreement, which gave France a 25% share of oil exploited by the British from Mesopotamia, while it was agreed that Mesopotamia would become a British mandate under the aegis of the new League of Nations. The French were given what had been the 25% German Deutsche Bank share of the old Turkish Petroleum Gesellschaft, which was acquired from the Germans, as part of the spoils of Versailles. The remaining 75% control of the huge Mesopotamian oil concession was directly in the hands of the British government through Anglo-Persian Oil Company and Royal Dutch Shell. The French government created a new state-backed company, Compagnie Française de Pétroles, the following year, under leadership of French industrialist Ernest Mercier, to develop its new Mesopotamian interests. Sir Henry de Terting, a naturalized British citizen who headed Royal Dutch Shell, and served as an intimate part of British secret intelligence in that capacity, had secured dominant control over the huge untapped oil reserves of the Mosul and Mesopotamia, by promising France a share for its needs in neighboring French Syria. The San Remo Agreement itself was the work of Sir John Cadman, then head of the Petroleum Imperial Policy Committee, later head of the UK government's Anglo-Persian Oil Company. Cadman and de Terting privately shaped the terms of the San Remo Accord. Not surprisingly, British state petroleum hegemony was greatly enhanced by it. Under the San Remo Petroleum Agreement, Britain accorded France 25% of all petroleum extracted in Mesopotamia. France in return granted generous rights to the British oil companies to run an oil pipeline through French Syria to an oil port on the Mediterranean. The pipeline and all related, were to be exempt from French taxation. Cadman had calculated the lack of substantial French oil capacities would ensure virtual British monopoly of the emerging oil wealth of the entire Middle East. The San Remo agreements included a clause which allowed Britain to exclude any foreign concessions on its territories. In addition, San Remo formalized an agreement whereby France would harmonize policy with England over oil relations with both Romania, as well as Bolshevik Russia. The consequences of the latter will become clearer shortly. With France weakened economically from the war far more than Britain, San Remo appeared to be a coup by London, to ensure French support for a global oil dominion, centered around the oil riches of the Arab Middle East of the old Ottoman Empire. Churchill and the Arab Bureau. In March 1921, His Britannic Majesty's Secretary of State for Colonial Affairs, Winston Churchill, convened some 40 top British experts on the Near East in Cairo, to discuss ultimate political divisions in the newly won territories of the region. Out of this gathering, at which all top British Arabists, including Churchill's close friend, T.E. Lawrence, Sir Percy Cox, Gertrude Bell, and others were present, was created the British Colonial Office Middle East Department, which in effect superseded the 1916 Arab Bureau. Under the scheme agreed at Cairo, Mesopotamia was renamed Iraq and given to the son of Hashemite Husayn ibn Ali of Mecca, Faisal bin Husayn. British Royal Air Force planes were based permanently in Iraq, and the administration of Faisal's Iraq was placed under the effective control of Anglo-Persian Oil Company officials. When the U.S. State Department registered official protest on behalf of American Standard Oil companies eager to share the concessions in the Middle East, British Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon on April 21, 1921, sent a curt reply to the British ambassador in Washington that no concessions were to be allowed American companies in the British Middle East. 6. The San Remo Accord ignited a fierce battle for world oil control between British and American interests, which raged through the 1920s and which played a decisive part in shaping the form of U.S. and British diplomatic and trade relations to the new Bolshevik regime in the Soviet Union in the critical first years under Lenin and later Stalin. Alarmed American oil and banking interests feared Britain was well on the way towards securing a global monopoly on oil at U.S. expense. De Terting's Royal Dutch Shell had a lock grip on the vast oil concessions of the Dutch East Indies, on Persia, Mesopotamia, and most of the post-war Middle East. Latin America became then the focus for a fierce battle between British and American interests into the 1920s. A battle for control of Mexico. Shortly after discovery in 1910 of huge petroleum reserves in the coastal Mexican town of Tampico on the Gulf of Mexico, U.S. President Wilson sent American troops into Mexico. The real objective was not the Mexican regime as such, but British interests behind that regime. In 1912, using as pretext a minor incident in which U.S. Marines were detained while in the Tampico port, President Wilson ordered the U.S. naval fleet to take Veracruz. U.S. Marines landed under fire, and seized the Mexican customs house, in an exchange in which 20 Americans and 200 Mexicans perished. Their objective was to oust the regime of General Victoriano Huerta, which notably had been placed in power and was financially backed by the Mexican Eagle Petroleum Company. Mexican Eagle President, Wheatman Pearson, later Lord Cowdray, was an English oil promoter who had been recruited to the British intelligence service, and who worked closely with Duterte and Shell in carving out Mexico's oil potentials for British interests. Mexican Eagle had managed to gain concessions for half of Mexico's oil by the time of Wilson's invasion. With clear expectations of a coming war with Germany, Britain decided tactfully to back away from Huerta's regime, and General Venustiano Carranza's government was immediately recognized as the legitimate one by President Wilson. Rockefeller's Standard Oil ran guns and money to Carranza, including $100,000 in cash and large fuel credits. U.S. oil had taken Mexico from British oil. Tampico's wells at the time were the world's envy, with one well, Cerro Azul, pumping a record 200,000 barrels of oil/day. When Carranza then proceeded to act to defend Mexican national economic interests, rather than those of American oil companies, he became focus of an intense campaign in which Standard Oil financially backed the roving bandit, Pancho Villa, against Carranza in 1916. General Pershing, just prior to U.S. entry into the European War, was sent with troops into Mexico for a brief aborted mission. With U.S. entry on the side of England into the European War imminent, Britain and America decided to mutually boycott Mexico under Carranza. Fortunately for Mexico, exigencies of war more or less left the country with a respite from the Anglo-American oil wars, and Carranza remained president until 1920, when, following Versailles, he was assassinated. But among the legacies left by Carranza was Mexico's first national constitution, approved in 1917, which contained a special paragraph 27, vesting the nation with direct ownership of all minerals, petroleum, and all hydrocarbons, solid, liquid or gaseous. The only ground on which non-Mexican nationals could obtain concessions to develop oil was to agree to full sovereignty of Mexican law in their business affairs, without interference from foreign governments. Nonetheless, British and American oil interests continued a fierce behind-the-scenes battle for Mexico's oil into the 1920s, lasting until the late 1930s, when a decisive nationalization of all foreign oil holdings by the Cardenas government led the British and American oil majors to boycott Mexico for the next 40 years. The secret of British oil control. During the time from discovery of major oil fields in 1910 into the mid-1920s, the British company, Mexican Eagle Petroleum Limited under Chairman Wheatman Pearson, was able to maintain a strong presence in Mexican oil exploitation, presenting itself as a counter to the demanding American Rockefeller oil companies. Pearson worked for British secret intelligence, as all other major British oil groups. He sold his Mexican Eagle interests in 1926 to Duterte's Royal Dutch Shell Group. Pearson became Lord Cowdray, and his Mexican oil fortune was established in a protected trust which later, as the Pearson Group, was one of the most influential corporate groups in Britain. It owned the publishing enterprises of the London Economist and the Financial Times, and a significant share of the influential London-New York-Paris merchant bank, Lazard Frères. In global pursuit of major oil reserves, the policy of the British Foreign Office, secret intelligence services and British oil interests, were enmeshed in a covert and highly effective manner, as no other countries were, with the possible exception of Bolshevik Russia at this time. 7. By the early 1920s, the British government controlled a formidable arsenal of apparently private companies which, in reality, served the direct interests of Her Majesty's government to dominate and ultimately control all the identified major regions believed to contain significant petroleum deposits. 4 companies played an instrumental role, all of which were an integral part of British secret intelligence activities. Royal Dutch Shell, despite its name, had passed into the secret control of parties who were proxies for the British government. Duterte, a Dutchman, first saw the potential of petroleum as a civil servant in Sumatra in the Dutch East Indies, and rose to become president of a small Dutch lamp oil company using Indonesian oil, the Royal Dutch Oil Company. In 1897, Duterte had realized the crucial importance of his controlling the vast overseas terms of his trade, and formed a strategic alliance with a ship transport company. he merged his Royal Dutch Oil Co. with the London-based Shell Transport and Trading Co. of shrewd English shipping magnate, Marcus Samuel, Lord Bearsted, the man who built the world's first oil transport tanker ship. The alliance between de Terting's Royal Dutch and Samuel's Shell Transport and Trading Co. created what went on to become the world's most powerful trust, not least because it enjoyed the covert backing of the British government. It soon rivaled the leading Rockefeller Standard Oil Group, even within America, through California Oil Fields Ltd., and Roxana Petroleum Co. of Oklahoma, both wholly owned by Shell from abroad, but exempt from the U.S. antitrust laws which restricted Rockefeller's Standard inside the United States. At the same time it had created Anglo-Persian Oil Company to exploit for the exclusive interest of the British government the oil resources of Persia and the Middle East. The British authorities created another related company, little known but intimately tied to British Foreign Office and secret intelligence services worldwide in the quest for control of future oil discoveries. The company was called the Darcy Exploitation Company. The fight for oil had assumed a markedly political character by the early 1920s, and Britain's Darcy Exploitation Company was in the midst of the politics. The agents of the Darcy Exploitation Company in Central America or West Africa, China, or Bolivia, seem always first of all the agents of the British government, noted one contemporary. 8. Finally, the fourth entity of the English government's worldwide secret oil war at this time, was a nominally Canadian company, headed by a Mr. Alves, with the name, British Controlled Oilfields, or BCO. BCO was also secretly owned by His Majesty's Britannic government, as were Shell and the others. Alves' mission was to secure key new oil provinces for Britain in Central and South America, countering the designs of the American Rockefeller companies. Alves secured British recognition of the Tinoco government in Costa Rica in 1918, in return for which his BCO was rewarded with an oil concession covering 7 million acres, near to the Panama border and the important Canal Zone. The U.S. had refused to recognize Tinoco, and, when in 1921 a border dispute arose between Panama and Costa Rica, the U.S. intervened in what was dubbed the Central American Toy War on behalf of a new Costa Rican regime which immediately declared all previous concessions of the deposed Tinoco regime, most especially that with BCO, to be null and void. American oil companies immediately got large new concessions, and the new Costa Rica regime found itself able to secure large new loans from New York banks on easy credit terms. BCO moved south at that point, to Maracaibo in Venezuela where, in 1922, large prolific new wells had been discovered near the mouth of the Orinoco. Alves had secured the largest wells for his British-controlled oilfields. Royal Dutch Shell was quick to follow, setting up its wholly owned Venezuelan Oil Concessions Ltd., and Colon Development Co. Of course, Rockefeller's Standard Oil Company, through the Standard Oil Company of Venezuela, was soon fighting for hegemony as well, in what looked to become one of the most important petroleum countries in the world in the early 1920s. The successes of the British, with their unique reliance on secret backing by their government, able to utilize British secret intelligence services worldwide, was considerable. In 1912, on the eve of the Great War, England commanded no more than 12% of world oil production through British companies. By 1925, she controlled the major part of the world's future supplies of petroleum. In an article in a British bank journal, Sperling's Journal, dated September, 1919, Sir Edward Mackay Edgar, reviewed the overall situation. I should say that 2/3 of the improved fields of Central and South America are in British hands. The Alves Group, whose holdings encircle practically 2/3 of the Caribbean Sea, is wholly British, working under arrangements which ensure that perpetual control of its undertakings shall remain in British hands, or take again that greatest of all oil organizations, the Shell Group. It owns exclusively or controls interests in every important oil field in the world, including in the United States, Russia, Mexico, the Dutch East Indies, Romania, Egypt, Venezuela, Trinidad, India, Ceylon, the Malay States, North and South China, Siam, the Straits Settlements, and the Philippines. we shall have to wait a few years before the full advantages of this situation shall begin to be reaped, but that harvest eventually will be a great one, there can be no manner of doubt. America before long will have to purchase from British companies, and to pay for, in dollar currency in progressively increasing proportion, the oil she cannot do without, and is no longer able to furnish from her own store. 9. But in 1922, an unexpected shock forced a process which led some years later to a truce in this Anglo-American conflict of the post-Versailles period. A threatening new combination coming out of the East forced Washington and London to forge a condominium of global power, in which, oil to the present day has formed the strategic center of that power. We must go to Genoa to see how this development shaped events of global consequence. Once again, it was Germany which crossed British policy design, and forced a closer English collaboration with its Washington rival. Endnotes. 1 Dayer, R.A. British War Debts to the United States. Pacific Historical Review. Number 45 p. 577. 2 Burke, Kathleen. Britain, America, and the Sinews of War, 1914-1918. London, George Allen and Unwin. 1985. 3 Lamont, Thomas W. Foreign Government Bonds, in Annals of the American Academy, March 1920. p.121. 4 Quigley, Carol. The Anglo-American Establishment, From Rhodes to Cliveden. New York. 1981, Books in Focus Inc. 5 Costigliola, Frank C. Anglo-American Financial Rivalry in the 1920s in Journal of Economic History. Volume XXXVII, Number 4. December 1977. 6 Moore, Anton. The Oil War. New York, Harcourt Brace & Co. 1926. 7 Hanayan, Frank C. The Secret War. New York, John Day Co. 1934. 8 Moore, Anton. OPCITP 138. 9 Ibid pages 222-3. Chapter 6. The Anglo-Americans Close Ranks. A Conference in Genoa. On April 16, 1922, in Genoa's Villa de Alberti, the German delegation to the post-war International Economics Conference dropped a bomb whose shockwaves reached across the Atlantic. It was a political bomb. German Foreign Minister Walther Rathenau announced to the assembled ministers of state, with the Russian Foreign Minister Chicherin present, that Germany and the Soviet Union had entered into a bilateral agreement, whereby Russia agreed to forgive its war reparations claims on Germany, in return for a German agreement to sell industrial technology to the Soviet Union, among other things. The Rapallo Treaty, named for the village near Genoa where the Germans and Soviets had finalized it, astonished the delegates at the Villa de Alberti. Above all, it produced an immediate panic reaction among especially the British and French members present. The Genoa Conference had been called on British urging, in order to accomplish a number of British strategic objectives in the post-Versailles period of the early 1920s. It was meant to lay the basis for re-establishment of the pre-1914 London-centered international gold standard. Secondly, by inviting Bolshevik Russia, the pariah in the international community since the new Bolshevik government had unilaterally repudiated all debts of the Tsarist government, the British intended to use the conference to reopen diplomatic relations with Soviet Russia. Significantly, the American government had been convinced not to participate at Genoa on any official basis, leaving the field ever more to be dominated by British initiative. Britain's overture to Moscow was to be no small gesture. Renewed diplomatic relations were intended to open the door to lucrative trade deals which would allow Royal Dutch Shell and other British petroleum interests to control Russia's war-ravaged Baku oilfields. While secretly financing a White Russian counter-revolution beginning 1918, in concert with Colonial Secretary Winston Churchill, Shell's Deterting quietly went to France and bought up the pre-revolutionary oil leases for the Russian Baku, anticipating the imminent collapse of an economically isolated and badly damaged Soviet regime. This was the period of the notorious Lockhart plot, in which Britain's Moscow envoy, Sir Robin Bruce Lockhart, together with Sidney Riley, were tried in absentia and sentenced to death for the August 1918 attempt on Lenin's life. It was also the period of British and Allied military landings at Archangel. British policy, under Churchill's colonial office, had been to back an exile government around the dubious figure of Boris Savinkov, former Minister of War under the ill-fated Kerensky regime, and at the time, a morphine addict. With the backing of Churchill and the British government, Shell's Deterting had channeled large sums of money to a White Russian counter-revolution under the leadership of Generals Rajul, Denikin, Admiral Kolchak, and others as late as 1920. Deterting had formed the Anglo Caucasian Company in anticipation of his taking the prize of Baku oil. At one point, an increasingly frustrated Deterting even funneled monies to create a Baku separatist movement which was to have honored Deterting's oil concessions. 1. 4 years of such efforts at covert and overt overthrow of the new Bolshevik regime had failed to yield results. By 1922, British tactics had shifted, intending to intersect what London saw as a more pragmatic, actually desperate, economic policy coming from Lenin's Moscow, through the 1921 New Economic Program. Sinclair and the American bid. As determined as Deterting and the British were in 1922 to secure monopoly rights to develop and control the vast Russian oil fields, equally determined were powerful American oil interests, including the Rockefeller Standard Group. But by 1922, it appeared that conditions were ideal for the new British approach to Russia. Britain's chief apparent rival for Soviet oil concessions, the American Sinclair Petroleum Company of Harry Sinclair, was implicated in a conveniently timed scandal erupting in the U.S. over oil leases on the Wyoming Teapot Dome Naval Reserve. Harry Sinclair, who portrayed himself as an Oklahoma oil independent, in reality was a convenient middleman for the Standard Oil and banking interests, to secure markets where a direct Standard bid might arouse suspicion, above all from Britain's powerful rival Shell Group. Sinclair in the early 1920s was not the maverick self-made man he appeared. On the board of directors of his Sinclair Refining Company was Theodore Roosevelt Jr., son of the former president. Archibald Roosevelt, his brother, was vice president of Sinclair Oil. William Boyce Thompson, director of Rockefeller's Chase Bank in New York, the bank of Standard Oil, was also on Sinclair's board. Harry Sinclair had met with Leonid Krasin, Soviet representative in London in the early 1920s. As a result of their talks, he, together with U.S. Senator Albert Fall and Archibald Roosevelt, went to Moscow, where they negotiated an agreement to obtain the concession to develop the prized Baku field, as well as rights to develop the oil deposits of the Sakhalin Island, and to form a 50% joint venture company with the Soviet government, to share equally in the profits from its oil sales worldwide. The Sinclair Group agreed to invest a sum of not less than $115 million in the project, and to obtain a large loan in the United States for the Russian government. Moscow knew of Sinclair's close ties to President Harding and the Republican administration in Washington. A U.S. loan required U.S. diplomatic recognition of Russia, breaking the international isolation of the Soviet Union. Sinclair agreed, and Harding was persuaded to accord the Soviet government recognition. But suddenly in Wyoming, reportedly with the covert encouragement of representatives of Deterting's rival Shell Group, a scandal which would equal the Nixon-Watergate affair, began to surface, implicating Sinclair, Fall, and even President Harding, involving the granting of lucrative oil leases from U.S. government property at Teapot Dome, Wyoming. In the subsequent media scandals and congressional inquiries, no mention was made of the remarkable coincidence that the Teapot Dome affair hit just as Sinclair and the U.S. had secured the prized Baku oil concession out from under Deterting and the British. 2. Harding was about to announce U.S. diplomatic and trade ties with Soviet Russia when the Teapot Dome affair, and Harry Sinclair's involvement, hit the front page of the Wall Street Journal on April 14, 1922. Within a year, Harding himself was dead, the death surrounded by strange circumstances. The Coolidge presidency dropped Sinclair, the Baku Project, and with it, any plans to recognize Russia. There was more than a little suspicion that the skillful hand of British secret intelligence was active in blocking this American bid to dominate Russian oil development. Germany tries to outflank the British. This was the setting in which the Genoa Conference was to take place, intended to become a victory for British interests in securing their grip on the enormous Soviet economic resources, in the wake of the major setback for the American effort. But Rathenau and the Soviet Foreign Minister, Georgy W. Chicherin, had signed a comprehensive treaty in the midst of the several weeks-long Genoa deliberations, without the prior knowledge of the British, French, or American governments. The preferred option of Rathenau, by no means, was to deal with the Soviet Union. He had made repeated pleas and proposals to the British and other Allied governments, initially in his capacity as German Economic Reconstruction Minister after Versailles, to allow the German economy to get back on its feet such that German export earnings could begin to pay the Versailles War reparations burden. Again and again, his pleas were rejected. Adding injury to insult, the British government in 1921 imposed a prohibitive 26% import tariff on all German imports, further obstructing German efforts to work out a realistic debt repayment process. Faced with this Anglo-French fist under his nose, Rathenau, scion of a noted German engineering family and former chairman of the large AEG electrical company, determined to develop a strategy of allowing German industry to rebuild itself through development of heavy industry exports to Soviet Russia. Since Versailles, deficit financing had been a necessary expedient of the German government, amid the ruins of the German post-war economy. The Reichsbank in effect printed money to cover the state deficits, creating a situation in which money supply expanded more rapidly than the productive output of Germany's economy during the early 1920s. The result was an inevitable inflation, but the alternative options appeared limited short of national economic suicide. As Rathenau well knew, the costs of the unsuccessful war itself had laid the seeds of an already dangerous inflation in the economy. The gold parity of the Reichsmark had fallen to half its pre-war levels by 1919. Official statistics showed the war had created a wholesale price inflation of 150%, and black market prices were vastly higher. The war had been financed through the expedient of enormous state indebtedness to the German population. Unlike Britain, which had been able to finance its war costs from foreign sources, especially J.P. Morgan and Company in New York, Germany was blocked from these major credit markets. Further, Germany after the war had been stripped systematically by the Allied victors, of her most vital economic resources. All her valuable colonies, especially Tanganyika and Southwest Africa, were taken by Britain. The growing economic markets of the Ottoman Empire opening up through the expansion of the Baghdad Railway were gone. And Germany itself had lost its most valuable source of iron ore for its steel industry in the Alsace-Lorraine, and in the eastern parts, including Silesia, with its rich mineral and agriculture regions. Germany had lost 75% of her iron ore, 68% of her zinc ore, 26% of her coal as a consequence of Versailles. Alsatian textile industries and potash mines were gone. Her entire merchant fleet, 1/5 of her river transport fleet, 1/4 of her fishing fleet, 5,000 locomotives, 150,000 railroad cars and 5,000 motor trucks, as well, were taken by the Allied powers after Versailles. All was justified as part of an as yet undefined German war reparations levy. In May, 1921, the Allied Reparations Committee met and drew up what was called the London Ultimatum, the final payments plan demanded of Germany. It fixed Germany's reparations debt to the victorious Allies at the astronomical sum of 132 billion gold marks, an amount which even British reparations expert, John Maynard Keynes, said was more than 3 times the maximum which Germany could possibly pay. The reparations debt was to accumulate an annual 6% interest charge. A 26% duty on the declared value of all German exports was to be paid to the Allied reparations agent in Berlin, in addition to numerous added onerous conditions, such as imposition of several taxes as guarantee. Payment in kind for any part of the reparations sum could be unilaterally demanded by the Reparations Commission. The name London Ultimatum was not merely a name. The terms were that unless the German Parliament fully agreed to the unbelievable conditions set forth, within a 6-day deadline, Allied troops would occupy and control the Ruhr industrial heart of Germany. Not astonishingly, the Reichstag approved the draconian ultimatum by a slim majority. 3. What really had certain influential circles in London alarmed over the Rapallo Treaty, were the implications of its provisions. A major infusion of German machinery and equipment, steel and other technology, was to be sold to Russia for the rebuilding and expansion of her Baku oil fields. In return, Germany established a network of jointly owned German-Soviet oil and gasoline distribution centers in Germany to market the Soviet oil, under the firm, DROP, the Deutsch-Russisch Petroleum-Gesellschaft. This was to have the added advantage of allowing Germany to get out from under the iron grip of British and American oil interests who had a total monopoly on German petroleum sales after Versailles. Rathenau never refused the London Ultimatum reparations demands. But he insisted on practical means of realizing those demands. 4. Military occupation of the Ruhr. The response to Rapallo was not long arriving. Within 2 days of its formal announcement, on April 18 at Genoa, the German delegation was presented with an Allied note of protest that Germany had negotiated the Russian accord behind the backs of the Reparations Committee. Then, on June 22, 1922, little more than 2 months after the Rapallo Treaty had been made public, Walther Rathenau was assassinated while leaving his home in the Berlin Grunewald. 2 right-wing extremists, later identified as members of a pro-monarchist organization were charged with the murder, and it was portrayed as part of the growing wave of extremism and anti-Semitism. But reports circulated in Germany pointing to foreign interests, and some said Britain, or British interests, stood behind the 2 hitmen. In any event, the most prominent statesman and architect of Rapallo was gone, and the nation was shaken to the roots. But the murder of Rathenau was to be only the beginning of a horror to which few nations before or since have been subjected. Britain took care to distance herself publicly from the French revanchist policy of Poincare's regime, but behind the scenes, England had worked out a quid pro quo. France was to cede to the British rights over the French territories granted her during the secret Sykes-Picot Accords of 1916, in the Mosul. In return, as we noted in an earlier chapter, Britain gave France its private assurance that Britain would do no more than offer verbal protest to a French military occupation of the Ruhr. It well suited British balance of power requirements, that France be the marcher lord to bring Germany into submission. 5. All that was lacking the Poincare regime was a visible pretext. On December 26, 1922, at the scheduled year-end meeting of the Allied Reparations Committee in London, French President Poincare announced that Germany had violated the strict terms of the Versailles Treaty by failing to deliver to France the agreed volume of wood for telegraph poles, as well as a minor shortfall in coal deliveries. 6. The real origins of the Weimar hyperinflation. Following the murder of Rathenau, the gold mark rate internationally plunged to 493 marks to the US dollar by July 1922, as confidence in political stability in Germany sank to new post-Versailles lows. The Reichsbank began dramatically expanding the money supply in a frantic attempt to both meet unpayable London reparations demands while maintaining employment and a strong export industry domestically to service the reparations requirements imposed. By December the mark had fallen to the alarming level of 7,592 to the dollar. Then on January 9, 1923, the Reparations Committee voted 3-1, that Germany was in default of her reparations payments. On January 11, Poincare had ordered the military forces of France, with token participation from Belgium and Italy, to march into Essen and other cities of the German industrial Ruhr to occupy it by force. England hypocritically denounced the occupation, though she had threatened precisely the same in 1921. In reaction, the German government called on its citizens to engage in universal passive resistance to the occupation. The government ordered all German officials, including Reichsbahn personnel, to refuse to take orders from the occupying authorities. Workers refused to work the steel mills and factories of the Ruhr. To support the families of striking miners and other workers, the government resorted to expanded printing of money. The area occupied was merely 100 kilometers long and some 50 kilometers wide, yet it contained 10% of the entire German population, produced 80% of Germany's coal, iron, and steel, and fully 70% of its freight traffic. The French occupation had resulted in bringing the industrial activity of Germany almost to a grinding halt. It took until the end of 1923 for French troops and engineers to bring production in the Ruhr even to a level of one-third the former level of 1922. More than 150,000 Germans were deported from the Ruhr occupation zone, some 400 were killed and more than 2,000 wounded. The economic strain of the German resistance was incalculable. The French occupation forces had cut off the Ruhr economically from the rest of the nation. Funds of German banks and Reichsbank branches and inventories of factories and mines were all seized. Germany ceased all reparations payments to France, Belgium, and Italy for the duration of the resistance, but scrupulously maintained its payments and deliveries in kind to Britain. Germany's currency became utterly ruined as a consequence. As we have noted, already by the end of 1922, when it became obvious that France's Poincaré government wanted to force a military occupation, the mark's value began to fall. By January, after the Ruhr occupation, the mark dropped to 18,000 to the dollar. Attempts by the Reichsbank to defend the currency at all costs held the level somewhat until May, when all possibilities had been exhausted. By May, the results of the Ruhr economic losses became so catastrophic that Berlin was forced to abandon efforts to save the currency. From that point, the situation was fully out of control. By July, the mark had fallen in an exponential rate to 353,000 to the dollar. By August, to the unbelievable level of 4,620,000 to the dollar. The plunge was to continue until November 15, when it hit 4,200 billion to the dollar. No such phenomenon had previously been experienced in the economic history of nations. With some months' time lag, German wholesale prices increasingly began to reflect the collapse of the currency. From a level of 100 in July 1922, just after the Rathenau assassination, prices increased some 30-fold by the onset of the Ruhr occupation at the end of January 1923 to 2,785. By July, prices had soared to the unbelievable level of 74,787 compared with the level of 100 a year earlier. By September, to 23,949,000, and finally by November to 750 billion. The savings of the entire population were destroyed. Living standards collapsed. While a small few were able to build immense fortunes at the beginning, the vast majority sank into poverty. Government bonds, mortgages, bank deposits, all became worthless. The entire stable middle stratum of the country was pauperized. By September 1923, the government, now under a coalition headed by Gustav Stresemann, ordered an end to the passive resistance. In November 1923, a formal agreement with France and the other occupying forces was signed. The hyperinflation had peaked. But this was only the softening up of Germany for what was to appear a welcome relief. In October 1923, the U.S. Secretary of State, Charles Evans Hughes, former chief counsel to Rockefeller's Standard Oil, recommended to President Calvin Coolidge a new scheme to continue the reparations pyramid of debt collection which had been shaken since the April 1922 Rapallo shock. Hughes had one appointment of a banker tied to the J.P. Morgan Group, General Charles C. Dawes, a man whose prior career had been tainted with corruption and Republican Party payoff scandals in Illinois. Dawes, as chairman of what came to be called the Dawes Committee, presented his plan to the Allied Reparations Committee on April 9, 1924. His plan was immediately seized by all parties, including the exhausted German government. France's Poincaré lost in May elections and a cabinet under Edouard Herriot immediately agreed as well to the Dawes reparations scheme. On September 1 the Dawes reparations plan formally began. The Dawes Plan was the first major indication of the growing Anglo-American agreements to consolidate and join forces in the post-Versailles period. London had wisely reckoned it better to let the Americans take the center stage, while preserving its powerful influence on American policy. 7. The Dawes Plan was the Anglo-American banking community's reassertion of full fiscal and financial control over Germany. It was vastly more effective than Poincaré's soldiers, but had required the military intervention and the attendant hyperinflation crisis to enable its enactment. By November 1923 a German banker, Hjalmar Schacht, had been named commissioner of the currency. Schacht, who had developed a close correspondence at this time with Montague Norman, governor of the Bank of England, implemented the famous Rentenmark in an attempt to stabilize the mark by a fiction of declared real estate backing. On November 20, the day the Rentenmark stabilization plan was made public, Reichsbank President, Rudolf Havenstein, who had headed the Reichsbank since 1908, died in the first of a remarkable series of such events. Stresemann and Finance Minister Rudolf Hilferding had repeatedly attempted to get the unwilling Havenstein to step down. It soon became more clear why. On December 4, 1923 the Reichsbank Board of Governors voted their overwhelming choice that Karl Helffrich, the former Deutsche Bank director and architect of the Baghdad Railway project before the war, be named successor to Havenstein. Stresemann and the government had other preferences. On December 18, 1923, his choice, and the friend of the Anglo-American Morgan interests, Hjalmar Schacht, was named president of the Reichsbank. The way was ready for the Dawes Plan to proceed. Helffrich died a few months later in a suspicious train accident. 8. Under the Dawes Plan, Germany paid reparations for 5 years until 1929. At the end of 1929, she owed more than at the beginning. It was a scheme of organized looting by the international banking community dominated by London and New York. Guarantees for reparations payments of special funds in Germany were made. An agent general for reparations, a J.P. Morgan partner, S. Parker Gilbert, a protege of Owen D. Young, was installed in Berlin to collect the repayments for the Anglo-American banks. With their risk thus all but nil, the London and New York banks began a vastly profitable lending to Germany, which was recycled in the form of reparations with commission and interest back to the banks of New York and London. It was a vast international credit pyramid at the top of which sat London and ultimately, New York banks. Between 1924 to 1931 Germany paid 10.5 billion marks in reparations but borrowed from abroad 18.6 billion marks. German recovery after 1923, under the guiding hand of Montague Norman and his Reichsbank colleague, Hjalmar Schacht, was all controlled by the borrowings from the Anglo-Americans. No more fears of any Rapallo initiatives upsetting the Anglo-American order. Until the pyramid collapsed, that is, in 1929 as the credit flows from New York and London banks into Germany to roll over the debt suddenly stopped. 9. An Anglo-American red line. But by then, the Anglo-American power struggle for primacy in world finance and economic affairs had been resolved. The oil wars which had shaken the world for more than a decade, were finally resolved in a ceasefire, which resulted in creation of the enormously powerful Anglo-American oil cartel, later dubbed the Seven Sisters. The peace agreement was formalized in 1927, at the Knackery, Scotland Castle of Shell's Sir Henry de Turding. John Cadman representing the British government's Anglo-Persian Oil Co., and Walter Teagle as president of Rockefeller's Standard Oil of New Jersey, gathered under cover of a grouse shoot, to conclude the most powerful economic cartel in modern history. The Seven Sisters were effectively one. Their secret pact was formalized as the As-Is Agreement of 1928, or the Knackery Agreement. British and American oil majors agreed to accept then existing market divisions and shares, to set a secret world cartel price and end the destructive competition and price wars of the last decade. The respective governments merely ratified this private accord the same year in what became the Red Line Agreement. Since this time, with minor interruption, the Anglo-American grip over the world's oil reserves has been hegemonic. Threats to break that grip have been met with ruthless response, as we shall later see. Britain and a weakened France agreed in 1927 to let the Americans into the Middle East, and revised the secret wartime accords to reflect this. A red line from the Dardanelles down through Palestine, to Yemen, up through the Persian Gulf encompassing Turkey, Syria, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Iraq, and Kuwait was drawn. Inside the line the oil interests of the three countries worked out ironclad divisions of territory which have largely held to this day. Inside Iraq, Anglo-Persian, the Royal Dutch Shell Group, and the French company Française de Pétroles, which had been given the old Deutsche Bank share of the Turkish Petroleum Gesellschaft from 1914, along with the Rockefeller Group gained concessions from Iraq for exclusive exploitation for 75 years of Iraq's oil. Kuwait was given to Anglo-Persian and the American Mellon family's Gulf Oil. 10. By 1932, all 7 major companies in the Anglo-American sphere, Esso, Mobil, Gulf Oil, Texaco, Standard of California, as well as Royal Dutch Shell and Anglo-Persian Oil Co., were part of the Achnackery cartel. The cartel then devised a strategy to deal with companies not in the cartel, so-called outsiders. According to the terms of their cartel agreement, it is recognized that it is desirable to convert uncontrolled outlets into the controlled class. In view of this, the purchase by the as-is members of going distributing concerns outside as-is is to be recommended as tending to improve the stability of the markets. The cartel was also prepared to deal with outsiders less compliant, as soon became clear. 11. The sinews of an Anglo-American special relationship had been definitively formed around control of oil. Deterring, Montague Norman and Jacques Hitler Project. The unstable international monetary order imposed after Versailles by London and New York bankers on a defeated Central Europe came to an abrupt, if predictable, end in 1929. Montague Norman, then the world's most influential central banker as governor of the Bank of England, precipitated the crash of the Wall Street stock market in October 1929. The Bank of England's Norman had asked the governor of the New York Federal Reserve Bank, George Harrison, to raise U.S. interest rate levels. Harrison complied, and the most dramatic financial and economic collapse in U.S. history ensued in the following months. By early 1931, Montague Norman and a small circle in the British establishment had plans to shift the political dynamic in Central Europe in a most astonishing manner. At the time, Austria's largest banking institution was the Kreditanstalt of Vienna. Closely tied to the Austrian branch of the House of Rothschild, the Kreditanstalt had grown during the 1920s through an unhealthy process of merging smaller troubled banks. The largest such merger was forced onto Kreditanstalt during the month of the October 1929 stock market crash when it was asked by the authorities to take over the Vienna Boden Kreditanstalt, a real estate lender which itself had swallowed several other unhealthy banks in the previous several years. At the beginning of 1931, Kreditanstalt appeared to the world to be one of the mightiest of world banks. In reality, it was one of the sickest. The draconian Versailles conditions imposed by Britain, France, and the United States had dismantled the Austro-Hungarian Empire, isolating Austria's economy from valuable economic ties and raw materials of Hungary and lands of Eastern Europe. Austria's industrial economy had never recovered from the devastation of the First World War. Industry had run down plants, outmoded equipment, and huge unredeemable war loans. The consequence of the political circumstances in Austria in the 1920s had led major parts of insolvent Austrian industry to pass into the hands of the ever larger Kreditanstalt. Thus by early 1931, Austria in general, and the Vienna Kreditanstalt in particular, were the weak link of an international credit chain which had been built under the unhealthy foundation set by the New York banking firm of J.P. Morgan in concert with the Bank of England's Norman and the London banks. Kreditanstalt was unable to generate sufficient capital for its activities from the depressed Austrian economy and had become largely dependent on very short-term borrowings from London and New York to finance its activities. The Bank of England itself was actually a significant lender to Kreditanstalt. In March 1931 the French government and French Foreign Minister Briand declared themselves in determined opposition to announced negotiations between Berlin and Vienna for the forming of an Austro-German trade and customs union, a belated attempt to counter a growing world economic depression which had set in from America some months earlier. France reportedly ordered its banks to cut short-term credit lines to Kreditanstalt in a bid to bring enormous pressure to bear on the Austrian government. What ensued that May, as rumors of a run on the deposits of Kreditanstalt broke in the Vienna press, was a credit crisis which shook all of Europe. The Austrian National Bank and ultimately the Austrian state, were forced to come to the rescue of the Kreditanstalt in what became the largest bank failure in history. Subsequent examination revealed that the crisis need never have reached such dramatic dimensions. It was intended to do so by certain powerful London and New York financiers who were preparing a dramatic shift in European geopolitics. 12. By the end of the 1920s, influential circles in Britain and the United States had decided to back a radical course for Germany. J.P. Morgan bankers had already proved to themselves the usefulness of radical top-down political solutions to ensure repayment of bank loans, when they gave the crucial foreign credit to the fascist regime of Italian strongman Benito Mussolini. In November 1925, Italian Finance Minister Volpi di Misurata announced that the Mussolini government had reached an agreement on repaying the Versailles War debts of Italy to Britain and the United States. 1 week later, J.P. Morgan & Co., financial agents of the Mussolini government in the United States, announced a crucial $100 million loan to Italy to stabilize the lira. In reality, Morgan had decided to stabilize Mussolini's fascist regime. On the urging of J.P. Morgan & Co. and Montague Norman, the powerful governor of the Bank of England, Volpi di Misurata established in 1926 a single Italian central bank, the Bank of Italy, to control national monetary policy and further ensure repayment of foreign debts. Mussolini had shown himself to be the ideal strongman to discipline Italian labor unions, drive down wages and enforce the sufficient austerity to guarantee foreign bank lending, or so thought Morgan's people in New York. The man who controlled U.S. monetary policy at the time, former Morgan banker, Benjamin Strong, an intimate personal friend and collaborator of England's Montague Norman, met with Volpi and Bank of Italy Governor Bonaldo Strinaer, to confirm the final details of the Italian stabilization program. From Poland to Romania during the 1920s, the same combination of powerful persons, J.P. Morgan & Co., Montague Norman, and the New York Federal Reserve, organized effective economic control over most countries of continental Europe, under the pretext of establishment of credit-worthy national policies, an informal precursor of the International Monetary Fund role of the 1980s. The New York banks were the source of the significant short-term capital for this lending, and the Bank of England provided the political experience together with the British Foreign Office establishment, to impose the policy. 13. The most concerted efforts of this Anglo-Saxon circle were focused on Germany during the 1920s. Following the successful imposition of Hjalmar Schacht as president of the Reichsbank in 1923, and Schacht's implementation of the draconian Dawes Plan of war reparations repayment, drafted by Morgan & Co., the German economy during the 1920s became dependent on short-term loans from London and New York banks, and their collaborators in Paris. For the banks, these German short-term credits were the most lucrative in the entire world financial markets of the day. For many of Germany's banks, including the fourth largest Darmstädter und National Bank commanded Gesellschaft, dependence on short-term New York and London capital borrowings had become substantial, and at punitively high interest rates. The Weimar hyperinflation had largely destroyed the capital and reserves of major German banks during the early part of the decade. Thus the expansion of German bank lending during the late 1920s was done by banks with a precariously small capital base in event of loan default or other crises. Germany stood unique among major European industrial countries by the time of the 1929-30 New York stock market collapse. She owed international bank creditors an estimated 16 billion Reichsmarks in such short-term debts. This unsound banking structure required only a small push to topple it in its entirety. The push came from the New York Federal Reserve and the Bank of England, who, in a series of moves in 1929, raised their interest rates following more than 2 years of unprecedented stock market speculation as they pursued ever lower interest rates. The predictable crash in the New York stock market and the London market led to a massive withdrawal of US and British banking funds from Germany and Austria. By May 13, 1931, the fuse was ready for the torch. On that day, the large Vienna Kreditanstalt collapsed. The French had decided to punish Austria for entering into customs union talks with Germany, by imposing currency sanctions. Kreditanstalt was a Rothschild bank with heavy ties to French banking. As French funds were recalled from Austria, it toppled the fragile Kreditanstalt, the largest Austrian bank, which had large interests in some 70% of Austria's industry. To attempt to stop the run on the Kreditanstalt, Austrian banks called in all funds they had in German banks. Kreditanstalt was the weak link which started the domino collapse of banking in all Central Europe. The ensuing banking crisis, economic depression, and related tragic developments in Austria and Germany were dictated virtually to the letter by Montague Norman of the Bank of England, the Governor of the New York Federal Reserve, George Harrison, and the House of Morgan and Friends in Wall Street. A decision had been made to cut all credits to Germany, though even a minimal rollover of nominally small sums could have likely stopped the crisis from erupting out of control at this early stage. Instead, capital began to flow out of Germany in ever greater amounts. On the demand of Montague Norman and George Harrison in New York, a new Reichsbank president, Hans Luther, dutifully abstained from doing anything to stop the collapse of large German banks. The immediate consequence of the Kreditanstalt collapse in Vienna was the related failure of the Donat Bank of Germany. The Donat Bank, heavily dependent on foreign credits, lost almost 100 million Reichsmarks of deposits that May. The next month, Donat lost 848 million Reichsmarks, or 40% of all deposits it held, while Dresdner Bank lost 10% and even Deutsche Bank lost 8% of deposits. By late June, Bankers Trust, a Morgan bank, cut the credit line to Deutsche Bank. New York Federal Reserve Bank Governor George Harrison demanded that Reichsbank head Hans Luther impose rigorous credit austerity and tightening in German capital markets, claiming this was the only way to stop the flight of foreign capital. What it ensured was the overall collapse of the German banking system and industry into the worst depression imaginable. Montague Norman backed Harrison, and the governor of the Bank of France joined them in blaming Germany for the crisis. Desperate last-minute efforts by the Brüning government to persuade Hans Luther to seek an emergency stabilization credit from other central banks to contain the national banking crisis were, as a result, refused by Luther. When he finally capitulated and asked Montague Norman for help, Norman slammed the door in his face. Germany as a consequence no longer effectively had any lender of last resort. By July 1931, some 2 months after the collapse of the Vienna Kreditanstalt had begun the flight of capital out of Germany, the Basel Nationalzeitung reported that the Donat Bank was in difficulties, which was sufficient in the electric climate to trigger a full panic run on that bank. Bank chairman, Goldschmidt, later charged that the Reichsbank had selectively precipitated his bank's failure with discriminatory credit rationing. The ensuing banking crisis and collapse of industry created in Germany in the winter 1931-32 what was said to be the hardest winter in 100 years. It was the breeding ground for radical political alternatives. In March 1930, some months before the credit cut-off against Germany was imposed by the Anglo-American bankers, Reichsbank President Hjalmarschak surprised the government by handing in his resignation. The actual issue he resigned over was the offer of an emergency stabilization credit of 500 million Reichsmarks, which the Berlin government had been offered by the Swedish industrialist and financier, Ivar Kreuger, the famous Swedish match king. Kreuger and his American bankers, Lee Higginson and Co. were major lenders to Germany and other countries which had been cut off by the London and New York banks. But Kreuger's loan offer of early 1930 had explosive and unacceptable political consequences for the long-term strategy of Montagu Norman's friends. German Finance Minister Rudolf Hilferding urged Schacht, who under the terms of the Dawes reparations plan had to approve all foreign loans, to accept the Kreuger loan. Schacht refused and on March 6, handed Reichspräsident von Hindenburg his resignation. Schacht had other duties to tend to. Kreuger himself was found some months later, in early 1932 in his Paris hotel room, dead. Official autopsy registered the death as suicide, but detailed inquiry by Swedish researchers decades later drew a conclusive case that Kreuger had been murdered. The persons who stood to gain most from Kreuger's death were in London and New York, though the actual details will likely remain buried along with Kreuger. With Kreuger's death ended also Germany's hope for relief. She was totally cut off from international credit. 14. For his part, Schacht was anything but idle after his resignation from the Reichsbank. Schacht devoted his full energies to organizing financial support for the man he and his close friend, Bank of England Governor Norman, agreed was the man for Germany's crisis. Since 1926 Schacht had secretly been a backer of the radical Endstab movement of Adolf Hitler. After resigning his Reichsbank post, Schacht acted as a key liaison between powerful, but skeptical, German industrial leaders, the so-called Schlottbaron of the Ruhr, and foreign financial leaders, especially England's Lord Norman. British policy at this juncture was to create the Hitler Project, knowing fully what its ultimate geopolitical and military direction would be. As Colonel David Stirling, the founder of Britain's elite special air services, related in private discussion almost a half-century later, the greatest mistake we British did was to think we could play the German Empire against the Russian Empire, and have them bleed one another to death. The British support for the Hitler option reached to the very highest levels. Not only was Britain's Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain included, the man infamous for the 1938 Munich appeasement which set Hitler's armies marching to Sudetenland in the east. Philip Kerr, of the Cecil Rhodes Round Table Group which we met earlier, was a close advisor to Neville Chamberlain. Lothian backed the Hitler Project as part of the infamous Cliveden set in English circles, as did Lord Beaverbrook, the most influential British press magnate of the day, who controlled the mass circulation Daily Express and Evening Standard. But perhaps the most influential backer of Hitler's movement at this time in Britain was Edward VIII, the King of England. Certain influential American establishment figures were hardly ignorant of what the Hitler movement was about. Leading Wall Street and U.S. State Department circles had been informed from an early stage. Even before the ill-fated 1923 Munich beer hall putsch, a U.S. State Department official stationed in Munich as part of the Versailles occupation of Germany, Robert Murphy, later a central figure in the post-war Bilderberg Group, personally met the young Hitler through General Erich Ludendorff. Murphy, who had served under Allen Dulles in Bern during World War I, gathering intelligence on the German Reich, was in Munich with another influential U.S. government official, Truman Smith, assigned to U.S. Army intelligence occupying Germany. In his memoirs, Smith later recalled his arrival in Munich in late 1922. I talked at length about National Socialism with the Munich consul, Mr. Robert Murphy, General Erich Ludendorff, Crown Prince Rupert of Bavaria and Alfred Rosenberg. The latter later became the political philosopher of the Nazi Party. On this visit I also saw much of Ernst F.S. Hanfstaengl, of the well-known Munich art family. Puzzi was a Harvard graduate and later became Hitler foreign press chief. My interview with Hitler lasted some hours. The diary I kept in Munich indicates I was deeply impressed by his personality and thought it likely that he would play an important part in German politics. In his November 1922 report to his superiors in Washington, Smith filed the following recommendation regarding his evaluation of the tiny Hitler group. Speaking of Hitler, Smith said, his basic aim is the overthrow of Marxism, and the winning of labor to the nationalist ideals of state and property. The clash of party interests has, demonstrated the impossibility of Germany's rescue from her present difficulties through democracy. His movement aims at the establishment of a national dictatorship through non-parliamentary means. Once achieved, he demands that the reparations demands be reduced to a possible figure, but that done, the sum agreed on to be paid to the last pfennig, as a matter of national honor. To accomplish this, the dictator must introduce universal reparations service and enforce it with the whole force of the state. His power during the period of fulfillment cannot be hampered by any legislature or popular assembly. To ensure that his colleagues in Washington's Division of Military Intelligence got the point, Smith added his personal evaluation of Hitler. In private conversation he disclosed himself as a forceful and logical speaker, which, when tempered with a fanatical earnestness, makes a very deep impression on a neutral listener. 15. Already in late autumn of 1931, a man arrived at London's Liverpool Street railway station from Germany. His name was Alfred Rosenberg. Rosenberg met with the editor-in-chief of the influential London Times, Geoffrey Dawson. The Times gave Hitler's movement invaluable positive international publicity in the coming months. But the most important meeting Rosenberg had during this first England visit in 1931, was with Montague Norman, Governor of the Bank of England, and arguably the most influential single person in world finance of the day. Norman had three hatreds, according to his trusted personal secretary: the French, the Catholics and the Jews. Norman and Rosenberg found no difficulty in their talks together. The introduction to Norman had come through Hjalmar Schacht. Since their first meeting in 1924, Schacht and Norman struck a friendship which lasted until Norman's death in 1945. Rosenberg concluded his fateful London visit with a meeting with a leading person of the London Schroeder Bank, which was affiliated with J.H. Schroeder Bank in New York and with the Cologne-based private bank, J.H. Stein of Baron Kurt von Schroeder. The man whom Rosenberg met from Schroeder Bank in London was F.C. Tyrks, who was also a member of the Bank of England Directorate and a close friend of Montague Norman. As Baron von Schroeder and Hjalmar Schacht went to leading German industrial and financial persons to secure support for the Endstab after 1931, the first question of nervous and skeptical industrialists was, how does international finance, and especially Montague Norman, regard the prospect of a German government under Hitler? Was Norman prepared to come in with financial credit for Germany in such an event? The reality is that at this critical juncture, when Hitler's Endstab had little more than 6 million votes in the 1930 elections, the international backing of Montague Norman, Tyrks, and friends in London was all decisive. On January 4, 1932, at the Cologne villa of Baron Kurt von Schroeder, Adolf Hitler, von Papen, and the Cologne banker, von Schroeder, secretly arranged financing of Hitler's Endstab, at that time de facto bankrupt with huge debts, until the planned seizure of power by Hitler. Another meeting between Hitler and Franz von Papen took place on January 4, 1933 at von Schroeder's Cologne villa, in which the plan was finalized to topple the weak government of Schleicher and build a right-wing coalition. On January 30, 1933, Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of the Reich. The final London visit of Alfred Rosenberg was in May 1933, this time as one of the inner figures in the new Hitler government. He went directly to the country home in Buckhurst Park in Ascot of Sir Henry de Terding, the head of Royal Dutch Shell and arguably the world's most influential businessman. According to English press accounts, the two had a warm and eventful discussion. Rosenberg had first met de Terding during his 1931 London trip. Royal Dutch Shell had intimate contact and support to the German Endstab. While the details were kept secret, reliable British reports of the day were that de Terding had provided substantial financial support to the Hitler project in its critical early phases. While the Bank of England had adamantly refused a pfennig of credit to Germany at the critical period in 1931, thus precipitating the banking and unemployment crisis which made desperate alternatives such as Hitler even thinkable to leading Germany, as soon as Hitler had consolidated power, in early 1933, the same Montague Norman moved with indecent haste to reward the Hitler government with a vital Bank of England credit. Norman made a special visit to Berlin in May 1934 to further arrange secret financial stabilization of the new regime. Hitler had responded by making Norman's dear friend Schacht his Minister of Economics as well as President of the Reichsbank. The latter post Schacht held until 1939.16. Endnotes. 1 Clark, Stephen V.O. The Reconstruction of the International Monetary System, The Attempts of 1922 and 1933. Princeton, N.J. Princeton Studies in International Finance No. 33. November 1973. 2 Hanayan, Frank C. The Secret War. New York. The John Deco 1934. 3 Stahlper, Gustav, N.H., User, Kurd. Deutsche Wirtschaft seit 1870. Tübingen, 1966. Forsichka, Anton. Krieg, Wandlung der Weltmacht. Leipzig. Wilhelm Goldmann Verlag. 1939. 5 Zien, Z.N. The Struggle for Arab Independence, Western Diplomacy and the Rise and Fall of Faisal's Kingdom in Syria. Beirut. 1960 p.59. 6 Stahlper. Et al. Op-Cit. 7 Ibid. 8 Flatterer, Otto. Wehrung und die Wirtschaft in Deutschland 1876-1975. Frankfurt. Deutsche Bundesbank. 1976 p. 194. 9 Quigley, Carol. Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time. Collier Macmillan Ltd. London. 1966. 10 Blair, John M. The Control of Oil. Pantheon Books. New York. 1976, p. 34. 11 U.S. Federal Trade Commission. The International Petroleum Cartel. Report to U.S. Senate Small Business Committee. 82nd Congress, 2nd Session, 1952. p.245. 12 Stiefel, Dieter, Finanzdiplomatie und Weltwirtschaftskrise, Die Kreis der Kreditanstalt Fr. Handel und Gewerbe, 1931. Fritz Knapp Verlag, Frankfurt am. 1989. 13 Meyer, Richard H. Bankers' Diplomacy, Monetary Stabilization in the 1920s. Columbia University Press, New York. 1970. 14 Ångström, Lars Jonas, Ivar Kreuger Blef Moerdad, Den Svenska Marknaden. August 1987. Stockholm. 15 Smith, Truman. Berlin Alert, The Memoirs and Reports of Truman Smith. Hoover Institution Press, Stanford, California. 1984. 16 Among the more useful references for this little discussed background are Poole, J. and S. Hitler's Wegbereiter zur Macht, Die Geheimen Duchen und die Internationalen Geldquellen, Die Hitlers Aufstieg zur Wegbereiter zur Macht, Die Geheimen Duchen und die Internationalen Geldquellen, Die Hitlers Aufstieg zur Macht Glitchten. Scherz Verlag, Muenken. 1979, Penslin, Heinz, Hjalmarschacht. Verlag Ulstein GmbH, Berlin. 1980, also useful is James, Harold, The German Slump, Politics and Economics 1924-1936. Clarendon Press. Oxford, 1986. Chapter 7. Oil and a New World Order of Bretton Woods. A new empire rises from the ashes of war. Following 6 years of a war spanning the entire globe that had left more than 55 million dead in its wake, the world in 1945 had changed in many significant ways. However, for vast regions of the world, most especially in Eastern Europe and the less developed regions in the Southern Hemisphere, 1945 merely marked a transition to a new form of chronic war, most often, economic. In 1919, following the Versailles Peace Conference, the British Empire was at its largest extent, its dominion covering 1/4 the entire surface of the world, the empire upon which the sun never set. A mere 30 years later, by 1949, the British Empire was disintegrating in every region, as demands for colonial independence were made against the oppressive mother country. The British Empire was in the throes of the largest upheaval of perhaps any kingdom in history. Following the mutiny of the Indian Royal Navy in February 1946, the post-war British government of Labour Prime Minister Clement Attlee appointed Viscount Mountbatten of Burma to be the last Viceroy of India, with the task of arranging the fastest possible withdrawal of English forces and government administration. Mountbatten's partition of the vast Indian subcontinent into a bizarre quilt of East and West Pakistan with predominantly Muslim population, separated by India, was completed by August 15, 1947, 5 months after Mountbatten's arrival in India. Within a few short years, Britain had ceded formal colonial control over large parts of her empire in Africa, the Pacific, the Mediterranean. It was not out of beneficence, and a sudden burning passion for the principle of self-determination of subject peoples, but rather driving necessity, which dictated a reshaped form of post-war dominion in the late 1940s and early 1950s. As a consequence of the war, the trading mechanisms of the empire which had formed the foundation of British financial power, were shattered. Vast overseas investments had long since been sold to pay war costs. The English national debt had soared to unheard of heights. Domestically, England's plant and equipment were rotted and worn out, even electricity supply no longer reliable, housing stock dilapidated, the population exhausted. By the end of the war, British export trade had withered to a mere 31% of its 1938 pre-war level. Britain was utterly dependent on the post-war support of the United States. For its part, the United States, or rather, the internationalist elements of the East Coast establishment as it was becoming known, realized that if it were to dominate the post-war world, it needed the vast worldwide expertise and cooperation of London. The long-discussed new concept of empire, first introduced in the early years before World War I by Lord Lothian, Lord Milner, Cecil Rhodes, and the Round Table Circle, as we mentioned earlier, was rapidly becoming reality. Britain after 1945 would exert global influence indirectly, through developing and deepening a special relationship with the United States. The seeds of this special relationship had been carefully planted following Versailles, with the simultaneous establishment of the Royal Institute of International Affairs and the New York Council on Foreign Relations, as conduits of strategic policy debate. During the war a new element was added. While England and the United States agreed to a full integration of military command, the still fledgling U.S. intelligence operations, under the Office of Strategic Services, worked principally out of a London command centre in joint cooperation with the British Special Operations Executive. The emergence of the post-war American Central Intelligence Agency, and the entire array of U.S. covert government institutions evolved directly out of these wartime British ties. The consequences for later American policy were to be as enormous as they were tragic. A signal turning point in redirecting American energies and policy in the immediate post-war period was the intervention by the British into the domestic American debate. In a supremely calculated move, Winston Churchill came to Fulton, Missouri, President Truman's home state, to deliver his famous Iron Curtain speech on March 5, 1946. What is generally not discussed are the policy gains for the post-war British position secured by Churchill's calculated rhetoric. Granted, Stalin was indeed violating letter and spirit of various wartime agreements made with Churchill and Roosevelt. But Churchill's aim at Fulton was to manipulate the naive and inexperienced American president into a renewed Anglo-American special relationship. Shortly after Churchill's extraordinary visit, during which he deliberately lost $75 in playing a game of poker with Truman, the former Prime Minister had turned events to the distinct favor of England. The prototype of the CIA was established on the wartime network of the London-trained OSS. American defense policy was based on joint US-British sharing of intelligence and military defense secrets. Truman began to purge his administration of any anti-British elements, most notably Agriculture Secretary and Anglophobe, Henry Wallace. U.S. and British intelligence agencies resumed close collaboration in many key areas. The dollar standard, big oil and New York banks. Anglo-American petroleum interests emerged from the Second World War in a position enormously more powerful. In the final agreement for a post-war New World Order in monetary and economic affairs, hammered out between British and American negotiators in 1944 at Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, Anglo-American hegemony over world petroleum played a central role in the thinking of Lord Keynes and his American counterpart, Harry Dexter White, Assistant U.S. Treasury Secretary. The Bretton Woods system was to be built around the three pillars of an international monetary fund, whose member country contributions would constitute an emergency reserve available in times of balance of payment distress, a World Bank, which would loan to member governments for large public projects, and a general agreement on tariffs and trade, designed to create a managed agenda of free trade. But there were certain clauses skillfully designed by Lord Keynes and his American counterparts, to ensure a post-war Anglo-American hegemony over world monetary and trade affairs. First, de facto voting control was given to the United States and Britain within the IMF and World Bank. Second, Bretton Woods created what was called a gold exchange system. Under this system, each member country's national currency was pegged to the US dollar. The US dollar was in turn set at an official rate of $35 per fine ounce of gold, the rate set by President Roosevelt in 1934, during the depths of the Great Depression, and before a world war. Because the New York Federal Reserve Bank had accumulated the bulk of the world's official gold reserves during the war, and because the dollar emerged from the ravages of the war as the world's strongest currency, backed by what was unquestionably the world's strongest economy, few were in a position to argue with what amounted to a post-war US dollar standard. Among those least inclined to complain about the terms of the Bretton Woods monetary order, were the large American petroleum companies, the Rockefeller companies of the Standard Oil Group, together with the Pittsburgh Mellon family's Gulf Oil. They had secured a major stake in concessions for oil in the Middle East, above all in Saudi Arabia. Partly through the clever diplomacy of President Roosevelt, and the bungling of Britain's Winston Churchill, Saudi Arabia slipped from the British grip during the war. Saudi King Abdul Aziz gained an unprecedented Lend-Lease agreement in 1943 from Roosevelt, a gesture to ensure Saudi goodwill to American oil interests after the war. Roosevelt acted on advice of Harold Ickes, then Petroleum Coordinator for National Defense, and the State Department, which in December 1942 had noted, "It is our strong belief that the development of Saudi Arabian petroleum resources should be viewed in the light of the broad national interest." This was the first time American national security had been officially linked with the fate of the desert kingdom more than 10,000 miles from its shores on the Persian Gulf. It was not to be the last time. State Department planners realized that the implications were that U.S. foreign policy, at least in key areas, might become more imperial, along British lines of controlling strategic interests in lands far from its shores, as the pillar of its post-war power. 1. But few other Americans realized the implications in the first years after the end of the Second World War. They were far too preoccupied with returning to normal life after depression and war. Marshall Plan forms post-war oil hegemony. Little attention has been paid to the role of oil in the post-war European recovery program, the Marshall Plan, named after its architect, Secretary of State George C. Marshall. From its inception in 1947, the largest single expenditure by ERP recipient countries in Western Europe, was to use Marshall Plan dollars to purchase oil supplied by primarily American oil companies. According to official records of the State Department, more than 10% of all U.S. Marshall aid went to buy American oil. 2. By the end of the war, the oil industry had become every bit as international as its British counterpart. Its main resources were in Venezuela, the Middle East and other faraway places. After the war, Big Oil, as the 5 U.S. companies were called, Standard Oil of New Jersey, Saucony Vacuum Oil, Standard Oil of California, Texaco, and Gulf Oil, moved to take decisive control of Europe's post-war petroleum markets. The ravages of war had severely hurt European dependence on coal as the primary energy source. Germany had lost her eastern coal reserves and coal output in the war-torn West was only 40% of pre-war levels. British coal output was 20% below the level of 1938. The oil of Eastern Europe fell behind what Churchill called the Iron Curtain, inaccessible to the West. In 1947, half of all Western Europe's oil was being supplied by the 5 American companies. The American oil majors did not hesitate to take advantage of this remarkable opportunity. Despite some congressional inquiry and mid-level bureaucratic protest at the obvious misuse of Marshall Plan funds, the American oil majors forced Europe to pay a dear price, a very dear price. They more than doubled the price they charged European customers between 1945 and 1948, going from $1.05/barrel to $2.22/barrel. Though the oil was supplied from the inexpensive Middle East reserves of the U.S. companies, the freight rates were calculated in a deliberately complex formula, tied to freight rates from the Caribbean to Europe, a far higher cost. Even within European markets, there were staggering cost differences the companies charged. Greece was forced to pay $8.30/ton for fuel oil, the same fuel oil for which Britain paid only $3.95/ton. Further, the U.S. companies, with support of the Washington government, refused to allow Marshall Plan dollars to be used to build indigenous European refining capacity, further tightening the lock grip of American big oil on post-war Europe. 3. As the 2 major British oil companies, Anglo and Shell, recovered their capacities, the American 5 were forced to expand to 7 companies, parceling out the oil markets of post-war Europe and the rest of the world. By the 1950s, the position of the Anglo-American oil companies appeared unassailable. They controlled incredibly cheap Middle Eastern supplies, and captive markets in Europe, Asia, Latin America, and North America. The price of petroleum seemed a constant of daily life during the 1950s. The companies reaped enormous profit for their dollar sales of oil to the New World market. The automobile and its surrounding industries had become the single largest component of the American economy. U.S. tax dollars poured billions into construction of a national modern highway infrastructure under the Eisenhower National Defense Highway Act, using the pretext that fast motorways were required to flee cities in event of Soviet nuclear war. The railroad infrastructure was greeted with neglect and allowed to decay to the advantage of far less energy-efficient motor transport. This was the time when a Secretary of Defense, Wilson, former chairman of a major Detroit automobile corporation, could say without flinching, "What's good for General Motors is good for America." He should have added, "Good as well for Exxon, Texaco, and the oil majors." Oil had become the most important commodity to fuel that economy. The power of New York banks tied to U.S. oil. A little noted consequence of this extraordinary global market grab by the major American oil companies following the Second World War, was the parallel rise to international dominance of the New York banking groups tied to oil. Increasingly since the period of the Dawes reparations loans and related lending of the 1920s, New York banks had oriented their business to the international arena, away from domestic finance. As U.S. petroleum companies became an ever larger element in international oil supply during World War II, New York banks benefited from the capital inflows of world oil trade. The powerful New York banks exerted influence to modify the original Bretton Woods scheme devised by Keynes and Dexter White to preserve this advantage. During the early 1950s, a wave of little-noted New York bank mergers contributed to increase the already enormous political and financial influence of the New York banks over domestic U.S. policy. In 1955, Rockefeller's Chase National Bank merged with the Bank of Manhattan and the Bronx County Trust to create the Chase Manhattan Bank. The National City Bank of New York, also, like Chase, closely tied to the international operations of the Standard Oil Group, acquired the First National Bank of New York to form the First National City Bank, later Citibank Corp. Bankers Trust took over the Public Bank and Trust, Title Guarantee and Trust and several other regional banks to form another powerful group, while the Chemical Bank and Trust merged with the Corn Exchange Bank and the New York Trust Co. to form New York's third-largest bank group, Chemical Bank New York Trust, also tied to Standard Oil. J.P. Morgan & Co. merged in the same time with Guarantee Trust Co. to form Morgan Guarantee Trust Co., the fifth-largest bank. The net effect of this post-war cartelization of American banking and financial power into the tiny handful of banks in New York strongly oriented to the fortunes of international petroleum markets and policy, had enormous consequence for the following 3 decades of American financial history, overshadowing all other policy influences in U.S. and international policy, with the possible exception of the Vietnam War deficit financing. New York banks had traditionally oriented abroad, but now it concentrated disproportionate power over world finance unlike ever before. It resembled the power of the old London imperial banking groups such as Midland Bank, Barclays, and such. By 1961 the deposits concentrated into the 5 largest New York banks were fully 75% of all bank deposits of the entire metropolitan region, America's largest economic region. 4. The membership of the increasingly influential New York Council on Foreign Relations during the 1950s, also reflected this concentration of financial and economic power. CFR chairman was the Wall Street lawyer John J. McCloy, also chairman of Chase Bank and a former lawyer for the Rockefeller Standard Oil interests. While most Americans during the early post-war years in the 1950s only dimly realized the ominous implications of the concentration of economic and financial power into a small number of hands in New York banking, corporations, and related law firms, the point was not lost on their English cousins in the City of London. American society was increasingly being reshaped along lines of British informal empire, with finance, raw materials control and control of international terms of trade, rather than the traditional American foundation of technological and industrial progress, as its underpinning. Mohammad Mossadegh takes on Anglo-American oil. While Britain during the 1950s appeared to be losing her most extensive attributes of empire, she held tenaciously to a reordered set of colonial priorities. Rather than stake all on maintaining the extensive formal empire reaching to India, she regrouped around the far more profitable empire of world oil and strategic raw material control, with the assistance of the United States. Thus, Egypt, and the Suez Canal, through which the bulk of Middle East oil flowed into Europe, became strategic priority, as did maintenance of British interests in the oil-producing Middle East Gulf, especially Iran, where the British government, through its Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, continued to hold a lock grip on the country's political and economic fortunes, despite the pressures of World War. Since the earlier described efforts of the British at the time of William Knox D'Arcy in 1901-2 to gain monopoly of Persian oil rights, Britain had fought like a tiger to control what became of Iran's oil minerals. During the Second World War, Britain played an especially perfidious role, persuading Stalin's Russia to join forces in invading Iran on the flimsy pretext that presence of a handful of German engineers in the neutral territory of Iran constituted a casus belli. A month after British and Russian forces occupied Iran in August 1941, the Shah abdicated in favor of his son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who was disposed under the circumstances to accommodate the Anglo-Russian occupation. The British occupation forces, later complemented by a smaller American contingent, sat idly by while their wartime ally Russia requisitioned most food supplies from the northern zone of Iran occupied by the Soviet Army. Tens of thousands of Iranians died of hunger while 100,000 Russian and 70,000 British and Indian troops were given priority in supplies. Typhoid and typhus became epidemic. Diversion of supplies along the Iranian Railroad to carry Anglo-American Lend-Lease goods to Russia during the winter of 1944-5 killed thousands more for want of heating oil in the bitter winter. British policy during the entire period was systematic humiliation of nationalist Iranian elements and the government, while encouraging the most superstitious and feudal reaction inside the country. In a desperate bid to seek help from a third party, the Iranian government asked American aid, and in 1942 an American military official, General M. Norman Schwarzkopf, went to Iran where he trained a national police force, for a 6-year period until 1948. Schwarzkopf and his Iranian army contacts were to later prove crucial in the toppling of Iran's nationalist premier Mossadegh in August, 1953. Despite the solemn declaration of the wartime Tehran Conference, signed by Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt regarding the restoration of post-war Iranian sovereignty, Russia demanded an extensive exclusive oil concession in the northern part of Iran bordering Azerbaijan, while England demanded further concession for the government-linked Royal Dutch Shell. In the midst of this blatant foreign blackmail from what amounted to occupation forces on Iranian territory, in December 1944 Iranian nationalist leader Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh introduced a bill in the Iranian parliament which would prohibit oil negotiations with foreign countries. Mossadegh cited a November 2, 1944 Times of London editorial which proposed a post-war partition of Iran among the three powers, England, Russia, and the United States. The resolution passed, but it explicitly left for a later debate the resolution of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company concession in southern Iran, the Old Darcy concession from 1901. By 1948, following a bitter fight including taking the case before the new United Nations, Iran had finally succeeded in forcing a withdrawal of foreign troops from her soil. But the country and its economy were still under the effective lock grip of the British government through the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. Iran's southern region contained the richest oil province then known in the entire world, and it was controlled under the exclusive concession given decades earlier to the British. Since 1919 British administrative officials had de facto run the administration of the country to secure this vital monopoly. Niceties of Iranian sovereignty were pushed to the side. But following the end of the Second World War, with the anti-colonial movement emerging from India across Africa into Asia, Iran no longer would tolerate such an abrogation of its national sovereignty. In late 1947, the government of Iran proposed to the Anglo-Iranian Oil Co. to increase the ridiculously low revenue share Anglo-Iranian allowed the government of Iran for the world's most profitable oil exploitation. Iran cited the case of Venezuela where the American Standard Oil companies had agreed to pay 50% to the government of Venezuela. Iran noted that had she had such terms, instead of getting a paltry $36 million per year for draining its precious natural resource, it would have accrued $100 millions, at that time a significant sum. As it was, Iran calculated that Anglo-Iranian and the British were de facto paying total royalties of a mere 8% of their net profit. Britain held exclusive concession over a vast area comprising 100,000 square miles on which it was refusing to engage in significant new exploration. Iran had calculated that in 1948 on its production of 23 million tons of Iranian oil, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Co. made a profit of $320 million, while paying Iran a royalty of $36 million. The government of Iran suggested in light of the data presented, that the original concession be renegotiated with the principle of justice and fairness in mind. 5. This suggestion was not greeted with joy in London. BBC Radio began broadcasting fake news accounts designed to embarrass the Iranian government by charging that Foreign Minister Esfandiari had agreed to humiliating concessions to British Foreign Minister Ernest Bevin for amending Iran's constitution. That was only the initial response. The talks over changing the Anglo-Iranian agreement dragged on through 1949 without significant concession from the British side. Their strategy was to stall and delay, while working always to weaken the Iranian government. But in Iranian parliamentary elections towards the end of 1949, Dr. Mossadegh and his small National Front party campaigned on the issue of the oil negotiation. The National Front won 6 seats in the new parliament and by December, Mossadegh was named head of a parliamentary commission on the oil issue. Iran had asked 50% profit sharing as well as Iranian participation in the management of Anglo-Iranian Oil Co. British refusal to meet Iran even halfway continued, as one government after another fell over the contentious issue in Iran until April 1951 when Mohammad Mossadegh was made Prime Minister. Contrary to subsequent propaganda from various circles in Washington and London, Mossadegh was not a proxy for the today communists or Russia or any wild extremist, but a passionate patriot of Iran and a staunch enemy of Soviet Russia, whatever his other faults may have been. Already on March 15 the Iranian parliament, the Majlis, had voted to accept Dr. Mossadegh's commission recommendation and nationalize, with fair compensation, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. The final nationalization plan was approved by the Majlis the day before Mossadegh was asked to form his government, on April 28, 1951. In British eyes, Iran had committed the unforgivable sin. It had effectively acted to assert national interest over British interests. Britain promptly threatened retaliation, and within days British naval forces arrived near Abadan. Here the hypocrisy of the British came to light. Previously, the British Foreign Office had refused to intervene into negotiations between Anglo-Iranian Oil Co. and Iran, claiming it would not interfere in the affairs of a private company, despite the fact that 53% of Anglo-Iranian was held by His British Majesty's government. Now, with Anglo-Iranian nationalized by Iran, the British government not only intervened in the negotiation between Iran and the company but also backed up its demands by dispatching units of the Royal Navy to Iranian waters, and threatened the occupation of Abadan by paratroopers for the ostensible reason of protecting British interests. Abadan was the site of the world's largest oil refinery, part of Anglo-Iranian Oil Co. 6. In all the 28 months of Mossadegh's premiership, the British labored under one overwhelming obstacle. Iran was fully within its legal rights to nationalize a company on its territory so long as she offered just compensation, which is what Mossadegh's government had offered. As well, Iran would guarantee to Britain the same level of oil supply she had enjoyed before nationalization, as well as offering to continue to employ British nationals in Anglo-Iranian. By September 1951, Britain had declared full economic sanctions against Iran, including embargo against Iranian oil shipments as well as a freeze on all Iranian assets in British banks abroad. British warships were stationed just outside Iranian coastal waters as well as land and air forces to Basra in British-controlled Iraq, close to the Abadan refinery complex. The British embargo was joined by all the major Anglo-American oil companies. Economic strangulation was to be the London and Washington response to assertions of national sovereignty from developing states which interfered with vital assets. British secret intelligence corrupted informants within the Iranian Central Bank, Bank Melli, and other parts of the government to gain a minute-by-minute reading of the exact effect of their economic sanctions on the country. Prospective buyers of nationalized Iranian oil were warned by the Anglo-American oil companies they would face legal action on grounds that a compensation agreement had not yet been signed between Anglo-Iranian Oil Co. and Iran. This tortuous legal argument covered a self-fulfilling strategy. The company and the British refused to sign any compensation agreement. Meanwhile, as month rolled into month, the bite of the embargo on Iran's fragile economy took hold, and the economic troubles besetting Mossadegh's regime multiplied. The major source of the country's export earnings, oil revenues plummeted from $400 million in 1950 down to less than $2 million between July 1951 and the fall of Mossadegh in August 1953. Mossadegh personally came to the United States that September to address the UN Security Council, which timidly voted to defer the matter, whereupon Mossadegh went to Washington in a vain effort to enlist American help for his country's position. The major political blunder made by Mossadegh was his lack of appreciation of the ironclad cartel relationship of Anglo-American interests around the vital issue of strategic petroleum control. U.S. mediator W. Averell Harriman had gone to Iran, accompanied by a delegation packed with people tied to big oil interests, including State Department economist Walter Levy. Harriman recommended Iran accept the British offer. When Mossadegh went to Washington, the only suggestion he heard from the State Department was to appoint Royal Dutch Shell as Iran's management company. When the British insisted the case be brought before the World Court for arbitration, Mossadegh, himself educated in law in Belgium and Switzerland, argued his country's case successfully and the court denied Britain jurisdiction, referring the matter back to Iran's internal jurisdiction. on July 22, 1952. Commenting on the situation, journalist Ned Russell of the New York Herald Tribune in October, 1952 noted accurately, there were few, if any, leaders of small nations with Mossadegh's courage, who, watching their country suffer under a massive financial and economic blockade imposed by Britain, and now the United States, would tell Truman and Churchill. No, Russell noted that Churchill's ploy was to pit the United States and Britain together against Dr. Mossadegh. By 1953 Anglo-American intelligence had its response ready. In May of that year, the new U.S. President, Dwight Eisenhower, turned down Mossadegh's request for economic aid, on advice of his Secretary of State John Foster Dulles and the CIA chief, Allen Dulles. On August 10, CIA Director Allen Dulles met with U.S. Ambassador to Tehran, Loy Henderson, and the Shah's sister in Switzerland. The same time Gen. Norman Schwarzkopf, Sr. arrived in Tehran in August, 1953, after a 5 years absence, to see old friends. He was close to the Shah and to key army generals he had earlier trained, who were being promised power in the event of a successful coup against Mossadegh. With the aid of royalist elements in the Iranian armed forces, British and American intelligence staged a coup and forced Mossadegh's arrest, his influence severely undermined by 2 years of unrelenting Anglo-American economic warfare against the country, combined with subversion of key support for the government. Britain's secret intelligence services had convinced the CIA's Allen Dulles and his brother, Secretary of State John Foster, who then convinced Eisenhower, that the overthrow of Mossadegh was indispensable. The CIA, under code name Operation Ajax, cooperated fully with British SIS in the overthrow of Mohammad Mossadegh in August 1953. The young Reza Shah Pahlavi was backed by the Anglo-Americans as opposition to Mossadegh. The Shah returned, and economic sanctions were lifted. Anglo-American oil interests had prevailed and had shown what they were prepared to do in the post-war era to anyone who tried to challenge their mandate. Ironically, those same Anglo-American interests would turn on the Shah himself some 25 years later. 7. The U.S. Soviet Cold War period in the immediate post-war years provided a marvelous opportunity to British and American intelligence services. Any significant opposition which stood in the way of major policy initiatives, could conveniently be painted with a red brush as a communist or communist-leaning. Nowhere was this easier to apply than against little-known leaders of developing or newly independent former colonial nations. This was the tactic used by London and by Washington all too often during the post-war decades. As a consequence, Mohammad Mossadegh was to become known in Western accounts as an irresponsible wild radical who was working with communists against vital Western strategic security. Italy attempts independence in oil and development. One European company expressed interest in purchasing oil from Mossadegh's nationalized oil supply. This was in Italy. More specifically, it was the founder of a new Italian state enterprise, who later would cause severe headaches for the Anglo-American oil cartel, Enrico Mattei. Enrico Mattei had Entschlossenheit or decisiveness in the classical Prussian meaning of the term. He was the leader of the largest non-communist resistance organization in Italy during the Second World War. When Alcide de Gasperi formed his Christian democratic government in 1945, he named Mattei to become the head of the North Italian region for a moribund entity created 2 decades earlier called Azienda Generale Italiana Petroli, or AGIP. Despite the fact that Italy had switched sides in 1943, 2 years of Allied fighting and bombing up the peninsula following more than 2 decades of Mussolini fascism, had left the country in ruins. In 1945 Italy's gross national product was only at the level of 1911, and had fallen in real terms by 40% from the level of 1938. A large increase in population despite war losses, came as a result of repatriation from lost colonies. Starvation threatened, and the standard of living was alarmingly low. In this situation, Enrico Mattei set out to create indigenous energy resources to begin the reconstruction of Italy's post-war economy. Despite a mandate to prepare AGIP for privatization as rapidly as possible, Mattei set about to find oil and gas. This he did with an aggressive exploration effort under the Po Plain in the north of Italy, with a series of increasingly significant discoveries, first in 1946 near Cavieaga, then a major find south of Cremona at Corte Maggiore in 1949, where not only natural gas but also the first oil in Italy was found. Mattei was given carte blanche to build his enterprise after these finds, having become overall head of AGIP. Efforts by the jealous American oil majors to co-opt this new rival in the Italian energy market were resisted. Mattei was a staunch Italian nationalist determined to build the economy of the nation as a self-sufficient country. The drain on the precious dollar reserves of Italy to pay oil imports from the American and British oil majors, was the largest problem in the post-war balance of payments deficit of Italy. Mattei tackled this problem with a boldness which cut across awesome obstacles. A 2,500-mile-long network of gas pipelines was constructed, to bring the natural gas from Corte Maggiore into the industrial cities of Milan and Turin. The revenues from the new gas finds were used to finance the expansion of the industrial infrastructure of AGIP across Italy's industrial north. It was Mattei, referring to the ruthless cartelization of world oil markets, who coined the term, Sette Sorelle or Seven Sisters, to refer to the 7 Anglo-American companies who ruled the world of oil in the 1950s. Mattei was determined that Italy not be subjugated to the power of these 7, whom he accurately accused of pursuing a worldwide policy of limiting production to maintain highest prices for their holdings, and selling their crude to oil-poor Europe at prices rigged to maintain their production price in the expensive continental United States. Mattei set out to secure maximum production and supply at the lowest price possible. Needless to say, he soon came into bitter conflict with those 7 powerful companies and their friends in government. In February 1953, Mattei successfully lobbied for passage of a new law which created a central semi-autonomous state energy holding, Ente Nazionale Idrocarburi or ENI as it came to be known. ENI, with Mattei as its founding president, subsumed AGIP for oil and gas and refining, and the pipeline subsidiary SNAM, and was soon to develop tankers and a network of gasoline stations across Italy, surpassing those of Esso and Shell in quality and customer service, the first to incorporate modern restaurants and other conveniences. Using the same development formula he had applied in AGIP, Mattei used the proceeds from ENI to invest in construction of oil refineries, a giant chemicals plant, a synthetic rubber plant using ENI natural gas as feedstock, a heavy engineering subsidiary which constructed all ENI refineries and related infrastructure, as well as acquisition of an oil tanker fleet to haul ENI crude oil from abroad, independent of the Anglo-American shipping monopoly. By 1958, total proceeds from ENI's Italian natural gas sales alone topped the considerable sum of $75 million yearly. This was money saved which otherwise would go to spend precious Italian dollar reserves for import foreign oil and coal. Perhaps no single individual accomplished more in the decade and a half after the war to develop industry in Italy. 8. As early as 1954, the U.S. Embassy in Rome had become visibly alarmed at the activities of Enrico Mattei. For the first time in the economic history of Italy, stated an American embassy memorandum to Washington, a government-owned entity has found itself in the unique position of being financially solvent, capably led, and responsible to no one other than its leader. 9. Mattei's bold development initiative. If Mattei's efforts to secure energy independence within Italy had irritated the Seven Sisters and Anglo-American interests behind them, Mattei's growing efforts to secure independent supplies of crude oil from abroad turned that annoyance into a rabid hatred of the Italian industrialist. This, most notably, when the Anglo-Americans learned what kind of negotiations the Mattei was willing to sign with especially developing countries. When the Shah of Iran returned after the fall of Mossadegh with the active backing of British and American intelligence, he did not move to completely undo the work of his defeated prime minister. The National Iranian Oil Company was to remain a state entity with control over all subsurface oil and gas reserves. But by April 1954, less than a year after the coup, the Anglo-American companies, joined by their little sister, France's state-owned CFP, entered into negotiations with the government of Iran and NIOC to secure a 25-year participation agreement for exploitation of oil on 100,000 square miles of Iranian territory. Anglo-Iranian Oil, which that same year changed its name to British Petroleum, was given the lion's share of its old Darcy concession, or 40%. Royal Dutch Shell got the second largest, 14%, giving the British companies the majority or 54% of Iran's output from the area. The American majors divided 40% of the oil, including among them a handful of selected independents which were part of the old Standard Rockefeller Group. France's CFP got 6%. Mattei approached the Seven Sisters to discuss a small ENI participation in the Iran concession, and was given what he later called a humiliating rejection by the Anglo-Americans. Not to be thwarted, in 1955, a year before Britain's own humiliation at Suez, Mattei entered into successful negotiations with Egypt's new nationalist leader Gamal Abdel Nasser. ENI secured a share of the concession to develop the oil of Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, which by 1961 had grown into a considerable volume of some 2.5 million tons/year of crude oil, the vast bulk of which was then refined in ENI refineries to fill the rapidly expanding demand in Italy for petroleum, all without having to be paid for in scarce US dollars. But Mattei's real challenge to the Anglo-American major oil companies came in Iran in 1957. Mattei began negotiations in the spring of 1957 with the Shah for an unprecedented arrangement. Under its terms, the National Iranian Oil Company was to be partner with ENI in a deal whereby Iran got 75% of total profits, ENI 25% in a new joint venture, Société Irano-Italienne de Pétroles, which had a 25-year exclusive right to explore and develop on some 8,800 square miles of promising petroleum prospects in the non-allocated regions of Iran. A senior British official stated at the time, "The Italians are determined somehow or another to muscle in on Middle East oil." The view of Washington and London was much the same as that of the Seven Sisters. Mattei's revolutionary initiatives, if allowed to go unchecked, would upset the entire global world oil order. The standard agreement from the major US and UK companies with developing countries was 50 to 50% on the crude oil, with ample margin for manipulation of downstream profits built in. If Mattei were let into the club of the sisters, they feared that Belgian and German and other companies would also demand a rightful share of oil possibilities. Thus, the US and British governments officially protested to the Shah's government against the pending deal with Mattei. But to no immediate avail. In August 1957, Mattei and the Iranians had secured their revolutionary agreement. Speaking about the potentials of his new contract, Mattei declared his view that the Middle East should now be industrial Europe's Middle West, signaling his intention of using the oil agreement as a first step towards the European building of significant industrial and technological infrastructure in the Middle East. By March 1961, the first ENI oil tanker, Corte Maggiore, landed at the Italian port Bari, with the first fruits of the new Iranian partnership, 18,000 tons of crude oil from the Persian Gulf. Mattei had pioneered some of the first successful underwater oil explorations in his Syrup joint venture. Inside Italy itself, Mattei continued pressure on the Seven Sister Companies through a policy of progressive price reductions at the gasoline pump for consumers, as well as persuading the Italian government to reduce the severely high excise tax on gasoline. As a direct result of this policy, in which the Anglo-American companies were forced reluctantly to acquiesce, gasoline prices in Italy dropped 25% between 1959 and 1961, a factor which is credited with significantly aiding Italy's first real post-war economic revival. And outside Italy, Mattei continued an active foreign policy of seeking out those regions which had been deliberately neglected by the Anglo-Americans as too small to warrant attention. ENI and Mattei personally went to newly independent countries of Africa and Asia, and discussed prospects unlike any then being offered these forgotten former colonies. Mattei would build local oil refineries in the given country, which would then be owned by the country. This broke with the ironclad Seven Sister control of the vastly more lucrative refining end of the business. The supplier country would no longer be merely a primitive raw material source, but would begin to develop the basis of modern indigenous industry from the proceeds of its mineral wealth. In return, ENI would get a guaranteed return on its capital invested in the country. It would secure the exclusive engineering and construction contracts for the refining facilities, as well as being the exclusive worldwide marketer for the oil. But it was in October 1960 that Enrico Mattei blew the fuses inside the White House and 10 Downing Street, as well American Samoa, in the headquarters of the Seven Sisters. Italy's leading anti-communist resistance leader, lifelong Christian Democrat, Enrico Mattei, was in Moscow. Once again, Moscow and the vast Russian petroleum resources became the focus of European negotiations, as in the 1920s at Rapallo. And, once again, the Anglo-Americans stood dead opposed to the success of the negotiations. Since 1958, ENI had contracted to buy a small volume of crude oil from the Soviet Union, less than 1 million tons annually. But word leaked out in the West that a far more ambitious undertaking was being discussed in Moscow between Mattei and Soviet Foreign Trade Minister Pavlichev. On October 11, 1958, Mattei signed an agreement whereby, in exchange for guaranteed delivery of 2.4 million tons of Soviet oil annually, over a 5-year period, ENI would ensure a significantly expanded Soviet oil export capability into the West. The oil would not be paid in cash, but rather in kind, in the form of deliveries of large-diameter oil pipe. This would enable construction of a huge pipeline network bringing Soviet oil from the Volga-Urals into Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Hungary. When complete, that pipeline network would bring some 15 million tons annually of Soviet crude oil into Eastern Europe, where it was to be exchanged for industrial goods and food products to the USSR. At that time, the USSR had a desperate need for large-diameter oil pipe, and lacked capacity to produce such in the necessary volume and quality. ENI secured the support of the Italian government, and the state-owned Finsider Group was commissioned to build a new steel works in Taranto with a capacity to deliver 2 million tons of large-diameter pipe annually. The Taranto plant was rushed into completion, and began to produce pipe for the Soviet market by September 1962. Italy was able to buy crude oil from the Soviet Union at a price of $1.00/barrel FOB. Black Sea, compared with the cost in Kuwait of $1.59/barrel plus an added $0.69/barrel for shipping costs, and for the United States in the early 1960s for oil of comparable quality of $2.75/barrel. With the added boost of new jobs in the Italian steel and chemicals sector, few in Italy were alarmed at charges in certain American and British press that Mattei was a crypto-communist, or at the very least had become a fellow traveler with Moscow. 10. 1 month after the Finsider pipe works began rolling steel for Soviet pipelines, on October 27, 1962, under circumstances which to the present day stir speculation and charges of deliberate sabotage, the private airplane carrying Enrico Mattei crashed after taking off from Sicily en route to Milan, killing all 3 on board. Mattei was 56, at the peak of his powers. The Rome CIA station chief at that time, Thomas Karamessines, left Rome suddenly afterwards without explanation. He was later instrumental in the Chilean coup against Salvador Allende. It is perhaps mere coincidence, but CIA chief John McCone, at the time of Mattei's suspicious death, held more than $1 million in shares in Standard Oil of California. A detailed report dated October 28, 1962 from Karamessines on the Mattei assassination has never been made public by the U.S. government, which cites matters concerning national security as reason for its refusal. Before his death, Mattei had managed to secure construction of Italy's first nuclear power test reactor, and had created a new subsidiary of ENI, called Enel, a state electricity utility to work in the development of the country's electric grid with ambitious plans for nuclear energy well in view. As well, in addition to his agreements with Iran, Egypt, and the Soviet Union for oil supply, he had signed similar developmental agreements with Morocco, Sudan, Tanzania, Ghana, India, and Argentina. In noting Mattei's death, the London Economist, the weekly of the British financial establishment founded to open the way for Corn Law's repeal in the 1840s, and owned by the Trust of Royal Dutch Shells Lord Cowdray, had the following editorial comment. Just how great or how sinister a man Enrico Mattei was will long remain the subject of passionate debate, put him somewhere between de Terting and Kreuger. But it is difficult to think of any other man in world oil or in Italy, the areas where Mattei cast the longest shadow, whose abrupt subtraction from the scene might make as much difference to either. The New York Times called him, the most important individual in Italy, who more than any other individual had been responsible for Italy's post-war Italian economic miracle 11. At the time of his death, Mattei had been preparing for a trip to meet with the President of the United States, John F. Kennedy, who was then pressing the U.S. oil companies to reach some form of détente with Mattei. The agenda of that Kennedy-Mattei talk was not to be realized. One can only speculate at the possibilities. Instead, in little more than a year, Kennedy himself was assassinated, the trail of blood also leading to the door of U.S. intelligence, through a complex web of organized crime cutouts. Endnotes. 1 United States National Archive. 890 F.24/20. Memorandum of Alling to A.A. Burleigh and Secretary of State Dean Acheson. December 14, 1942. 2 ECA and MSA Relations with International Oil Companies Concerning Petroleum Prices. U.S. Senate Select Committee on Small Business. 82nd Congress, 2nd Session. 1952. 3 Painter, David S. Oil and the Marshall Plan. Business History Review. No. 58. Harvard University. 4 De Sico, Marcello. International Financial Markets and U.S. Domestic Policy since 1945. London, International Affairs, January 1976. Volume 52, Number 1. 5 Fatemi, Nasrollah S. Oil Diplomacy, Powderkeg in Iran. New York, Whittier Books Incorporated 1954. 6 Ibid p.342. 7 Zabi, Sepr. The Mossadegh Era. Chicago, Lakeview Press. 1982. 8 Josen, Joachim. El Mecht im Wettstreit. Verlag August Lutzeier, Baden-Baden. 1963. 9 United States National Archives. Department of State. Memorandum on Enrico Mattei and the ENI. December 16, 1954. NARG 59. 865.2553/12-1654. 10 Josen, Joachim. OPCIT pages 108 to 112. 11 The Economist. ENI-Mattei. November 5, 1962, p. 499. Chapter 8. A Sterling Crisis and the Adenauer de Gaulle Threat. Continental Europe emerges from the rubble of war. By the end of the 1950s the world began to look promising for the first time in more than almost 3 decades, at least for a majority of Western Europeans, as well as for aspiring nations of what in those days was still called the developing sector of the Southern Hemisphere. In 1957, a new form of economic cooperation, the European Economic Community, with France, West Germany, and Italy at the center, was formed with the signing of the Treaty of Rome. In January 1959, according to terms of that treaty, the European Economic Community was born. The Federal Republic of Germany had begun recovery from the ravages of war, on its way to rebuilding Europe's strongest industrial capacities. In France, General Charles de Gaulle had returned to power in 1958 and begun a vigorous program, under the guidance of an emergency restructuring plan drafted by his economic advisor, Jacques Rueff, to build modern infrastructure and expand France's devastated industrial and agricultural economy, and restore the nation's fiscal stability. By the late 1950s, Italy was enjoying the fruits of an economic prosperity, largely the consequence of the initiative set into motion by ENI's Enrico Mattei. In fact, in the first 2 decades following the end of the Second World War, the non-communist economies of Europe and many developing sector countries experienced an unprecedented industrial and agriculture growth. Continental European manufacturing industry was expanding at a healthy 5% annual rate by the early 1960s. The total volume of world trade, which had been stagnant for the decade after 1938, had increased some 250% in relative terms between 1948 and 1963, and with no end to the growth in sight. By 1957, for the first time ever, world trade in manufactured goods exceeded that in primary goods, food and raw materials. The locomotive of this expansion was the rapidly growing trade of European Common Market. In 1953, the countries comprising the Common Market counted for 19% of world export trade. By 1960, they had surpassed U.S. exports, both in relative and absolute terms, at 26% of total world exports and some $30 billions. Western European investment in new steel plants, highway and electricity infrastructure, port modernization for cities such as Hamburg, Rotterdam, and other major terminals, together created the foundations for an impressive expansion of the West European economy's productivity. Measured in terms of output per man-hour of the industrial labor force, labor productivity in Western continental Europe from the 1950s into the 1960s was growing at a healthy rate of nearly 7% per annum, fully 1.5 times more rapidly than in the United States in this period. 1. In the course of this dramatic industrial and trade growth in continental Europe, European trade relations with the developing sector also expanded significantly beginning the late 1950s, leading to more rapid industrial growth in many developing nations than at any time this century. Indicative of the process was the growth of the developing sector's share of world manufacturing production, which grew from 6.5% of an expanding total output in 1953, to almost 9% by 1963, an increase of 50% in relative terms over the decade, and far greater in absolute terms of output. 2. When de Gaulle was brought back to power in France in 1958, this gave a strong new political voice to the economically expanding European continent. De Gaulle, a seasoned military and political figure, had no illusions of ultimate British designs in Europe, and increasingly regarded American post-war designs as dangerously similar to those of the British. On assuming the presidency in 1958, de Gaulle began a series of fruitless exchanges with President Eisenhower, proposing a fundamental reform of the NATO structure in order to allow a French veto on use of nuclear weapons, among other things. In September 1959, General de Gaulle expressed his concerns in a letter to the American president. In the course of 2 world wars, America was France's ally, and France has not forgotten what she owes to American help. But neither has she forgotten that during the First World War, that help came only after 3 long years of struggle which nearly proved mortal for her, and that during the second she had already been crushed before you intervened. Know as you yourself know, what a nation is, with its geography, its interests, its political system, its public opinion, its passions, its fears, its errors. It can help another, but it cannot identify itself with another. That is why, although remaining faithful to our alliance, I cannot accept France's integration into NATO. 3. As Washington turned a deaf ear to France's proposals, de Gaulle initiated an independent French force de frappe nuclear force, and announced it was withdrawing its Mediterranean naval fleet from the NATO command. In 1960, France successfully tested its first atomic bomb in the Sahara. De Gaulle was articulating a new independent voice for the emerging post-war continental Europe. One of the first steps de Gaulle took after assuming the presidency of France in 1958 was to invite German Chancellor Konrad Adenauer to meet with him at de Gaulle's private retreat in Colombey-les-Deux-Églises in September 1958. It was the beginning not only of an historic political rapprochement between the two former wartime antagonists, but of a close personal friendship as well between the two seasoned statesmen. The process culminated some 5 years later on January 22, 1963, when de Gaulle and Adenauer signed the treaty between the French Republic and the Federal Republic of Germany, outlining a process of close heads of state cooperation, combined with various forms of economic and industrial policy coordination. The de Gaulle-Adenauer Accord sent alarm bells ringing in both Washington and London. Continental Europe, under the leadership of de Gaulle, Adenauer, and Italy's Aldo Moro, was becoming far too independent in every respect for the comfort of some. Nor did it pass unnoticed in London that the very day after the historic signing of the Franco-German Treaty, France's government announced she would veto British application to enter the European Common Market, a veto exercised by de Gaulle out of the years of deep distrust for British motives regarding a strong independent continental Europe. Anglo-American Grand Design against Europe. Early in 1962, the policy circles influencing the Washington administration of John Kennedy had formulated their alternative to the assertion of European independence, represented by the growing collaboration between Germany under Adenauer and France under Charles de Gaulle. A group of policy advisors, including the ever-influential John J. McCloy, who had been Truman's High Commissioner for Germany from 1949 to 52, White House National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy, Treasury Secretary Douglas Dillon, Under-Secretary of State George Ball, and the CIA's Robert Bowie, formulated a counter to the Franco-German notion of a strong independent Europe, with what they termed their Atlanticist Grand Design. With effusive rhetoric supporting the Europe of Jean Monnet, the essence of the Washington policy was that the new common market make itself open for American imports, and be firmly locked into a NATO military alliance in which the British and American voices dominated. Washington's plan also demanded support for British membership in the six-nation common market, a move which, as noted, de Gaulle for very good reasons adamantly opposed. By the time of the January 1963 de Gaulle-Adenauer meeting, Washington's opposition policy was in full force, in coordination with that of Britain. Kennedy's State Department made no secret of its extreme displeasure over the France-Germany Accord. The U.S. Embassy in Bonn had been instructed to exert maximum pressure on select members of both the Christian Democrats of Adenauer, the liberal FDP of Erich Mend, and the opposition Social Demokrats. 2 days before the first formal reading of the Franco-German Treaty in the German Bundestag, on April 24, 1963, Ludwig Erhard, a firm opponent of de Gaulle and an outspoken Atlanticist who favored British entry into the common market, was elected Adenauer's successor. The culmination of Adenauer's life's work, ratification of the Franco-German Treaty, was robbed from him by Anglo-American interests at the last moment. After this point, the content of the French-German Accord, though formally ratified, amounted to a lifeless piece of paper. Chancellor Ludwig Erhard presided ineffectively over a divided party. By July 1964, de Gaulle himself painted a grim picture of the state of German-French relations when asked by press on the progress of the Franco-German Accord. "One could not say," declared de Gaulle with bitterness over his relations with Adenauer's successor, "that Germany and France have yet agreed to make policy together, and one could not dispute that this results from the fact that Bonn has not believed, up to now, that this policy should be European and independent." For the moment, the influential London and Washington circles had blocked the danger of a powerful bloc of continental European policy independent from Anglo-American Atlantic designs. The weakest European link, post-war occupied Germany, had for the moment been broken. Britain's basic 19th-century balance of powers strategy against continental Europe had again been maintained, as in the years before 1914. This time, England had re-established balance through the surrogate arm of the U.S. State Department. Now it remained for the Anglo-Americans to deal with de Gaulle directly. But that was to prove no easy affair. Point 4. 1957, America at the turning point. While Washington had initially encouraged creation of a European common market in order to provide a more efficient market for American industrial and capital exports, the last thing certain circles in the Anglo-American establishment wanted was a politically and economically independent continental Europe. This problem took on a sinister new twist when, beginning late 1957, the United States underwent the first phase of a deep, persisting post-war economic recession with resulting industrial stagnation and growing unemployment, a recession which lasted into the mid-1960s. The fundamental causes for the recession had not been difficult to foresee, had anyone seriously sought them. The vast amount of investment into industrial plant and equipment, which had lifted the U.S. economy out of the 1930s depression, had taken place almost 2 decades earlier during the wartime industrial buildup of 1939 to 43. By 1957, both plant and equipment as well as labor force skill levels, needed to be rejuvenated with more modern resources. The United States in the late 1950s faced the demand of a huge reinvestment into its productive labor force, education system, and technology base, if it were to continue to be the world's leading industrial economy. But, sadly for the United States and the rest of the world, leading U.S. policy circles ensured that precisely the wrong policy alternative dominated Washington in the wake of the 1957 recession. A debate occurred place within U.S. policy circles over how to respond to the crisis. The New York Council on Foreign Relations, the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, and others drafted policy options. An ambitious young Harvard professor named Henry Kissinger became an appendage of the Rockefeller Group at this time. The issue was what to do about the deeper implications of the U.S. recession. The natural demand of industry and farmers for cheap credit and technological progress and capital investment, was overshadowed by the powerful combination of the liberal East Coast establishment. As we noted earlier, by the end of the 1950s, New York banks had merged into enormously powerful concentrations of financial power and were looking far beyond American shores for sources of their profits. A decisive voice in this debate was the chairman of the New York Council on Foreign Relations, John J. McCloy. McCloy personally brought Kissinger down from Harvard in the late 1950s, to shape the policy options being readied for the nation by the wise men of McCloy's Council on Foreign Relations. McCloy, a Wall Street lawyer, was at the time chairman of the Chase Manhattan Bank. Chase Manhattan, as we have noted earlier, was the bank of big oil. The large U.S. oil multinationals and their New York bankers viewed the entire world market as their domain in the 1950s, not the narrow confines of the United States. Saudi Arabia in a certain sense was more strategic for them than Texas. As we shall see, this difference was to become crucial. The post-1957 U.S. policy debate was tilted to the advantage of the international banks of Lower Manhattan and Wall Street, through the influential national television and newspaper media which they controlled. Their control of then-emerging network television, centered in New York, where it enjoyed intimate links with the big international banks of McCloy and Friends, and their control over select news media such as the New York Times, was central to the success of these New York interests in promoting policies which went directly counter to the best interests of the nation and its citizens at this critical turn. It was in this period that these interests were popularly identified as the liberal East Coast establishment. That 58 Chevy. The Iowa farmer or the skilled machinist in Cincinnati had little idea of what was at stake in the end of the 1950s, the last days of the Eisenhower presidency. But by that time, the large, internationally oriented New York banks had already begun preparing to abandon U.S. investment for greener pastures abroad. Henry Ford once stated that he would gladly pay the highest wages in industry, sell the world's cheapest car, and in the process become the world's richest man, all by using the most modern technology. Unfortunately, by the early 1960s, most influential voices in the U.S. policy establishment had forgotten Ford's lesson. They were too obsessed with making a quick buck by the typical merchant's game of buy cheap, sell dear. At Ford Motor Company itself, Robert McNamara, an accountant, had taken over corporate control by the end of the 1950s. The U.S. establishment walked away from investment in rebuilding American cities, from educating a more skilled labor force, from investing in more modern factory production and improving the national economy. Instead, their dollars flowed out of the USA to grab up, on the cheap, already operating industrial companies in Western Europe, South America, or the emerging economies of Asia. Increasingly after the 1957 crisis, large U.S. industry and banks began to follow the ill-conceived British model of industrial policy. Systematic cheating on product quality began to become the fashion of the day. Milton Friedman and other economists preferred to name this monetarism, but it was nothing more than the wholesale infestation of Britain's post-1846 buy cheap, sell dear methods into America's productive base. Pride in workmanship and commitment to industrial progress began to give way to the corporate financial bottom line, a goal calculated every 3 months for corporate stockholders. The average American needed to look no further than his family automobile to see how it worked. Detroit, rather than make the required change to more modern plant and equipment after 1957 to increase its technological productivity, began manipulating instead. By 1958, the amount of steel used in a General Motors Chevrolet was cut to half that of the 1956 model. Needless to say, highway death rates soared as one result. The domestic steel industry also reflected this big drop. U.S. blast furnaces poured out 19 million tons of steel for automotive use in 1955, but by 1958 this had fallen to 10 million tons. By the early 1960s, what's good for General Motors was becoming bad for America and for the world. And the American worker paid a lot more for that 1958 Chevy. Slick Madison Avenue advertising, ever larger tail fins, and chrome trim served to hide the reality. U.S. industry had been persuaded to commit systematic suicide, cheating the customer to make up for falling profits. But like the drunk falling from a 20-story window, who imagines at first that he is enjoying the free flight, most would not realize the real implications of this 1960s post-industrial drift for another 10 or 20 years. The dollar wars of the 1960s. With higher interest rates to be earned abroad by buying up operating Western European companies on the cheap, New York bankers began to turn their back on the United States. Europe had a huge shortage of capital because of the war and collapse of industry. As a result, Europe was forced to pay far higher interest rates to attract the only international currency then available, U.S. dollars from the large New York banks. For their part, Chase Manhattan, Citibank, and others took the chance to make windfall profits in Europe, often doubling what their money earned if they were to invest in municipal bonds to rebuild U.S. sewage systems, bridges, or housing stock. The problem was that Washington, fearful of alienating the powerful New York financial community, refused to address this vital problem in any serious way. The money fled U.S. shores for higher profits abroad. By early 1957, for the first time since World War II, funds began to flow out of the United States in amounts greater than those coming in. During the period 1957 to 1965, U.S. annual net capital export into Western Europe mushroomed from less than $25 billion to more than $47 billion, a staggering sum in the currency of the day. But if it were only American dollars which were leaving U.S. shores, this would have been one problem. The added problem was that, increasingly after 1958, U.S. gold reserves also began what became a continuous and at times precipitous decline. The breakdown of the post-war Bretton Woods monetary system was rapidly approaching, but American policymakers refused to listen. They were listening to the voices of New York banks, big oil companies and large American corporations, which were beginning to turn to cheap labor production outside the United States after the 1957 recession, to improve profit margins. By the end of the 1950s, what had been the overwhelming advantage of the United States dollar as the world reserve currency of the post-war Bretton Woods system, had turned into a liability, with a vengeance. As Western Europe began to achieve independent industrial stature again, with far higher rates of productivity than the aging U.S. economy, this only dramatized the growing weakness of the U.S. economic position by the time of President Kennedy's inauguration in early 1961. When the American negotiators at Bretton Woods set down their terms for the post-war International Monetary Order in 1944, they established it on a basis which contained a fatal flaw. Bretton Woods established a gold exchange standard under which all member countries of the new International Monetary Fund agreed to fix the value of their currency, not directly to gold, but directly to the United States dollar, which in turn had fixed its value to a fixed weight of gold at $35 per fine ounce. This $35/ounce was the price at which the dollar had been fixed ever since Roosevelt set it in 1934, during the depths of the Great Depression. That ratio of the dollar to gold had not been altered in more than a quarter century, despite an intervening world war and the dramatic post-war developments in the world economy. So long as the United States remained the only strong economic power in the Western world, these fundamental flaws could be ignored. In the decade after the war, Europe urgently needed dollars to finance reconstruction and purchase of American and British oil for its economic recovery. The US also held the vast bulk of world gold reserves. But by the beginning of the 1960s, as Europe began to grow at rates outpacing that of the US, it was becoming clear to many that something had to change in the fixed Bretton Woods arrangement. But Washington, under the growing influence of the powerful New York banking community, refused to play by the very rules it had imposed on its allies in 1944. New York banks began to invest abroad in new sources of higher profits. The failure of Washington under both Eisenhower and his Democratic successor, Kennedy, effectively to challenge this vast outflow of vital investment capital, was the center of a problem which turned the decade of the 1960s into a succession of ever-worsening international monetary crises. What New York's international bankers were not eager to advertise was the fact that they were earning huge profits by walking away from investing in America's future. Between 1962 and 1965, U.S. corporations in Western Europe earned between 12 to 14% return, according to a January 1967 presidential report to Congress. The same dollar investment in U.S. industry earned less than half of that. The banks quietly lobbied Washington to keep their game going. They kept their dollars in Europe rather than repatriate the profits to invest in American development. This was the beginning of what came to be known as the eurodollar market. It was to be the cancer which by the late 1970s threatened to destroy the entire host, the world monetary system. It would, of course, have been far better for the nation and actually for the rest of the world, had the U.S. Congress and the White House insisted instead, on tax and credit policies to channel those billions at fair rates of return, into new U.S. plant and equipment, advanced technologies, transportation infrastructure, modernization of the rotting rail system, and developing the untapped industrial market potential of the Third World for U.S. industrial exports. More sensible for the nation perhaps, but not for the power of certain influential New York banks. If a given national economy produces the same volume of saleable goods under the same technological basis over a period of, say, 10 years, and prints double the volume of its domestic currency for that same volume of goods as at the beginning of the decade, the consumer notes the effect as a significant price inflation. He pays $2 in 1960 for a loaf of bread which cost him only $1 in 1950. But when this effect was spread around the entire world economy by virtue of the dominant position of the US dollar, the inflated reality could be masked for a bit longer. The results, however, were every bit as destructive. In his first days in office, under guidance from his advisors, President Lyndon Baines Johnson, a small-town Texas politician, with little knowledge of international politics, let alone monetary policy, reversed the earlier decision of John Kennedy. President Johnson was led to believe a full-scale military war in Southeast Asia would solve many problems of the stagnant U.S. economy, and show the world America was still resolute. The Vietnam option is taken. There have been volumes written since the tragic Vietnam War about the reasons and causes for it. But on one level, it was clear that a significant faction of American defense industry and New York finance had encouraged the decision of Washington to go to war, despite its absurd military justification and a divisive domestic reaction, because the military buildup offered their interests a politically saleable excuse to revive a massive diversion of U.S. industry into production of defense goods. More and more during the 1960s, the heart of the U.S. economy was being transformed into a kind of military economy, where a Cold War against communist danger was used to justify tens of billions of dollars of spending. The military spending became the backup for the global economic interests of the New York financial and oil interests, another echo of 19th-century British Empire, dressed in the garb of 20th-century anti-communism. The Vietnam War strategy was deliberately designed by Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy, with Pentagon planners and key advisors around Lyndon Johnson, to be a no-win war from the onset, in order to ensure a prolonged buildup of this defense component of the economy. The American voter, Washington reasoned, would accept large costs, if it produced local jobs in defense plants for a new war against an alleged godless encroachment of communism in Vietnam, despite the gaping U.S. budget deficits. Under the Bretton Woods rules, by inflating the dollar through huge spending deficits at home, Washington in effect could force Europe and other trading partners to swallow this U.S. war cost in the form of cheapened dollars. So long as the United States refused to devalue the dollar against gold to reflect the deterioration of U.S. economic performance since 1944, Europe had to pay the cost by accepting dollars at the same ratio as it had some 20 years before. To finance the enormous deficits of his 1960s Great Society and Vietnam buildup, Johnson, fearful of losing votes if he raised taxes, simply printed dollars, by selling more U.S. Treasury bonds to finance the deficits. In the early 1960s, the U.S. federal budget deficit averaged approximately $3 billion annually. It hit an alarming $9 billion in 1967 as the war costs soared, and by 1968 it reached a staggering $25 billion. Central banks in Europe in this period began to accumulate large dollar accounts which they used as official reserves, the so-called eurodollar accumulation abroad. Ironically, Washington in 1961 had requested allies in Europe and Japan, the group of 10 countries, to ease the drain on U.S. gold reserves by retaining their growing U.S. dollar reserves instead of redeeming the dollars for U.S. gold, as mandated under Bretton Woods. European central banks earned interest on these dollars by investing into U.S. government treasury bonds. The net effect was that European central banks thereby financed the huge U.S. deficits of the 1960s Vietnam debacle. American futurist Herman Kahn reportedly exclaimed to a friend, when told how this deficit financing operated, "We pulled off the biggest ripoff in history. We've run rings around the British Empire." But it was not so obvious who was running rings around whom at this time. The City of London was preparing a comeback with expatriate American dollars, as we shall soon see. Obviously, the economic status of European economies such as Germany and France was different in 1964 from what it had been in 1944, when Bretton Woods was drafted. But U.S. policy circles refused to listen to their protestations, especially from de Gaulle's France, because they reasoned that a devaluation of the dollar would cut the power of the omnipotent New York banks in the world capital markets. Washington had imitated the disastrous example of England from the period before the 1914 World War. Earlier, when New York bankers first began to funnel large funds out of the United States to speculate in Western Europe or Latin America, President Kennedy attempted to spark a renewed American technological optimism and encourage considerable investment into new technologies by announcing the Apollo program moonshot and the creation of NASA. There was still a significant majority in America in 1962 which believed that the country should produce its way out of the crisis. But on November 22, 1963, John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas. New Orleans Judge Jim Garrison, at the time involved in investigating leads to the assassination in his capacity as New Orleans District Attorney, years later continued to insist the murder had been carried out by the CIA, with aid of select organized crime figures including Carlos Marcello. Kennedy had among other things been on the verge of pulling out from Vietnam after talks with former Gen. Douglas A. MacArthur days before his murder, a policy shift confirmed by his close friend and advisor Arthur Schlesinger. The reasons for the assassination of John F. Kennedy are a subject of much speculation and have been since November 1963. But what is clear is that the young president was moving on a variety of strategic fronts to establish his own mold for U.S. policy, a direction which in issue after issue began to run at odds with the powerful financial and political interests controlling the liberal East Coast establishment. In May 1961, more than 2 years before his fateful motorcade tour along Dealey Plaza in Dallas, Kennedy came to Paris where he met personally with General de Gaulle. In his book, Memoirs of Hope, de Gaulle gives a telling personal assessment of the American president. Kennedy had presented to de Gaulle the American argument for backing the dictatorship of Ngo Dinh Diem in South Vietnam and initial steps to install elements of an American Expeditionary Corps under cover of economic aid to the Southeast Asian country. Kennedy had argued to de Gaulle that the support was essential to build a bulwark against Soviet expansion in Indochina. But instead of giving him the approval he wanted, I told the president that he was taking the wrong road, de Gaulle writes. You will find, de Gaulle told Kennedy, that intervention in this area will be an endless entanglement. De Gaulle went on to elaborate his reasons. Kennedy listened to me. De Gaulle concludes his impressions. Kennedy left Paris. I had been dealing with a man whose age, and whose justifiable ambition inspired immense hopes. He seemed to me to be on the point of taking off into the heights, like some great bird. For his part, on his return to Washington he was to say in a report to the American people on June 6 that he had found General de Gaulle a wise counselor for the future and an informative guide to the history that he had helped to make. I could not have more confidence in any man. It seems that some powerful interests in the Anglo-American world were less than enthusiastic over the prospects of such confidence between the French general and the young American president becoming a full-fledged turn in policy direction for the United States foreign policy. When Lyndon B. Johnson became president on November 22, 1963, he could never be accused of inspiring similar hopes. Lyndon Johnson as president never dared defy the powerful Wall Street interests. 5. LBJ soon escalated Vietnam from a CIA technical advisory, into a full-scale military conflict, pouring tens of billions of dollars and 500,000 uniformed men into a self-defeating war in Southeast Asia. The war kept Wall Street bond markets busy financing a record level of U.S. Treasury debt, while select defense-related U.S. industry kept their profits flowing from the Asian campaign. The persisting U.S. economic stagnation which worried the politician Johnson, was seemingly solved by the boom in war spending, such that he secured a landslide victory over Republican Barry Goldwater in 1964. But his victory was to be at a staggering cost. The beginnings of America's internal rot. Faced with the need to address America's growing urban decay, on August 20, 1964, President Johnson signed the Equal Opportunities Act. In signing it, he boasted with characteristic bravado, "Today, for the first time in the history of the human race, a great nation is able and willing to make a commitment to eradicate poverty among its people." The War on Poverty and LBJ's Great Society program, as he called it, hardly eradicated poverty. But it provided additional excuse for one of the largest increases of deficit spending and financial looting in modern history, as well financed by European dollars. Millions of the nation's youth were herded into colleges during the mid-1960s, as a form of hidden unemployment, with a university student population rising from less than 4 million in 1960 to almost 10 million in 1975. It was the excuse for Wall Street to float additional billions of dollars of state-guaranteed public bonds for university construction. Investment in expansion of the real industrial economy was being shifted into this post-industrial or service economy, similar to the path Britain had traveled on its road to ruin late in the last century. Social security and welfare spending increased, as entire sections of the population were thrown onto a permanent human scrap heap of unemployment. The NASA space program reached a spending peak in 1966 of $6 billion, and was sharply cut by Johnson every year after. The technology push in American universities began to stagnate and then decline, with students instead being encouraged to pursue careers in social relations, and Zen meditation. University education, once the heart of the American dream, was transformed into low-quality mass production, as standards were deliberately lowered during the 1960s. Investment in transport, electric power installations, water supplies, and other necessary infrastructure began a steady deterioration, as a portion of the total economy. If you don't care about producing industrial goods anymore, the New York bankers reasoned, why invest more in roads or bridges to carry them to market? In order to sell this policy of de facto disinvestments in the economy of the United States, which took form during the 1960s, the more farsighted of the Anglo-American establishment realized they must alter the traditional American commitment to scientific and industrial progress. With the Vietnam War and the unleashing of the drug sex flower power counterculture of Aldous Huxley and Timothy Leary, this is what a part of the Anglo-American liberal establishment set out to do. Under a top-secret CIA research project, codenamed MK-Ultra, British and American scientists began carrying out experiments using psychedelic and other mind-altering drugs. By the middle 1960s, this project resulted in what was known as the hippie movement, sometimes referred to as the launching of New Age thinking, or the Age of Aquarius. Its heroes were rock and drug advocates such as the Rolling Stones and Jim Morrison, and LSD victim, author Ken Kesey. Mystical irrationality was rapidly replacing faith in scientific progress for millions of American youth. 6. Government commitments to scientific and industrial development were cut, as the Johnson administration embraced Wall Street's post-industrial policy. A new, young elite, preoccupied with personal pleasure and cynical about national purpose, began to come out of American college campuses, starting at Harvard, Princeton, and other so-called elite universities. They had tuned in, and dropped out, as Harvard professor Timothy Leary expressed it. To transform thinking in America's corporations and industry, managers were also treated to a new form of training, T-group sessions, run by outside psychologists from the National Training Labs, or sensitivity training, to dull the wits and help prepare the population to accept the coming shocks. People were so preoccupied with being more sensitive and understanding of others' defects that they lost sight of the fact that the nation was losing its sense of purpose. In 1968, the same year Senator Robert Kennedy was killed in Los Angeles by a lone assassin as he threatened to win the Democratic Convention. Civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King was killed outside his Memphis motel room. Few realized the strategic circumstances around King's murder. He had come to Memphis to lend his powerful support to a black municipal workers' strike in a drive to unionize the non-union South. In the new era of runaway plants following the 1957 recession, the southern U.S. was to be simply another cheap labor haven for industrial production. This would work only so long as trade unions, which dominated industrial centers of Detroit, Pittsburgh, Chicago, and New York, were kept out of the New South. While the big factories fled to the cheap non-union labor areas of the South or to developing countries, slums, drug addiction, and unemployment grew in epidemic scale in northern industrial cities. Wall Street's policy of disinvestments in established U.S. industry began to show real effects. White skilled blue-collar workers in northern cities were pitted against increasingly desperate unskilled black and Hispanic workers for a shrinking number of jobs. Riots were deliberately incited during the 1960s in industrial cities like Newark, Boston, Oakland, and Philadelphia, by government-backed insurgents such as Tom Hayden. The goal of this operation was to break the power of established industrial trade unions in the northern cities by labeling them racist. These domestic insurgents were nurtured by the Ford Foundation's Gray Areas program, the model for President Johnson's War on Poverty. Johnson's War on Poverty was a government-financed operation, aimed to exploit the economic decay the Anglo-American establishment's policies had created. The goal was to break resistance to what were about to be new levels of wage gouging of the American population. The financial establishment was preparing to impose on the United States 19th-century British colonial-style looting. And manipulated race war was to be their weapon. The newly created U.S. Office of Economic Opportunity weakened the policy voice of traditional American labor and influential urban political constituency machines. Targeted white blue-collar industrial operatives, only a decade earlier hailed as the lifeblood of American industry, were suddenly labeled reactionary and racist by the powerful liberal media. These workers were mostly fearful and confused as they saw their entire social fabric collapsing in the wake of the disinvestment policy of the powerful banks. Harvard Dean McGeorge Bundy had run the Vietnam War as Kennedy and later as Johnson's White House National Security Advisor. By 1966 Bundy had gone to New York to turn the USA into a new Vietnam, as head of the influential Ford Foundation. Black was pitted against white, unemployed against employed, in this new great society, while Wall Street bankers benefited from slashed union wages and cut costs of infrastructure investment, or funneled investment overseas to cheap labor havens in Asia or South America. This writer had direct personal experience with this sad chapter in American history. Sterling, the weak link, breaks. By the early 1960s, de Gaulle's independent policy initiatives were not the only major problem facing the financial interests governing New York and the City of London. In 1959, the external liabilities of the United States still approximated the total value of her official gold reserves, some $20 billions for both. By 1967, the year the pound sterling crisis threatened to break the entire Bretton Woods fabric, the U.S. total of external liquid liabilities had soared to $36 billions, while her gold reserves had plummeted down to only $12 billion, one-third the liability sum. As U.S. short-term liabilities abroad began to exceed its gold stock, certain astute financial institutions reckoned, quite correctly, that something sooner or later had to break. In his first State of the Union address to Congress in January 1961, President Kennedy noted that, since 1958 the gap between the dollars we spend or invest abroad and the dollars returned to us has substantially widened. This overall deficit in our balance of payments increased by nearly $11 billion in the last 3 years, and holders of dollars abroad converted them to gold in such a quantity as to cause a total outflow of nearly $5 billion of gold from our reserve. There are indications that President Kennedy had seriously tried to tackle the growing dollar drain. Shortly before his death, in a message to Congress of July 18, 1963, Kennedy had proposed a series of measures designed to redress the growing U.S. balance of payments problem through measures aimed at increasing U.S. manufacturers' exports and through a controversial interest equalization tax. The aim was to impose a tax of up to 15% on American capital invested abroad, in order to encourage domestic investment of American capital, rather than foreign. Kennedy was not to live to see through his version of the interest equalization tax legislation. When it was finally passed in September 1964, certain powerful financial New York and London financial interests had inserted a seemingly innocent amendment, which exempted one country from the effects of the new tax: Canada, a key part of the British Commonwealth. Montreal and Toronto thereby became the vehicle for an enormous loophole which ensured that the US dollar outflow continued, mediated through London-controlled financial institutions. It was one of the more skillful financial coups of British history. As well, bank loans made by foreign branches of American banks to foreign residents were exempt from the new U.S. tax. U.S. banks scrambled to establish branches in London and other appropriate centers. Once again, the City of London had maneuvered to become a centerpiece of world finance and banking through development of the vast new Eurodollar banking and lending market with its center in London. London's sagging fortunes began once more to brighten as the former world's banker began to corner the market in expatriate US dollars. The Bank of England and London's Sir Siegmund Warburg, with the assistance of his friends in Washington, especially Under Secretary of State George Ball, had cleverly lured the dollars into what was to become the largest concentration of dollar credit outside of the US itself, the London Eurodollar market. By the 1970s, an estimated $1.3 trillion pool of hot money, all of it offshore, meaning it is outside control of any nation or central bank. New York banks and Wall Street brokerage houses set up offices in London to manage the blossoming new Eurodollar casino, away from prying eyes of U.S. tax authorities. U.S. banks got cheap funds from the Eurodollar market as well as large multinational corporations. Washington during the early 1960s willingly allowed the floodgates to be opened wide to a flight of the dollar from American shores into the new hot money Eurodollar market. 7. Buyers of these new Eurodollar bonds, called Eurobonds, were anonymous persons, cynically called Belgian dentists by the London and Swiss and New York bankers running this new game. These Eurobonds were bearer bonds, no name of buyers registered anywhere, so a favorite for so-called Swiss investors looking for tax avoidance, or even for drug kingpins wanting to launder illegal profits. What better thing than to hold your black earnings in Eurodollar bonds, with interest paid by General Motors? As an astute Italian analyst of this Eurodollar process, Marcello De Sico, noted, the Eurodollar market was the most important financial phenomenon of the 1960s, for it was here that the financial earthquake of the early 1970s originated. But in contrast to the benefits to London's international financial stature from the Canadian loophole and deposits of American dollars in select London-based banks, the industrial economy of Great Britain by the mid-1960s was a rotting mess and getting worse. Confidence in Britain's pound sterling, the second pillar of the original post-war Bretton Woods system after the American dollar, was eroding rapidly. Britain's external trade balance and general economic situation had been precarious for some time, with rising official commitments abroad to maintain vestiges of empire, a rotting industrial base, and woefully inadequate reserves. When the Labour Party took office in October 1964, the crisis had become more or less chronic. After the war, under Bretton Woods, Britain, through her sterling bloc ties with colonies and former colonies, had been able to make the pound sterling a strong currency, in many parts of the world regarded equal of the dollar as a stable reserve currency. Member countries in the British Commonwealth were required, among other courtesies, to deposit their national gold and foreign exchange reserves in London and to maintain sterling balances in City of London British banks. Britain's quota share in the IMF was second only to that of the United States. Therefore, the pound was disproportionately important to the stability of the Bretton Woods dollar order in the 1960s, despite the clear depleted condition of her economy. During the 1960s, England, like America, was a net exporter of financial funds to the rest of the world, despite the fact that her technologically stagnant industrial base created increasing trade deficits. Continental European economies, through growth of trade within the new common market and their productive advantages from strong investment in technology, grew at strong rates. Thus Britain's deficiencies and lack of new technological investment grew ever larger by comparison. The powerful financial interests of the City of London again preferred to focus single-mindedly on drawing the world's financial flows into London banks by maintaining the highest interest rates of any major industrial nation throughout the mid-1960s. Industry went into a slump, unable to borrow for needed technological innovations. By 1967, the British position was becoming alarming. Despite several large emergency borrowings from the IMF to help stabilize the pound sterling, British foreign debts continued to grow, rising another $2 billion, or some 20% in that year alone. In January 1967, de Gaulle's principal economic advisor, Jacques Rueff, came to London to deliver a proposal for raising the official price of gold held by the leading industrial nations. The United States and Britain continuously refused to hear such arguments, which would have meant a de facto devaluation of their currencies. Throughout 1967, Bank of England gold reserves were falling as foreign creditors, sensing an obvious imminent devaluation of the weakening pound, scrambled to redeem paper for gold, which they calculated must rise in value. By June 1967, de Gaulle's government announced that France had withdrawn from the American-instigated gold pool. In 1961, under Washington pressure, the central banks of 10 leading industrial countries created the Group of 10 as it became known. In addition to the US, Britain, France, Germany and Italy, were added Holland, Belgium, Sweden, Canada, and Japan. The Group of 10 had agreed in 1961 to pool reserves into a special fund, the Gold Pool, to be administered in London by the Bank of England. Under the arrangement, a band-aid at best, as events revealed. The U.S. central bank contributed only half the costs of continuing to maintain the world price of gold at the artificially low $35/ounce price of 1934. The other 9 plus Switzerland, had agreed to pay the second half of such emergency interventions, on the argument the situation would be temporary. But the emergency had become chronic by 1967, as Washington refused to bring its war spending deficits under control, and sterling continued to weaken along with the collapsing British economy. De Gaulle withdrew from the gold pool, not wanting to lose further French central bank gold reserves to the bottomless pit of interventions. American and British financial press, led by the London Economist, began a heightened attack against French policy. But de Gaulle made one tactical blunder in the process. On January 31, 1967, a new law came into effect in France which allowed unlimited convertibility for the French franc. At the time, with French industrial growth among the strongest in Europe, and the franc, backed by strong gold reserves, one of the strongest currencies, convertibility was seen as a confirmation of France's successful economic policy since de Gaulle took office in 1958. It was soon to become the Achilles heel which finished de Gaulle's France at the hands of Anglo-American financial interests. French Prime Minister Georges Pompidou, in a public speech in February 1967, reaffirmed French adherence to a gold-backed monetary system as the only way to avoid international manipulations, adding that the international monetary system is functioning poorly because it gives advantages to countries with a reserve currency. These countries can afford inflation without paying for it. In effect, the Johnson administration and the Federal Reserve simply printed dollars and sent them abroad in place of its gold. The lines were becoming sharper through 1967 as France's central bank determined to exchange its dollar and sterling reserves for gold, leaving the voluntary 1961 gold pool arrangement. Other central banks followed. The situation assumed near-panic dimensions, as some 80 tons of gold were sold on the London market toward the end of the year in an unheard-of period of 5 days, in a failed effort to stop the speculative attack. Fear grew that the entire Bretton Woods edifice was about to crack at the weakest link, the pound sterling. Financial speculators by the second half of 1967 were selling pounds and buying dollars or other currencies which they then used to buy commercial gold in all possible markets from Frankfurt to Pretoria, sparking a steep rise in the market price of gold, in contrast to the $35/ounce official US dollar price. The sterling crisis indirectly focused attention on the growing vulnerability at the core of the international monetary system, the US dollar itself. By November 18, 1967, the British Labour government of Harold Wilson bowed to the inevitable, despite strong pressure from Washington, and announced a 14% devaluation of sterling from $2.80 down to $2.40 per pound, the first devaluation since 1949. The sterling crisis abated, but the dollar crisis was only beginning. Once sterling had devalued, speculative pressures turned to the US dollar directly at the end of 1967. International holders of dollars went to the New York Federal Reserve gold discount window and demanded their rightful gold in exchange. The market price of gold began an even steeper rise as a result, despite efforts of the US Federal Reserve to dump its gold reserves onto the market to stop the rise. Washington, under the sway of the powerful dollar-based New York banks, adamantly refused to budge from the $35/ounce official valuation of gold. But the withdrawal of France, one of the largest holders of gold, from the Group of 10 gold pool, had intensified Washington's problem. By year-end, Washington's official gold stock had declined another $1 billion to only $12 billions. De Gaulle is toppled. The crisis gathered momentum into 1968, and between March 8 and March 15 of that year, the gold pool in London had to provide nearly 1,000 tons to hold the gold price. The weighing room floor loaded with gold, at the Bank of England, almost collapsed under the weight. U.S. Air Force planes had been commandeered to rush gold in from the U.S. Reserve at Fort Knox. On March 15, the U.S. requested a 2-week closing of the London gold market. By April, 1968, a special meeting of the Group of 10 was convened, on Washington's request, in Stockholm. U.S. officials planned to unveil yet another scheme, creation of a new paper gold substitute through the IMF, so-called special drawing rights, in an effort to postpone the day of reckoning still further. At the Stockholm gathering, designed to set the stage for official IMF adoption of the Washington SDR scheme at the upcoming IMF meeting the following month, France defiantly blocked unanimous agreement, with France's Minister Michel Debré reasserting traditional French policy on a return to the original rules of Bretton Woods. De Gaulle's advisor Rouf had repeatedly proposed a shock devaluation of the US dollar of 100% against gold, which would have been elegantly simple, would have doubled official U.S. gold reserves in dollar terms and would have been sufficient to allow the U.S. to convert the approximate $10 billion of foreign-held dollars, while still maintaining the value of its gold reserves as before. This would have been far more rational and painless in human terms than what ensued from Washington's side. But, tragically, it was not to result. 9. Within days of the French refusal to back Washington's SDR dollar bailout scheme, France itself was the target of the most serious political destabilization of the post-war period. Beginning with leftist students at the University of Strasbourg, soon all of France was brought to a chaotic halt as students rioted and struck across France. Coordinated with the political unrest, U.S. and British investment houses started a panic run on the French franc, which gained momentum as it was touted loudly in Anglo-American financial media. May 1968 in France, was the response of the vested London and New York financial interests to the one G10 nation which continued to defy their mandate. Taking advantage of the new French law allowing full currency convertibility, these financial houses began to cash in francs for gold, draining French gold reserves by almost 30% by the end of 1968, and bringing a full-blown crisis in the franc. Sadly, the counterattack of the Anglo-Americans had succeeded. Within a year de Gaulle was out of office, and France's voice severely weakened. In one of his last meetings while still president, de Gaulle agreed to meet with British ambassador to France, Christopher Soames, in February 1969. The general told Soames, in a broad review of French post-war policy, once again, that Europe must be independent, and that independent stance had been profoundly compromised by various pro-American sentiments of many European countries, most especially Britain. 10. One other country openly daring to defy the powerful financial interests of London and New York at this time was the largest gold-producing country in the West, the Republic of South Africa. South Africa during the early part of 1968 refused to sell its newly mined gold for pounds or dollars at the official price of $35/ounce. France and South Africa had been holding talks to form a new gold basis for reforming the Bretton Woods monetary order. This provoked a U.S.-led central bank boycott of South Africa, a move again repeated by the same interests almost exactly 20 years later in the mid-1980s. But, despite the apparent decline of the French threat, it was to prove a Pyrrhic victory for Washington and London. Endnotes. 1. McCracken, Paul. Towards Full Employment and Price Stability. A report to the OECD by a group of independent experts. OECD. Paris, 1977. 2. Barak, P. International Industrialization Levels from 1750 to 1980. Journal of European Economic History. Volume 11, 1982. 3. De Gaulle, Charles. The War Memoirs. Weidenfeld and Nicholson. London, 1967. p. 214. 4. de Menil, Lois P. Who Speaks for Europe? The Vision of Charles de Gaulle. Weidenfeld and Nicholson. London, 1977. And, Mand, Eric. Von Wenda, 1962-1982. Herbig Verlag. Muenken, 1986. 5. The November 22, 1963 assassination of President Kennedy marked a definitive watershed in U.S. policy, which became evident with Lyndon B. Johnson's massive buildup of military expenditure in Vietnam. According to a variety of informed accounts, including Roger Hilsman, shortly before his murder, Kennedy had resolved to wind down the CIA's military operations in Southeast Asia. Certain investigators point to the central presence of McGeorge Bundy at the time. For a useful recent account of the CIA role in the Kennedy assassination, see Groden, Robert J. and Livingstone, H.E. High Treason, The Assassination of John F. Kennedy and the New Evidence of Conspiracy. New York, 1989. Berkeley Books, Garrison, Jim. On the Trail of the Assassins. New York, 1988, Warner Books. 6 Ranelagh, John. The Agency, The Rise and Decline of the CIA. Weidenfeld and Nicholson Ltd. London. 1986. 7 Attlee, Jacques. A Man of Influence, Sir Sigmund Warburg 1902-1982. Weidenfeld and Nicholson. London, 1986. 8 De Sico, Marcello. International Financial Markets and U.S. Domestic Policy since 1945 in International Affairs. July 1976, London. 9 Rue F, Jacques. Balance of Payments, Proposals for the Resolution of the Most Pressing World Economic Problem of Our Time. Macmillan Co. New York, 1967. 10 de Menil, OPCIT, p. 174. Chapter 9. Running the World Economy in Reverse, Who Made the 1970s Oil Shocks? Nixon Pulls the Plug. By the end of President Richard Nixon's first year in office, 1969, the U.S. economy had again gone into recession. In order to combat the downturn, U.S. interest rates by 1970 were sharply lowered. As a consequence of the falling interest rates, speculative hot money began once more to leave the dollar in record amounts, seeking higher short-term profit in Europe and elsewhere. One result of by now almost decade-long American refusal to devalue the dollar, and her reluctance to take serious action to control the huge unregulated eurodollar market, was an increasingly unstable short-term currency speculation. As most of the world's bankers well knew, King Canute could pretend to hold the waves back for only so long. As a result of Nixon's expansionary domestic U.S. monetary policy in 1970, the capital inflows of the previous year reversed, and the U.S. incurred a net capital outflow of $6.50 billions. But, as U.S. recession persisted, as interest rates continued to drop into 1971, and money supply to expand, these outflows reached then huge dimensions, totaling $20 billions. Then, in May of 1971, the United States recorded its first monthly trade deficit as well, triggering a virtual international panic sell-off of the US dollar. The situation was indeed becoming desperate. By 1971, US official gold reserves represented less than 1/4 of her official liabilities, meaning that theoretically if all foreign dollar holders demanded gold instead, Washington would have been unable to comply without drastic measures. Point 1. The Wall Street establishment had persuaded President Nixon to abandon fruitless efforts to hold the dollar against a flood of international demand to redeem for gold. But, unfortunately, they did not want the required dollar devaluation against gold, which had been intensely sought for almost a decade. On August 15, 1971, Nixon took the advice of a close circle of key advisors, which included his chief budget advisor, George Shultz, and a policy group then at the Treasury Department including Paul Volcker, and Jack F. Bennett, who later went on to become a director of Exxon. That sunny quiet August day, in a move which rocked the world, the President of the United States announced formal suspension of dollar convertibility into gold, effectively putting the world fully onto a dollar standard with no gold backing, and by this, unilaterally ripping apart the central provision of the 1944 Bretton Woods system. No longer could foreign holders of U.S. dollars redeem their paper for U.S. gold reserves. Nixon's unilateral action was reaffirmed in protracted international talks that December in Washington, between the leading European governments, Japan, and a few others, which resulted in a bad compromise known as the Smithsonian Agreement. With an exaggeration which exceeded even that of his predecessor, Lyndon Johnson, Nixon announced after the Smithsonian talks, that they were, the conclusion of the most significant monetary agreement in the history of the world. The U.S. had formally devalued the dollar a mere 8% against gold, placing gold at $38/fine ounce instead of the long-standing $35, hardly the 100% devaluation being asked by Allied countries. The agreement also officially permitted a band of currency value fluctuation of 2.25% instead of the original 1% of the IMF Bretton Woods rules. By declaring to world dollar holders their paper would no longer be redeemed for gold, Nixon pulled the plug on the world economy, setting into motion a series of events which was to rock the world as never before. Within weeks, confidence in the Smithsonian Agreement had begun to collapse. De Gaulle's defiance of Washington in April 1968 on the issue of gold and adhering to the rules of Bretton Woods, had not been sufficient to force through the badly needed reordering of the international monetary system, but it had sufficiently poisoned the well of Washington's ill-conceived IMF special drawing rights scheme to cover over the problems of the dollar. The suspension of gold redemption and the resulting international floating exchange rates of the early 1970s solved nothing. It only bought some time. An eminently workable solution would have been for the U.S. to set the dollar to a more realistic level. From France, de Gaulle's former economic advisor, Jacques Rueff, continued to plead for a $70 per ounce gold price, instead of the $35 level the U.S. unsuccessfully defended. This would calm world speculation and allow the U.S. to redeem her destabilizing eurodollars balances abroad, without plunging the domestic U.S. economy into any severe chaos, Rueff argued. If done right, it could have given a tremendous spur to U.S. industry as its exports would cost less in foreign currency. American industrial interests would again have predominated over financial voices in U.S. policy circles. But reason was not to prevail. The Wall Street rationale was that the power of their financial domain must be untouched, even if at expense of economic production or American national prosperity. Gold itself has little intrinsic value. It has certain industrial uses. But historically, because of its scarcity, it has served as a standard of value against which different nations have fixed the terms of their trade and therefore their currencies. When Nixon decided no longer to honor U.S. currency obligations in gold, he opened the floodgates to a worldwide Las Vegas speculation binge of a dimension never before experienced in history. Instead of calibrating long-term economic affairs to fixed standards of exchange, after August 1971 world trade was simply another arena of speculation on which direction various currencies would fluctuate. The real architects of the Nixon strategy were in the influential City of London merchant banks. Sir Sigmund Warburg, Edmund de Rothschild, Jocelyn Hambro, and others, saw a golden opportunity in Nixon's dissolution of the Bretton Woods gold standard the summer of 1971. London was once again to become a major center of world finance, and again on borrowed money, this time with American eurodollars. After August 1971, dominant U.S. policy, under White House National Security Advisor, Henry A. Kissinger, was to control, not to develop, economies throughout the world. U.S. policy officials began proudly calling themselves neo-Malthusians. Population reduction in developing nations, rather than technology transfer and industrial growth strategies, began to be the dominating priority during the 1970s, yet another throwback to 19th-century British colonial thinking. How this transformation took place we shall soon see. The ineffective basis of the Smithsonian Agreement led to further deterioration into 1972, as massive capital flows again left the dollar for Japan and Europe, until February 12, 1973 when Nixon finally announced a second devaluation of the dollar, of 10% against gold, pricing gold where it remains to this day for the Federal Reserve, at $42.22/ounce. At this point all the major world currencies began a process of what was called the managed float. Between February and March of 1973, the value of the US dollar against the German Deutschmark dropped another 40%. Permanent instability had been introduced into world monetary affairs in a way not seen since the early 1930s, but this time, strategists in New York, Washington and the City of London were preparing an unexpected surprise to regain the upper hand and recover from the devastating loss of the monetary pillar of their system. An unusual meeting in Salt's, Joe Biden. The design behind Nixon's August 15, 1971 dollar strategy did not emerge until October 1973, more than 2 years later, and even then, few persons outside a handful of insiders grasped the connection. The August 1971 demonetization of the dollar was used by the London-New York financial establishment to buy precious time, while policy insiders prepared a bold new monetarist design, a paradigm shift as some preferred to term it. Certain influential voices in the Anglo-American financial establishment had devised a strategy to create again a strong dollar, and once again to increase their relative political power in the world, just when it appeared they were in decisive rout. Figure 4, a January 8, 1973 memo from U.S. Bilderberg official, Robert D. Murphy contains the U.S. proposed list of May 1973 participants, including Henry Kissinger. The memo was obtained from the papers of Murphy at the Hoover Institute. In May 1973, with the dramatic fall of the dollar still vivid, a group of 84 of the world's top financial and political insiders met at the secluded island resort of the Swedish Wallenberg banking family, at Salt's, Joe Biden, Sweden. This gathering of Prince Bernhard's Bilderberg Group heard an American participant outline a scenario for an imminent 400% increase in OPEC petroleum revenues. The purpose of the secret Salt's, Joe Biden meeting was not to prevent the expected oil price shock, but rather, plan how to manage the about-to-be created flood of oil dollars, a process U.S. Secretary of State Kissinger later called recycling the petrodollar flows. Figure 5 cover page of confidential protocol of the Bilderberg meeting at Salt's, Joe Biden, Sweden in May 1973. The stamp of the Paris bookseller where the minutes were bought by the author is visible. Figures 6 to 7, 2 excerpts from the confidential May 1973 Salt's, Joe Biden Bilderberg minutes. Note that there was discussion about the danger that inadequate control of the financial resources of the oil-producing countries could completely disorganize the American speaker to the Bilderberg on Atlantic Japanese energy policy, was clear enough. After stating the prospect that future world oil needs would be supplied by a small number of Middle East producing countries, the speaker declared, prophetically, the cost of these oil imports would rise tremendously, with difficult implications for the balance of payments of consuming countries. Serious problems would be caused by unprecedented foreign exchange accumulations of countries such as Saudi Arabia and Abu Dhabi. The speaker added, a complete change was underway in the political, strategic and power relationships between the oil-producing, importing, and home countries of international oil companies and national oil companies of producing and importing countries. He then projected an OPEC Middle East oil revenue rise, which would translate into just over 400%, the same level Kissinger was soon to demand of the Shah. Figure 8, partial list of official attendees to Bilderberg 1973 meet. It includes ARCO head Robert O. Anderson, Zbigniew Brzezinski, and George Ball. Present at Salt's, Joe Biden that May were Robert O. Anderson of Atlantic Richfield Oil Co., Lord Greenhill, Chairman of British Petroleum, Sir Eric Roll of S.G. Warburg, creator of Eurobonds, George Ball of Lehman Brothers Investment Bank, and the man who some 10 years earlier as Assistant Secretary of State, told his banker friend Sigmund Warburg to develop London's Eurodollar market, David Rockefeller of Chase Manhattan Bank, Zbigniew Brzezinski, the man soon to be President Carter's National Security Advisor, Italy's Gianni Agnelli and Germany's Otto Wolf von Amerongen among others. Henry Kissinger had been a regular participant at the Bilderberg gatherings. Point 2. The Bilderberg annual meetings were first begun, in utmost secrecy, in May 1954 by an Anglophile group which included George Ball, David Rockefeller, Dr. Joseph Rietinger, Holland's Prince Bernhard, George C. McGee. Named for the place of their first gathering, the Hotel de Bilderberg near Arnhem, the annual Bilderberg meetings gathered top elites of Europe and America for secret deliberations and policy discussion. Consensus was then shaped in subsequent press comments and media coverage, but never with reference to the secret Bilderberg talks themselves. This Bilderberg process has been one of the most effective vehicles of post-war Anglo-American policy shaping. What the powerful men grouped around Bilderberg had evidently decided that May, was to launch a colossal assault against industrial growth in the world, in order to tilt the balance of power back to the advantage of Anglo-American financial interests, and the dollar. In order to do this, they determined to use their most prized weapon, control of the world's oil flows. Bilderberg policy was to trigger a global oil embargo, in order to force a dramatic increase in world oil prices. Since 1945, world oil trade had by international custom been priced in dollars as American oil companies dominated the post-war market. A sharp sudden increase in the world price of oil, therefore, meant an equally dramatic increase in world demand for US dollars to pay for that necessary oil. Never in history had such a small circle of interests, centered in London and New York, controlled so much of the entire world's economic destiny. The Anglo-American financial establishment had resolved to use their oil power in a manner no one could imagine possible. The very outrageousness of their scheme was to their advantage, they clearly reckoned. Kissinger's Yom Kippur oil shock.